Hello, welcome back to the Phantom Diary channel. I'm sure there are many of you listening to my stories to fall asleep. Before we start, write in the comments what country you're listening from. So, let's go. I remember the day like it was yesterday, though I wish I could forget it. It was supposed to be an ordinary trip, a simple afternoon drive through the countryside with my wife. We had rented a small, quirky cabin tucked away by a lake, a few hours from home. The idea was to escape the noise of the city and just spend some quiet time by the water. The drive there was uneventful. The winding roads were flanked by endless fields and dense forests. We passed a few scattered towns, but otherwise saw no one. It felt serene, almost like stepping back in time. We arrived at the cabin late in the afternoon, the sun casting long shadows across the landscape. The place was exactly as advertised. Isolated, surrounded by towering trees, with the lake just a short walk away. We unpacked, made some tea, and sat on the porch, listening to the birds and the distant hum of insects. By evening, we ventured down to the lake. It was calm, the water reflecting the colors of the sunset. We decided to take a walk along the shore, hand in hand, soaking in the peaceful atmosphere. That's when it started. It began with faint whispers carried on the breeze. I didn't say anything at first, but I felt it, like someone was talking just out of earshot. I glanced at my wife, and I could tell she had heard it too. We stopped and looked around, but there was no one in sight. The whispers continued, growing louder, though the breeze was the only thing disturbing the stillness. "Did you hear that?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper. "I did," I replied, trying to keep calm, but my stomach twisted in knots. We decided to turn back toward the cabin. The feeling of being watched had become overwhelming. The whispering followed us, now indistinct, like murmurs too faint to understand. It felt like the trees themselves were watching. Back at the cabin, we locked the door and sat close together on the couch, trying to shake off the sense of unease. The whispers had stopped, but the silence now felt oppressive, as though something was waiting just beyond our perception. Later that night, after we had gone to bed, it happened again. I woke up to the sound of footsteps outside the cabin. Slow, deliberate steps. I sat up, straining to hear. The wooden floor creaked under heavy, uneven movement. I nudged my wife awake, and we both listened, our ears pressed to the wall. The footsteps didn't stop. They circled the cabin as if something was moving around, studying us from the outside. "Is someone out there?" my wife whispered, her voice trembling. I didn't answer. I couldn't. My throat was dry. The steps continued, now sounding closer, more distinct. I could hear breathing now. Slow, shallow breaths that didn't belong to any living person. In a desperate attempt to break the tension, I grabbed my phone to call for help. But the screen stayed black. No signal. Nothing. My hands shook as I set it down. Then came a new sound. The knocking. Soft at first, but persistent. The knocks came from the windows, as though something was testing them, probing, searching for a way in. I pressed my back against the bed, the cold wall pressing against my skin. It was like they knew we were there. The knocking grew louder, more aggressive. The whispers returned, but this time they were right outside. I couldn't make out what they were saying, but it was as though whatever was out there was trying to tell us something. Something we couldn't hear, something we couldn't comprehend. After what felt like hours, the noises stopped as abruptly as they had started. The silence that followed was almost worse. My wife and I sat motionless, afraid to move. Eventually, we must have drifted back to sleep, though the unease lingered with us. In the morning, there was nothing. No trace of anyone or anything. The lake was calm, the trees stood still, and the whispers had faded with the night. But I know what I heard, what we both experienced. And even now, when I think about it, I feel the weight of those moments, of something that wasn't meant to be there, something that was watching, waiting. I never understood what it was, and I hope I never have to again. It was late spring when I decided to take a trip to the old lighthouse. Located on a rocky outcrop overlooking the coast, it wasn't a place people visited often. Most locals whispered about how the lighthouse had been abandoned for decades, its windows shattered and doors rusted shut. Despite the warnings, I always had a fascination with places like this, forgotten, isolated, and steeped in mystery. I parked my car at the edge of the cliff and climbed over the low fence that marked the entrance. The air was salty and thick with the smell of the ocean. The lighthouse stood tall against the gray sky, its worn brick exterior covered in moss. It was both haunting and beautiful in the fading light. I pushed open the creaking metal door at the base of the structure and stepped inside. The staircase spiraled upward into darkness, so I pulled out a flashlight from my backpack. The beam flickered, casting shaky light against the old stone walls as I made my way up. Each step echoed around me, amplifying the silence. It felt as though the place had been waiting for me, abandoned and forgotten. The higher I climbed, the more oppressive the air became, growing colder with each passing floor. By the time I reached the top, I was surrounded by the familiar smell of dust and decay. The view from the top was breathtaking. The ocean stretched out before me, waves crashing against the cliffs below. It was exactly what I had hoped for. The solitude, the silence. For a moment, I just stood there, absorbing the vastness of it all. But then I noticed something strange. In the distance, along the jagged coastline, there was movement. At first, it was just a shadow, but as I watched, it became clearer. A figure silhouetted against the horizon. They were standing there, unmoving, watching. My stomach tightened. I couldn't make out who or what they were, but there was something unnerving about the way they seemed to hold perfectly still. I tried to shake off the feeling, convincing myself it was just my imagination. I had read too many old ghost stories about this lighthouse after all. I turned back to the view, trying to distract myself, when I heard it, the faintest whisper carried on the wind. I froze, straining to hear what was being said. The words were too soft, too distant, and yet they felt closer than they should have been. My flashlight flickered again, casting long, distorted shadows on the walls. I shined it into the dark corners of the room, but there was nothing. Still, the whisper persisted, growing louder. Panic began to set in. I had never believed in ghosts, but now, alone atop this desolate lighthouse, I wasn't so sure. The figure from earlier was gone, but the feeling of being watched didn't leave. It felt like something was breathing down my neck. I began to make my way back down the stairs, the flashlight trembling in my grip. With each creak of the old wood, I felt the weight of the silence pressing down harder. The whispers didn't stop, but now they seemed to be coming from within the walls themselves. By the time I reached the bottom, my legs were shaking, and my breath came in short, ragged gasps. The door I had entered through loomed ahead, the only way out. I tried to turn the handle, but it was stuck. I yanked at it, heart racing, but it wouldn't budge. That's when I realized something had locked me inside. Panic surged through me. I spun around trying to find another way out, but the only way was up. The whispers had grown into screams now, echoing through the narrow corridors, but there was no one there. I stumbled back toward the staircase, the flashlight beam cutting through the dark like a lifeline. I kept climbing, each step feeling heavier, each echo more deafening. It was only when I reached the top that I saw them again. The figure from earlier. They were inside now, standing at the base of the staircase, staring up at me. Their face was obscured by shadows, but I could feel their gaze, cold and unrelenting. There was no escape. I didn't scream. I didn't move. All I could do was watch as they began to ascend, their movements slow and deliberate, like they had all the time in the world. I had always loved driving. Long road trips, winding highways, and the sense of freedom they brought. That's why I decided to take an impromptu trip one evening, just to escape the noise of the city. No destination in mind. Just me, my car, and an open road stretching ahead. It was around 10 p.m. when I hit the road. The air was crisp and the moon hung low in the sky, casting its silver glow on the empty highways. I didn't mind the quiet. The roads were deserted, and aside from the occasional passing car, I felt like I had the world to myself. Hours passed, and I found myself driving through farmland. The fields stretched on for miles, with barns and old wooden fences lining the road. I kept going, entranced by the solitude and the sound of the tires humming on the pavement. There wasn't a soul in sight. As I rounded a bend, I noticed something strange. Off in the distance, a figure walking along the side of the road. At first, I thought it was someone out for a late-night stroll. But as I got closer, I realized it wasn't quite human. The figure moved in a way that didn't make sense. Its steps were slow, almost unnatural, like it was gliding rather than walking. It wore a tattered coat that seemed too large for its frame, trailing behind like something out of a dream. The closer I got, the more I felt that something wasn't right. I slowed the car, unsure what to do. The figure turned its head slowly, almost mechanically, and locked eyes with me. There was no expression on its face, just hollow, empty blackness where eyes should have been. Panic shot through me. I didn't know whether to stop or speed away, but something kept me glued to my seat, unable to look away. It wasn't fear, at least not the kind I was used to. It was as though I was being drawn in, compelled to stay and witness whatever this was. As I drove past, the figure continued its slow, unnatural pace. I turned to glance in the rearview mirror, expecting to see nothing but the empty road behind me. But there it was again, staring at me, still moving forward. I couldn't shake the feeling of being followed, as if whatever that thing was still out there, trailing me through the night. Minutes passed in silence, but the weight of the encounter lingered. I drove faster, trying to outrun whatever had followed me. My heart pounded in my chest, each mile marker flashing by like a countdown. Eventually, I found a small gas station tucked away in the middle of nowhere. I pulled in, trying to catch my breath. It was eerily quiet, the kind of silence that felt oppressive. I glanced around, half expecting to see the figure again, but there was nothing. I went inside, bought a bottle of water, and forced myself to sit on one of the benches outside. I tried to shake the feeling, telling myself it had been a trick of the mind, but deep down, I knew better. Just as I was about to get back in my car, I heard it. Slow, deliberate footsteps. I turned, expecting nothing. But there it was again, standing at the edge of the gas station, staring at me with those hollow black eyes. It didn't move closer, didn't make a sound. It just stood there, watching, as if waiting for something. I sat frozen, my breath hitching. The air grew colder, as though the world itself was holding its breath. Then, in a whisper that seemed to come from inside my own mind, I heard it again. You can't escape. I didn't wait. I slammed the car into gear and sped off, leaving the figure behind. The road stretched out ahead of me, endless and dark, but no matter how fast I drove, I knew I couldn't outrun whatever had been following me. It was still there, waiting in the shadows. It was a quiet night when I found myself wandering through the dimly lit corridors of an old museum. The place had been closed to the public for months, but someone, somehow, had managed to gain access. I wasn't supposed to be there, but curiosity got the better of me. I'd always loved the idea of exploring abandoned places, especially ones as mysterious and ancient as this museum. The building itself was massive, filled with towering exhibits of relics from long-lost civilizations. The flickering overhead lights cast eerie shadows that stretched along the cracked marble floors, creating an unsettling atmosphere. The air smelled of dust and age, like the very walls were holding on to secrets they didn't want to let go of. As I walked deeper into the museum, my footsteps echoed louder than I'd expected. It was too quiet, almost as if the place had swallowed any sound that dared to linger. I wandered aimlessly, passing through rooms filled with ancient artifacts that seemed to whisper of forgotten lives. The silence was deafening, and every corner I turned felt more oppressive. In one of the exhibit halls, I came across an old display case holding what looked like a cracked, worn statue. It was humanoid, but twisted, with hollow eyes and a carved expression that seemed to leer. I stood there, transfixed by its unsettling presence, until a sudden creak behind me jolted me from my thoughts. I spun around, heart racing. Nothing. Still, the sound felt far too real, far too close. I decided it was time to leave, but as I made my way back toward the entrance, something caught my eye. A faint light, distant but unmistakable, flickering at the end of the hall. My first thought was someone had followed me inside, but the museum was supposed to be locked up tight. There was no way anyone could have gotten in unnoticed. My gut twisted, but I couldn't ignore the pull of curiosity. I moved closer, the silence now deafening, every footstep echoing in the vast emptiness. The closer I got to the flickering light, the more I realized it wasn't from a torch or flashlight. It came from something much older, something ancient. It wasn't warm like a fire. It was cold and spectral, flickering like a dying ember. As I neared the source, the light revealed a figure standing there, motionless and still. I froze. The figure wasn't human, or at least not entirely. Its form was hollow, distorted, long, bony limbs, skin stretched taut over bone. Its face was a hollow void, empty sockets where eyes should have been. The figure remained still, its posture rigid, yet something about it felt alive, as if it were waiting for me. "Who's there?" I called, my voice trembling. No response. The flickering light cast distorted shadows across the creature's gaunt, emaciated form. I took a step back, trying to make sense of what I was seeing. My mind raced. Was this some kind of display? A prop? But the figure felt far too real. "Stay back," I warned, though my voice was barely audible. The creature didn't move. It simply stood there, unmoving. The light flickered again, and in that brief moment of brightness, I saw something. A glimpse of its mouth twisting into a grotesque smile, the kind of smile that didn't belong to any living thing. I knew then that whatever this thing was, it wasn't from this world. Panic took hold, and I spun around to run, my breath hitching as I sprinted through the darkened halls, the flickering light fading behind me. I didn't stop until I reached the exit, pushing open the heavy door and stepping out into the cool night air. The museum was silent again, but I could still feel the weight of whatever I had seen. I don't know if it was a spirit, a lost soul, or something far worse. But I knew one thing for certain. Whatever that thing was, it was still there, waiting in the shadows. It started with the sound of knocking. A rhythmic, insistent knocking that echoed through the otherwise silent apartment building. It was late, way past midnight, and everyone else had long since gone to bed. I was on the second floor, alone in my small one-bedroom apartment, the kind of place where the walls are thin and every sound feels amplified. I had just finished reading when I first heard it. Knock, knock, knock. 3 soft taps. I assumed it was my imagination at first, some sound from outside or in the building. But then, after a moment of silence, it came again. Louder this time, as if whoever was knocking had grown impatient. I set the book down and walked to the front door, listening closely. The knocking wasn't coming from outside. It was coming from the wall behind the couch. At first, I didn't know what to make of it. The wall was solid, and there was nothing on the other side. No neighbors, no rooms, just the faint echoes of an empty hallway. The knocking continued, relentless, as though something was trying to get my attention. I backed away from the door, heart pounding. The sound wasn't going away. It wasn't random either. There was a pattern, like someone had a method. It wasn't someone outside. It felt deliberate, as if whoever or whatever was doing this knew I was here. I tried to convince myself it was the wind or a pipe, but the knocking was far too deliberate, too precise. I sat on the edge of the couch, staring at the wall, waiting for it to stop, but it didn't. Hours passed, and the knocking never wavered. By now, I was too scared to go near the wall. Sleep felt impossible. I was paralyzed by the thought that someone, was on the other side trying to reach me. When morning finally arrived, the knocking had stopped. The silence that followed was almost worse than the noise. I checked the wall, tapped it, but there was no indication of anything unusual. No hidden door, no cracks, just a regular wall, flat and smooth. I told myself it was over, that my imagination had gotten the better of me. But when I opened the front door to check the hallway, I froze. There, scrawled across the wall in what looked like smeared dirt, were 3 words: "Let me out." I slammed the door shut and didn't sleep again for days. I've always loved the city at night. The neon lights, the quiet hum of cars far off in the distance. There's something peaceful about it. I never thought much of urban legends or ghost stories. They always felt too far-fetched for someone like me, someone who preferred logic and reason. But one night, everything changed. It was a routine evening walk through the city, something I'd done countless times before. I left my apartment, heading toward the park that bordered the edge of downtown. The streets were empty, silent except for the occasional footsteps echoing beneath the towering skyscrapers. I didn't mind the quiet. It felt peaceful, a rare escape from the buzz of the day. As I walked, I passed by a small, dimly lit convenience store, its fluorescent lights flickering like a heartbeat. The wind had picked up slightly, causing the trash to skitter across the pavement. The park was just a block away, so I decided to cut through and take the shortcut. The park was eerily quiet, even for the middle of the night. The usual sounds of the city seemed to vanish. No distant traffic, no voices from the few people that might wander through. It was as though the park had been consumed by some invisible void. I took another step and realized I wasn't alone. At first, I thought it was my imagination, but I could feel it. Something was watching me. The sensation prickled at the back of my neck and my pulse quickened. I stopped and looked around, but there was nothing there, just the shadows of trees looming over the pathway. Probably just my nerves, I muttered to myself. I took a deep breath and started walking again, but the feeling didn't go away. If anything, it grew stronger. The quiet became oppressive, the kind that weighs down your chest and makes you question if you're really alone. I couldn't shake the feeling of being followed, of something trailing behind me in the dark. Every step I took felt heavier, more deliberate, as though something, or someone, was watching from the shadows, waiting. I reached a clearing near the center of the park where an old, rusted bench sat under a single street lamp that flickered intermittently. I hesitated, looking around, but still saw no sign of anyone. Yet, I couldn't shake the feeling that someone, or something, was out there, blending into the darkness, watching. Then I heard it, a faint whisper, carried by the wind. Not words, just a low, indistinct murmur, as if the air itself was speaking. My heart pounded harder. I instinctively stepped back, my breath quick and shallow. I wasn't alone. Something moved in the shadows, shifting just beyond the reach of the street lamp's light. I froze, eyes wide, trying to make sense of what I was seeing. There was nothing, just darkness and the faint sound of rustling leaves. "Hello," I called out, my voice trembling. No response. I started walking faster now, trying to shake the overwhelming feeling of dread. But the whisper followed me, growing louder, more persistent. My mind raced, wondering if I'd somehow stumbled into some bizarre dream or hallucination. I kept expecting to turn a corner and see someone, or something, standing there, watching me from the darkness. But nothing came. As I neared the edge of the park, I felt something brush against my leg. I jerked back, heart pounding. There was nothing there. The whisper had grown into a chorus of faint voices, overlapping and unintelligible as though a crowd of whispers was surrounding me, closing in. Panic set in. I broke into a sprint, sprinting as fast as I could out of the park, back toward the street where my apartment was. My breath came in short, ragged gasps and my legs burned, but I didn't stop. When I reached the edge of the park, I didn't look back. I couldn't. I didn't stop until I was safely back in my apartment, doors bolted, lights on. The next morning, I told myself it was just a bad dream, a hallucination, maybe caused by stress or exhaustion. But I can't forget the feeling of being followed, of those whispers in the dark, of something just beyond my sight. To this day, I still wonder if I was truly alone that night, or if something not human, was watching me, waiting. It was supposed to be a quiet evening out, just me and a few friends. We decided to explore an old abandoned theater that had been shut down for decades. The place was a relic, decaying with its crumbling facade and faded marquee. The theater had always been known for its eerie history, rumors of strange occurrences, unexplained disappearances, and whispers of something lurking in the shadows. We weren't expecting much beyond a few creepy sights and maybe some unsettling stories to tell afterward. It wasn't far from town, but far enough that no one really ventured there anymore. The building was dark, with broken windows and faded paint. The sign above the entrance flickered intermittently, creating fleeting glimpses of the name Riverview Theater. We stepped inside, the smell of decay hitting us immediately. Dust hung thick in the air, and the old red velvet seats were tattered and stained. The theater was massive, with a grand stage still intact, though the paint was peeling, revealing layers of once vibrant murals beneath. As we wandered deeper into the building, there was a strange silence. The creaks of the old floorboards echoed around us, amplifying every step we took. The air felt cold, unnatural. I shivered and glanced around, wondering if we'd come too far into a place that wasn't supposed to be disturbed. That's when things started getting strange. We found ourselves in what remained of the lobby. The front doors had long been boarded up, but there was a door behind the counter, leading to the projection room. My friends and I hesitated, but curiosity got the better of us. I led the way, opening the door slowly. Inside was a long hallway lit by dim, flickering bulbs. The walls were lined with faded, yellowing posters of long-forgotten movies. As we moved down the hall, the floor creaked beneath our feet, and I couldn't shake the feeling that something was watching us. The projection room at the end of the hall was locked. The old rusted door refused to budge no matter how much we pushed. I pulled out my phone to get a better look, and that's when I saw the graffiti etched into the wall. "We're watching you." My blood ran cold, and I realized that whoever wrote that wasn't kidding. I turned around, and that's when I noticed something. A figure, just a faint silhouette, standing at the back of the theater. It was obscured by the shadows, but its presence sent a wave of fear crashing over me. I could feel my heart pounding in my chest. I tried to tell myself it was nothing, but deep down, I knew better. I grabbed my flashlight, shining it in the direction of the figure. The light danced across the shadows, revealing nothing. The figure had vanished. "Hello?" I called out, my voice trembling. No response. We decided it was time to leave. Fast. But as we made our way back to the lobby, the door behind us slammed shut, cutting us off from the exit. Panic set in as we tried to force the door open, but it wouldn't budge. The sound of our breathing echoed in the empty theater, growing louder with every passing second. Suddenly, we heard a noise from above, the creaking of footsteps, slow, deliberate. My flashlight caught a glimpse of movement on the balcony. I froze, shining the beam up toward the second level. A figure stood there, staring down at us. This time, there was no mistaking it. The figure had no face, just an empty void where the eyes should have been. Its silhouette seemed to blur, shifting and stretching in a way that was unnatural. "Run!" I shouted. We bolted toward the main entrance, tripping over ourselves in our haste. The air seemed to grow colder with each passing second. The door, however, was still sealed shut. In desperation, I turned back to the balcony, expecting to see the figure again. Instead, I saw something far worse. It wasn't a figure at all. It was a screen, glowing faintly. But the screen wasn't showing any movie. It was showing us. There we were, standing at the front of the theater, faces frozen in horror. But something was wrong. Our reflections weren't acting like we were. The shadows, the empty eyes, they weren't reflections at all. They were watching us, mimicking us. I could barely comprehend what I was seeing when the screen went dark. The theater was plunged into total darkness, except for the faint glow of my phone. My friends and I managed to break free from the building somehow, sprinting into the night, not stopping until we reached the edge of town. The old theater remained behind us, a broken, silent shell under the pale moonlight. We never spoke of what we saw that night, and we never went back. I had always enjoyed hiking alone. The quiet solitude of nature was something I craved, especially after long, stressful weeks. One summer afternoon, I decided to head to a remote trail I'd been eyeing for months. It wasn't marked on most maps, secluded deep in the forest. The trailhead was a dirt path hidden off a narrow road, barely visible to anyone passing by. The hike started as usual. The air was cool, filled with the scent of pine, and the only sound was the crunch of leaves beneath my boots. I reveled in the stillness, lost in the rhythm of my footsteps and the sound of birds overhead. For hours, I trekked through the dense woods, following the winding trail deeper into the forest. The trail eventually began to narrow, the trees pressing in around me. It wasn't long before I realized I'd lost my bearings. I pulled out my map and compass, but neither gave me any clue as to which direction I should go. I sat down on a large rock, trying to collect my thoughts, but the sense of isolation began to creep in. I tried to shake it off, reminding myself that I wasn't truly lost, just turned around. But as the hours passed and the sunlight dimmed, I started feeling something was wrong. The forest felt heavier. The usual sounds of birds had fallen silent, replaced by an eerie quiet. It was as though the woods themselves had become aware of my presence. I pressed on, my pace quickening, though fear began to seep into my bones. I needed to get out of there. The trail eventually split into two. I didn't know which way to go, so I flipped a coin. Heads. I took the right path. The further I went, the more the trees seemed to loom, their branches stretching out like twisted fingers. The sun had set, leaving the forest in near total darkness. I pulled out my flashlight, but the beam barely penetrated the thick canopy above. Shadows danced in the light, appearing as figures just beyond my sight. Suddenly, I heard it. Footsteps. Not the sound of my own boots against the ground, but something lighter, quicker. I stopped and held my breath, listening. The footsteps continued, approaching rapidly, echoing unnaturally close. "Hello?" I called out, my voice wavering. No response, just the sound of rustling leaves. I tightened my grip on my flashlight, shining it in every direction. The forest felt alive now, shifting in ways I couldn't comprehend. I took off running, but the footsteps followed, always just behind me. I could hear them breathing, ragged and shallow, as though the thing was right on my heels. I didn't dare look back, but I knew whatever it wasn't human. The woods seemed to close in tighter, the trees bending and creaking with every step I took. My heart pounded in my chest as I ran until my legs couldn't carry me anymore. Exhausted, I collapsed against a tree, trying to control my breathing. The footsteps stopped. The forest fell deathly quiet again. I could feel something watching me, something I couldn't see, yet I knew it was there, standing just beyond my sight. My flashlight flickered, casting shadows that danced along the trees. The world around me seemed to blur, and then, in the dim light, I saw it. A figure, standing in the distance, motionless. I couldn't make out its features, but I knew it wasn't human. Its presence radiated something cold, something inhuman. Tears streamed down my face as I turned and ran. The woods stretched endlessly, the path disappearing beneath my feet. I could hear it again, the sound of footsteps, lighter now but unmistakably close. And then, through the haze, I saw something that made my blood run cold. At the edge of my flashlight's beam, I glimpsed something hanging from a tree, faint and twisted in the darkness. A figure, a face. It wasn't human, not anymore, just a hollow, warped shape that hung from the tree, swaying gently in the wind. I screamed and ran faster, but I knew it was always right behind me. I didn't stop, couldn't stop, until I burst out of the forest and stumbled into the light of day, gasping for air. I made it out, but even now, I can still feel it, watching, waiting, in the dark, just beyond the edge of sight. The old barn was far from where I had ever expected to encounter anything remotely eerie. I grew up on a farm, and barns were part of life, places for animals, equipment, and nothing more. But that summer evening changed everything. It was supposed to be a simple task: check on the horses and ensure everything was secure before nightfall. My family had always kept the barn in good shape, but this one had been abandoned for years, unused since my grandfather had passed. Most of the time, we avoided going near it. Something about the way it loomed in the distance always made my skin crawl. I remember walking across the overgrown fields, the tall grass brushing against my legs as the sun dipped low, casting long shadows across the landscape. The barn sat a few hundred feet away, its wooden frame creaking slightly in the breeze. I had to see if the horses were okay, even though I didn't like the way the air felt around it. The moment I stepped inside, the silence was overwhelming. Dust floated in the slanting light that seeped through a broken roof panel. It was strange. Everything was as I remembered. But there was something else, a smell. Musty and old, but beneath that, something faintly metallic. I couldn't place it. As I moved deeper into the barn, the air grew colder, biting at my skin. The sound of my footsteps echoed unnaturally. The faint noise of hooves clattering against the wooden floor, like they were dancing, tapping in a pattern I couldn't quite make sense of. It didn't belong to the horses. I stopped. My breath misted in the stillness as I strained to listen. The clattering continued, but now it seemed further away, like something was moving deeper into the barn. I wasn't sure if it was my imagination, but the shadows appeared to shift, bending in ways they shouldn't have. They seemed alive, writhing like dark tendrils, stretching longer than they should in the dim light. Something was watching. I called out to the horses, but the silence swallowed my voice. There was no response, only the distant clattering sound that was now getting closer. I could feel the cold radiating off the wooden beams, seeping into my bones. That's when I saw it. At the far end of the barn, barely illuminated by the fading light, a figure stood motionless. It wasn't human, at least not entirely. Its shape was twisted, distorted, and though its face was obscured, I could feel the weight of its gaze. The shadows surrounding it seemed to pulse, shifting like a living thing, as if the figure controlled them. I couldn't move. My body refused to obey as I stared at it. The clattering had stopped, replaced by an unsettling silence that felt as though it was waiting for something. A chill ran through me, colder than the night air. Then the figure began to move toward me, slowly, deliberately. The floor groaned under its steps, as if the very wood resisted its presence. Its form twisted again, contorting unnaturally. The shadows seemed to cling to it, as though they were a part of it, not separate. I wanted to scream, to run, but my legs felt frozen. The figure stopped just a few feet away, the silence stretching between us. I could feel its cold breath on my skin, but there was no sound. Suddenly, it raised a hand, not to harm, but in a slow, deliberate motion, as if asking for something I couldn't give. The shadows extended toward me, and for a moment I thought they might consume me. But then, as quickly as it appeared, the figure turned and vanished into the deeper shadows of the barn. I stood there, trembling, until the cold became unbearable. My legs finally moved, carrying me out of the barn, back into the open field. I didn't look back. The barn stood silent, as though nothing had ever disturbed its stillness. But something had. I had always loved the quiet of late-night drives, the stillness of the road, the moonlight illuminating the empty stretch ahead. It was the perfect time to think, to be alone with your thoughts. So, one evening, after a long day of work, I decided to take a drive through the countryside. The roads were winding and dark, but the drive itself was soothing. I didn't have a destination in mind, just wanted to escape the noise of the city and clear my head. The air felt crisp, and I rolled down the windows, letting the cool breeze rush in. As I drove further into the night, the world around me seemed to shrink. The only sounds were the hum of my tires on the asphalt and the occasional rustling of trees that loomed on either side of the road. I didn't pass another car for miles. It was peaceful in a way that was almost surreal. About an hour into the drive, I noticed something strange, a figure standing by the side of the road. At first, I assumed it was a hitchhiker, but something about the way they stood, unmoving, just watching the road, felt off. They didn't seem to be waiting for a car. They were just there, staring. I slowed down, unsure of what to make of it. As I got closer, I realized the figure wasn't human. It was tall, unnaturally so, with long limbs that bent in ways they shouldn't. Its face was obscured, hidden beneath a dark hood, but I could feel its eyes on me, cold and unblinking. My heart pounded as I drove past, trying to keep my eyes on the road. I didn't dare look back. But I just knew. It was watching me. The rest of the drive was consumed by a growing sense of dread. The peaceful night had become something else entirely. Every creak of the car, every shadow cast by the moon, felt like they were part of something larger. I told myself it was just my imagination, that I was overtired and spooked. Still, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being followed. I reached a small town as dawn began to break. The figure was gone, but I couldn't forget the sense of being watched. My hands trembled as I fumbled with the car keys, trying to calm my racing thoughts. That's when I noticed something strange. My rearview mirror was cracked, as if something had grabbed it. I haven't driven that road since. It started as an ordinary day at home. I lived alone in a small apartment in the city. Nothing special ever happened, and I liked it that way. But one evening, everything changed. The air was crisp, and I decided to open my window to let in some fresh air. The sounds of the city drifted up, cars honking, distant voices, the hum of traffic. But that evening, it felt different. The usual background noise was quieter, as if the city had fallen into some strange kind of hush. I didn't think much of it at first. Maybe everyone else was just quieter tonight. I made myself a cup of tea and sat on the couch, flipping through a book. But my focus was slipping. I felt like something was watching me. I couldn't shake the sensation, so I glanced toward the window. The street below was eerily quiet. No cars passed, no people walked by. It was like the world had suddenly gone still. I decided to step onto my balcony, which overlooked the narrow alley between my building and the next. The air felt colder, more oppressive. I leaned against the railing, trying to shake off the feeling of unease, but it only grew stronger. I swear, the alley had never looked this dark before. The street lamps that usually lit the way barely cast any glow tonight. Everything was in shadows. That's when I noticed it. Movement. At first, I thought it was a stray cat, but the figure that emerged from the darkness didn't move like any animal I'd ever seen. It was tall, unnaturally thin, with limbs that seemed to stretch unnaturally in ways that defied logic. It glided more than walked, its movements fluid but disjointed. I couldn't see its face, but there was something about the way it moved, so wrong, so unnatural, that sent a chill down my spine. I wanted to look away, but I couldn't. The figure seemed to float closer to my building, heading toward the alley where I stood. I slammed the door shut and locked it, my hands trembling. I was too scared to look back outside. I didn't sleep that night. I stayed awake, sitting by the door, afraid to even breathe too loudly. The next day, I didn't see anything unusual, but the fear lingered. I went about my routine, trying to convince myself I'd imagined it. That night, though, I couldn't shake the feeling. I kept the lights on in every room, my eyes darting between the windows and the dark spaces beyond. Around midnight, I heard a soft knocking at the door. My heart stopped. I froze, my breath hitching. The knocking continued, slow and deliberate, as if whoever was on the other side was counting each tap. I grabbed my phone and backed away, heart racing. "Who's there?" I whispered, my voice shaking. There was no response, just that relentless knocking. I stood there, unable to move, listening to the sound echo through my apartment. Then came a louder knock, followed by the faintest whisper, barely audible, "Let me in." I bolted the door and hid under my bed. I didn't come out until morning, my mind in a fog of fear and disbelief. To this day, I never found an explanation for what I saw or heard. But I know one thing. Whatever was out there, it wasn't something human. I never really believed in curses or legends, at least not until that night. It was just an ordinary trip, something I had done 100 times before, driving late along the old highway that cuts through the dense forest. No one lives out there, just the trees and the empty stretch of road, fading into nothingness. That night, I was returning home from a late-night visit to a small town a few hours away. The drive itself was always uneventful, the kind of road that stretches endlessly with only the soft hum of the tires and the headlights cutting through the darkness. Around midnight, I noticed something strange. In the distance, there was a flicker of light in the forest. It wasn't coming from any vehicle. There were no other cars on the road for miles. The light flickered again, and this time I saw it, a figure standing just at the edge of the trees. I slowed down, trying to make sense of what I was seeing. It wasn't a person exactly, but something shaped like one. Tall and thin, with limbs that stretched unnaturally, bending as it moved. Its face was barely visible, but I could make out hollow, dark eyes that seemed to pierce through the darkness directly at me. Panic surged through my chest, but I couldn't tear my eyes away. The figure didn't move like a human, more like something inhuman, unnatural. It stayed there, watching me, unmoving, as if waiting. I gripped the steering wheel tighter and sped up, my heart hammering in my chest. The trees whipped past me, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something was keeping pace with me, just beyond my vision, its presence looming closer with every passing second. When I glanced back in my rearview mirror, there was nothing. Just the endless stretch of road and the trees rushing past. But I couldn't shake the feeling that it was still out there, watching. Eventually, the forest thinned and the road straightened. I glanced at the clock, nearly 3 a.m. My hands were shaking as I gripped the wheel tighter. The figure had vanished, but something in the air still felt heavy. I drove the rest of the way home in silence, my mind consumed by the image of those dark, hollow eyes. When I finally reached my driveway and stepped out of my car, the woods beyond seemed quieter than ever, as if they had been holding their breath the entire night. I still don't know what I saw, and I try not to think about it. But sometimes, when the night is too quiet and the trees outside my window seem to stretch too far, I wonder if that figure is still out there, waiting. I never thought a simple trip to the library could go so wrong, but that's exactly what happened. It was a quiet Thursday evening, and I'd gone to return a book I had borrowed earlier in the week. The library was one of those old, sprawling buildings with creaky wooden floors and shelves that stretched from the floor to the ceiling. The place had always felt peaceful during the day, but at night, it transformed into something entirely different. I arrived around 8 p.m., just as the sun was starting to set. The place was empty except for the dim lights glowing faintly from the ceiling. I preferred it like that. No distractions, just the quiet rustling of pages and the creak of old furniture. I found a book I had meant to return and walked toward the front desk. As I approached, I noticed something strange. The door behind the counter, usually locked, was slightly ajar. I paused, unsure. No one had ever left that door open before. It wasn't a staff door either, more of a storage room or maintenance access. I took a step closer and pushed it open just enough to glance inside. It was empty, or so I thought. But there was a smell, something old and musty, like forgotten history. I chalked it up to the building's age and moved on, returning the book. As I walked through the aisles, I noticed how eerily quiet everything was. The sound of my footsteps echoed off the shelves, amplifying the silence. I half expected to hear the distant shuffle of someone else's steps, but there was nothing but my own. It wasn't until I came to the farthest corner of the library that things took a turn. The lights flickered, casting long shadows across the bookshelves. My skin crawled, but I told myself it was just the building settling. I'd always liked old libraries, but now something felt off. I continued down the row, heading toward the fiction section, when I saw it. A figure, just a shadow, barely distinguishable from the dim light. It stood still, as if waiting for me. I froze, heart pounding, but something told me to look away. So, I did. It wasn't until I had taken a few more steps that I heard it. Soft, deliberate footsteps echoing behind me. I spun around, expecting to see someone, but there was no one there. The aisle behind me was empty. I stood there, frozen, my eyes darting between the rows of books. The silence stretched on, heavy and oppressive. Then I heard it again, this time, closer. I could feel someone behind me, even though I couldn't see them. My chest tightened and my breath quickened. I wanted to run, but my legs wouldn't move. I was rooted to the spot, unable to look away from the space behind me. Then, a voice, low and hollow, like it was coming from somewhere beyond the shelves. "Who's there?" My stomach dropped. I didn't dare answer. The voice wasn't angry, but it wasn't human either. It was patient, waiting. I felt like something was drawing closer, closer, closer. A sudden crash from deeper inside the library made me jump. I didn't think, just ran. I sprinted toward the entrance, my mind screaming for me to get out. I didn't dare look back. The air seemed thicker as I pushed the front door open, fleeing into the cool night. I didn't stop running until I was home, and even then I couldn't shake the feeling that something had followed me out of that library. To this day, I haven't gone back. It was supposed to be just a quiet day in the park, like any other. My friends and I decided to visit a local nature reserve, one we had gone to several times before. The plan was simple: take a leisurely stroll through the trails, enjoy the quiet, and maybe spot some wildlife. The reserve was vast, sprawling with dense forests, winding paths, and open meadows. The air was fresh, and apart from the chirping of birds, there wasn't a sound. We had been walking for hours, soaking in the peace, taking turns spotting birds and tracking animal prints. Everything felt normal. Too normal. It was around mid-afternoon when something changed. We took a break by clearing near a small, overgrown pond. My friend Emma bent down to dip her hand into the water, running her fingers through the surface. As she did, there was a faint ripple, and she froze. "Did you see that?" she whispered, her voice barely audible. We all gathered around, following her gaze. The pond looked calm, but there was something strange about it, like the reflection wasn't quite right. The surface of the water didn't ripple naturally. It shifted in unnatural ways, as if there was something beneath the surface, watching us. I had seen enough horror movies to know that something wasn't right. but I tried to push those thoughts away. "Maybe it's just the wind," I suggested, though my voice trembled. Emma shook her head. "No, that wasn't wind. It was like something moved under the water." We exchanged glances, unsure what to make of it. The park had always been peaceful. There was no history of accidents, no reports of strange occurrences. Still, that feeling of unease lingered. We decided to leave the clearing and continue down the trail, hoping to shake off the strange feeling. But as we walked further, something felt off. The trees seemed to close in around us, their shadows darker than they should have been. The birdsong had stopped entirely, and there was an eerie silence hanging over the forest. We reached a fork in the path, unsure which way to go. The map we had brought was missing, and no one remembered where we had left it. We stood there for what felt like hours, the tension growing with each passing second. It was Emma who noticed it first. Footprints. They were small, barely noticeable in the dirt, but they looked fresh. They didn't belong to any of us. "Someone's been here," she said, her voice trembling. I crouched down, inspecting the prints. They weren't human. They were long, claw-like marks, digging deep into the earth. My stomach twisted as I traced the prints, feeling their unnatural depth. "I don't like this," I muttered. "We should turn back." But none of us could bring ourselves to move. We were frozen in place, staring at the trail that seemed to go on forever. That's when we heard it. A low, almost imperceptible sound, like something breathing, just beyond the trees. It was soft at first, almost indistinct, but it grew louder, more insistent. My ears strained, trying to make sense of the sound, but it wasn't like any animal I had ever heard. It was closer now, too close. "Run," Emma whispered. We didn't need to be told twice. We bolted down the trail, sprinting through the thick forest, our hearts pounding in our chests. The trees blurred as we moved, but no matter how fast we ran, the sound seemed to be right behind us, never fading. We came to a clearing, and that's when we saw it. It wasn't an animal or a person. It was something else entirely. A figure, tall and gaunt, standing in the middle of the path. Its skin was stretched tight over bone, its eyes hollow and empty. It didn't move, but I could feel its gaze on us, unrelenting. "We have to go," I yelled, pulling my friends along. We didn't stop running until we broke through the trees and reached the edge of the park, gasping for breath. When we looked back, there was nothing there. No footprints, no figure, only the trees swaying in the wind. To this day, we have no explanation for what we saw. The reserve was quiet once more, but something had changed. Whatever we encountered in those woods was still out there, lurking in the shadows. We've never returned to that place. It was a lazy Sunday afternoon when I decided to explore the old, deserted factory on the outskirts of town. I'd always been fascinated by abandoned places, the rusted machinery, the echoing silence. There was something eerie about them, like the memories of what once thrived inside lingered, waiting to be disturbed. The factory was massive, with crumbling walls and broken windows letting in streaks of sunlight. Most of the machinery was old and covered in dust, but it was still intact enough to give me a glimpse of what it must have been like in its prime. I wandered through the halls, the sound of my footsteps echoing off the empty concrete. At first, everything seemed normal, almost serene, but there was a subtle, underlying feeling of tension. It felt like I wasn't alone, though I couldn't hear or see anyone. My heart picked up a little, but I brushed it off. Abandoned buildings always gave off that vibe. As I made my way deeper inside, I found a room filled with old filing cabinets and paperwork, scattered haphazardly. Some of the papers were faded and barely legible, but I noticed a few that seemed out of place. They were newer, clean, bright white, as if they'd been recently added. Curious, I thumbed through the stack, finding scribbled notes and numbers, mostly unintelligible. One note caught my eye. It read, "They're still here." I froze. My skin crawled. The factory was silent except for the faint creaking of old machinery shifting. The words felt out of place, disturbing. Who could have written this? And how could they be still here when there was no sign of life? I was about to leave when I heard it. A faint whispering, barely audible but unmistakable. I stood still, straining to listen. The whispering grew louder, like 1,000 voices murmuring all at once. It was coming from deeper inside the factory, where the shadows were darkest. The whispers seemed to call my name, though I couldn't make out the exact words. My breath caught as I felt something brush past my leg. I jumped back, heart pounding, but there was nothing. Just the cold air and the oppressive silence. I wanted to run, but something inside held me in place. My curiosity had always been my downfall. I forced myself to keep moving, stepping further into the factory. The whispers turned into faint guttural murmurs, almost like someone speaking in a language I couldn't understand. That's when I saw it, a figure standing at the end of a long corridor. It wasn't moving, just standing there, silent. I couldn't make out its face, just a vague, shadowy shape. My stomach churned. The whispers turned into a low, rhythmic chanting. I didn't know how long I stood there, frozen, staring at the figure. It felt like time had stopped, the only sounds being the chanting and my own frantic heartbeat. Then, suddenly, it moved, slowly, deliberately. I couldn't tell if it was coming toward me or standing still, but as it took a step, I noticed the shadows in the room growing darker, shifting unnaturally like they were alive. I turned to run, but my legs wouldn't respond. The chanting grew louder, overwhelming, and then silence. Complete, deafening silence. The whispers had stopped, but something was wrong. So wrong. I was hyper-aware of my surroundings now, every creak and groan of the factory amplifying in my ears. The figure was gone. The hallway was empty. I stumbled back toward the entrance, my breath coming in shallow gasps. As I reached the door, I turned around one last time. The factory was still as death, the machinery still and lifeless. But through one of the broken windows, I swear I saw something. A shadow, far off in the distance, just standing there, watching. I don't know what I saw, or who, or what was there with me. I left the factory that day, and I've never gone back. I'm not sure if whatever was there ever really left. I was 13 when it happened, during a summer trip to my grandparents' old farmhouse. It wasn't just any trip, it was supposed to be a simple visit, full of farmland sunsets and lazy afternoons. But from the moment we arrived, something felt wrong. The farmhouse itself was isolated, sitting at the edge of an overgrown field, far from any neighboring houses. My parents assured me it was just an old family home, quiet and peaceful. But from the moment I walked in, a strange sense of unease took hold. That first night, I couldn't sleep. The old wooden floorboards groaned under the weight of each step, and the creaking of the house seemed louder in the silence than it should have been. I lay awake, staring at the ceiling, when I heard a faint rhythmic tapping. It wasn't coming from inside the house, it was from outside. At first, I dismissed it as some small animal, maybe a bird or a raccoon, but the tapping grew louder and more deliberate as the hours passed. In the morning, I asked my grandmother about the noise. She shrugged, a little smile playing on her lips. Just the old trees. The wind does strange things out here. But the look in her eyes said she didn't believe it either. The days passed, but the tapping never stopped. It wasn't just random anymore. It was constant. I began to hear it even when I was awake, echoing through the empty halls of the farmhouse. The feeling of being watched grew stronger, and no matter where I went, I felt like I was being followed by unseen eyes. One afternoon, I decided to explore the surrounding fields. They stretched out for miles, untouched by modern life, just the way they had been for decades. The air was thick with the scent of hay and soil. The trees creaked gently as the wind picked up, adding to the eerie atmosphere. I wandered far from the farmhouse until I could no longer see the building. That's when I saw it. A figure. Not far from where I stood, barely visible beneath the branches of a gnarled oak tree. It wasn't moving, just standing there, staring in my direction. My breath caught in my throat. The figure was tall, too tall, its form distorted as if it didn't belong in the world. I couldn't make out its face, only dark, hollow eyes that seemed to sink into its head, lifeless and empty. I wanted to run, but my legs wouldn't move. The figure remained still, unmoving, as though waiting for me. Slowly, I raised my hand, and with a trembling finger, I pointed. The figure didn't react. It didn't flinch or move. It just stood there, silent and endless. The tapping continued. Only now it wasn't coming from the trees anymore. It seemed to come from within me, a dull rhythm that echoed in my ears. I felt like I was being pulled toward the figure, drawn in by something I couldn't understand. I don't know how much time passed before I finally turned and ran. My legs moved faster than they ever had, back toward the farmhouse. The figure never followed. It simply watched, unmoving, as I fled. That night, as I lay in bed, I could still hear the tapping. It was quieter now, but still there, persistent and unrelenting. I realized that whatever I had seen wasn't something I could run from. It had become a part of me. We left the farmhouse the next day, but the tapping never stopped. I can still hear it sometimes, especially in the quiet moments when I'm alone. It's there, just beyond the edge of my vision, waiting. It was a quiet evening when my friends and I decided to take a drive out into the hills. We weren't exactly sure where we were going, but that was part of the appeal. Just aimlessly exploring, watching the sunset over the valley, letting the world slip away. The winding road stretched ahead, surrounded by thick woods on either side. We were laughing, joking about nothing in particular, when we came across a narrow dirt path that cut off from the main road. It wasn't marked, barely noticeable, but curiosity got the best of us. "Let's see where it goes," one of my friends said, turning onto the path. The trees grew thicker as we followed the trail, the sun dipping lower on the horizon. The deeper we drove, the quieter it became, the only sound the crunching of gravel beneath the tires. The woods seemed to close in around us, shadows creeping longer as the light faded. After what felt like miles, we came across an old, decrepit cabin. Its roof sagged, windows shattered, and the door hung ajar like something had long since abandoned it. The sight of it sent a chill down my spine. We stopped the car and got out, drawn by some strange compulsion. The air was still, heavy with the scent of decay. The cabin stood there, a relic from a forgotten past, like it had been waiting for us to find it. The three of us hesitated, but something about the silence and the sense of isolation pulled us closer. Inside, it was colder than outside. Dust covered everything, and the faint smell of mildew hung in the air. Old furniture lay overturned, forgotten and broken. It was as though no one had been here in decades. My friends and I moved cautiously, shining our flashlights into the corners of the cabin, peering through the debris. Then we heard it. Footsteps. Slow, deliberate, like someone dragging their feet across the floorboards. It wasn't coming from outside, it was inside the cabin. We froze, our breath catching in our throats. The cabin was small, too small for someone to be hiding. We had checked the whole place, every room, yet those footsteps kept moving, circling us, echoing louder as they drew closer. Panic set in. My friends were shouting, trying to make sense of it, but I was rooted to the spot. The light from my flashlight flickered, casting shadows that seemed to twist and bend unnaturally. Then I saw it. A figure standing in the doorway. It was tall, impossibly thin, and its face was obscured by darkness. No eyes, no features, just a void where the face should have been. It moved closer, the footsteps still echoing, but now they were slower, more deliberate. I wanted to scream, to run, but my legs wouldn't move. The thing didn't seem to notice us, as if we were invisible. It reached out, its long, bony fingers brushing against the door frame, and then it simply disappeared. We didn't stay. We couldn't. My friends and I ran back to the car, not looking back, the silence of the woods pressing down on us as we tore down the path. The strange figure, whatever it was, had vanished. But the fear it left behind lingered, hanging in the air like a bad dream. Even now, I can't forget the stillness of the woods, the hollow echo of those footsteps, and the figure that no one could explain. Some things don't need answers to be terrifying. I never thought a simple evening trip to the beach could turn into something so terrifying. It wasn't supposed to be anything more than a quick getaway with a few friends. Just a drive down to the coast, a few hours of quiet by the water, and the calm of the waves lapping against the shore. We arrived around sunset, the sky a canvas of deep oranges and purples. The beach was nearly empty, save for a few other couples and a group of friends setting up a fire further down. The air was crisp but not cold, the sound of the waves a soothing backdrop. My friends and I found a spot near the water, spread out our blanket, and cracked open a few beers. It was perfect, peaceful, relaxing. We talked about nothing important, watching the horizon as the sun dipped lower into the sea. It was when the sky went dark that things started to feel off. The first clue came when I noticed the distant glow of a single flashlight, bobbing up and down as if someone were walking toward us along the shore. I didn't think much of it at first, maybe someone out for a late-night stroll. But then I noticed the way the light kept moving erratically, as if they couldn't decide where they were going. "Hey, does anyone else see that?" I asked, pointing toward the light. My friends followed my gaze, squinting into the darkness. "Probably just someone lost," one of them shrugged, but I couldn't shake the feeling of unease. The closer the light got, the more it seemed to flicker, as though whoever was carrying it couldn't see what they were doing. It bobbed and darted erratically, weaving along the water's edge like something lost at sea. Then, suddenly, the light disappeared. I was about to dismiss it when a low, guttural moan carried over the sound of the waves. My friends froze, glancing around. "What was that?" someone whispered. We all strained our ears, searching the darkness. The moan came again, this time louder, more distinct. It didn't sound human, more like a creature, something primal and unsettling. The moans echoed between the cliffs, bouncing across the empty beach. "Let's get out of here," someone said, their voice trembling. We grabbed our stuff and started walking back toward the car, the unease growing with every step. I kept looking over my shoulder, expecting to see something in the darkness, but there was nothing. Just the endless stretch of black beach stretching before us. It wasn't until we reached the car that the second clue hit me. My phone buzzed. No service. Not a single bar. The town was only about 20 minutes away, and usually we'd have signal. But now, nothing. My friends and I exchanged uneasy glances as we climbed into the car. The air inside felt heavy, oppressive. I couldn't shake the feeling that we were being watched. As I drove, I kept glancing into the rearview mirror. The beach was behind us, just darkness now, but I still felt like something was there, something following us. That's when I saw it, barely visible in the dim glow of the headlights. A figure, tall, thin, and hunched over, walking in the opposite direction from us, toward the shore. I slammed on the brakes, my heart hammering in my chest. "Who the hell is that?" one of my friends whispered, staring in shock at the figure. I couldn't answer. The figure didn't look human. Its head was tilted at an unnatural angle, as though it were studying us from afar. And that flashlight, it wasn't being held properly. It bobbed erratically as if whoever was holding it couldn't see straight. The figure moved closer to the water's edge, fading in and out of the darkness, then stopped. It stood there, motionless, staring in our direction. My friends and I didn't wait to find out what it was. I hit the gas, tires squealing as we raced back toward town. The whole way, I kept glancing back, expecting to see the figure chasing us, but it was gone. When we got to the edge of town, I pulled over, gasping for air. The tension was still there, but nothing followed us. Still, I couldn't shake the feeling that something had watched us, waited, and we had been too blind to notice. We've never spoken of that night again. It was a quiet summer evening when my friends and I decided to take a drive. We didn't have any particular destination in mind, just wanted to escape the noise of the city and soak in the stillness of the countryside. We left town with no real plan, winding down narrow back roads, passing the occasional farmhouse and letting the radio fill the silence. We ended up on an old, forgotten road, the kind with broken pavement and weeds pushing through cracks. It stretched on for miles, empty except for the occasional crows circling above. The sun was beginning to dip below the horizon, casting the land in a dull orange glow. We pulled over at a random spot where the trees opened up, leaving a stretch of land that felt completely isolated. The silence was heavier now, the kind that creeps into your chest, making it harder to breathe. We got out of the car, stretched, and walked a few feet to sit on the hood, staring out at the horizon. It felt perfect, peaceful, distant, far from the chaos of everything. But as the minutes stretched on, a strange sense of tension began to creep in. My friend Jess was the first to break the silence. "Do you hear that?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper. We all fell quiet, straining to listen. At first, there was nothing, just the soft rustle of wind through the grass, but then, faintly, we heard it, a distant, echoing sound. A voice, perhaps, or something that barely resembled one. It was hard to tell. The sound came and went, almost like breathing, but slower, heavier. We exchanged uneasy glances, trying to brush it off. Maybe it was just the wind, or some far-off noise we couldn't identify. But it didn't sit right. There was something too deliberate about it, like it was aware of us. After a few minutes, the noise stopped. We relaxed a bit, laughed nervously, and chalked it up to our imagination. But as soon as we settled back into our thoughts, we heard it again. This time, it was closer, more distinct. A whisper, drawn out, almost as if someone, or something, was speaking, but we couldn't make out the words. "What the hell is that?" Jake asked, his voice trembling. We all leaned in, listening harder now. The sound was coming from the trees, just beyond the clearing, just beyond where we could see. The air grew colder, heavier, pressing down on us. "Let's get back to the car," I said, standing up. My voice was shaky. The fear I felt wasn't like any I'd ever experienced. It was primal, instinctual. But as we turned to walk back, we heard it again, closer this time, and clearer. It wasn't just a whisper, it was laughter. A low, hollow laughter, chilling in its emptiness. It didn't sound like any human laugh. It wasn't playful. It was wrong. We didn't speak. We didn't dare. Our feet moved faster, scrambling back toward the car, the laughter following us, echoing through the trees. When we reached the vehicle, we slammed the doors shut and locked them. I could barely see through the windshield, my hands trembling as I gripped the steering wheel. The laughter didn't stop. It was all around us now, growing louder, closer. "I think we need to go," I said, my voice barely above a whisper. Just as I was about to start the engine, Jess screamed. I turned to see what she was pointing at, and there, standing in the fading light, was a figure. Tall, gaunt, its eyes empty and hollow, watching us from the edge of the woods. We didn't hesitate. The car roared to life, tires kicking up dust as we sped down the empty road. The figure remained behind, standing motionless as we drove away. But I could still hear the laughter, trailing off into the distance. Even now, I wonder what was out there that night. I've tried to convince myself it was just some animal, something we couldn't understand. But the look in its eyes, empty and hollow, tells me otherwise. Whatever was there, whatever followed us, is still out there. It was a quiet afternoon when my friends and I decided to visit a secluded beach. The sun was high in the sky, and the sound of waves crashing against the shore was the only thing breaking the silence. We had heard about this beach from someone who had described it as peaceful, remote, and the perfect place to escape from the noise of the world. We loaded up the car and drove for hours, leaving the familiar city behind. The drive was long, but the scenery changed from bustling streets to endless fields and towering cliffs as we got further from civilization. By the time we parked, we were surrounded by nothing but sand, sea, and the distant cries of seagulls. The beach was stunning. The sand stretched out in front of us, seemingly untouched by human footsteps. The waves crashed gently, and the smell of salt water filled the air. We set up camp, unpacked our things, and made a small fire to cook some food. The sun dipped lower, casting long shadows over the beach, and we relaxed, enjoying the quiet. But something felt off. It wasn't the usual peace you'd expect from a place like this. It was more than just solitude. There was a strange stillness, almost like the world had stopped breathing. I shrugged it off, telling myself it was just the quiet of being far from everything. As the sun set, casting brilliant orange and pink hues across the horizon, we heard something strange, a faint, muffled sound, almost like faint whispers carried by the breeze. We exchanged glances, but none of us said anything at first. Maybe it was just the wind, we told ourselves, but the whispers didn't go away. The darkness fell quickly after the sun disappeared, and that's when things got weirder. We were sitting by the fire, talking quietly, when a figure emerged from the shadows. It wasn't human, or at least not entirely. It looked like a man, but there was something wrong. Its movements were jerky, unnatural, as though its bones were bending the wrong way. We all froze, unable to look away as the figure walked toward us, its head tilted at an unnatural angle. The whispers became clearer now, but they weren't words. They were like a low, guttural sound, almost a chant. The figure didn't speak, didn't make a sound that we could understand. It just kept coming, step by step, dragging one foot behind the other. Panic set in, but none of us could move. We watched, unable to look away as the figure came closer. The sound of the waves grew louder, but the figure didn't stop. It was getting closer to the edge of the firelight, and I could see its face, if you could even call it that. Its skin was stretched too tight, as if it had been stretched thin like old paper, with hollow sunken eyes. Then, just as suddenly as it appeared, the figure stopped. It stood there, staring at us with those lifeless black eyes. The whispers grew louder, almost a wail now, and the wind howled. And then, just as quickly as it had come, it turned and walked back into the darkness, vanishing into the shadows without a trace. We were too afraid to speak, too terrified to move. The fire crackled, and we sat there, shivering in the cold night, listening to the sound of the waves. The whispers had stopped. The figure was gone. We never saw anything else that night, but to this day, I still hear those whispers in my dreams. There was something about that beach, something ancient, something that should have stayed hidden beneath the waves. It started as a simple evening hike. My friend and I had planned it months ago, just to escape the noise of the city and breathe some fresh air. We chose a trail deep in the woods, one that wasn't too far from civilization, but far enough that we'd feel the stillness of nature. The sun was setting as we parked our car. The trees stood tall and dense, casting long shadows over the narrow dirt path. We were excited, walking side by side, listening to the crunch of leaves beneath our boots and the occasional call of birds. After a few hours, we reached a small clearing. It was quiet, except for the distant sound of a stream we could faintly hear. We stopped to catch our breath, sitting on a fallen log, watching the last of the sunlight fade behind the trees. That's when I noticed something strange. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw movement. A figure, barely distinguishable from the shadows standing at the edge of the clearing. At first, I thought it might be a tree or a trick of the light, but it wasn't. It was too tall, too human. I nudged my friend, pointing silently. The figure didn't move, didn't react. It was like it was waiting, as if it had been there the entire time, just watching. "Hey," I whispered. "Do you see that?" My friend squinted in the direction I was pointing. "What is that?" His voice was barely a whisper. We both stared at the figure, feeling a chill run down our spines. It remained still, motionless. It wasn't walking toward us, but it wasn't leaving either. Without thinking, we grabbed our things and started to back away. The figure stayed put, unmoving, watching us as we moved further down the trail. The closer we got to the main path, the louder the sounds of nature returned. Birds, rustling leaves, the stream nearby. But that figure, it was like it didn't belong. After what felt like hours of walking, we finally reached our car. My friend looked back, his face pale. "Did you feel like we were being followed?" he asked. I nodded, gripping my keys tightly. Something wasn't right about that. We never spoke of it again, but to this day, I wonder who, or what, that figure was, and if it's still out there, waiting. I never expected a simple road trip with friends to turn into something so terrifying. It was meant to be a weekend getaway, a drive to an old abandoned lighthouse by the coast, miles from civilization. We thought it'd be fun, something adventurous, but that trip is burned into my memory forever. We left in the early afternoon, 4 of us packed into a beat-up car, the windows rolled down as we blasted music and laughed. The drive was long and uneventful, winding through the countryside with only the occasional stretch of trees and empty fields. By the time we arrived at the old lighthouse, the sun was already setting, casting everything in a soft, eerie glow. The lighthouse stood tall and weathered, its windows dark and shattered. It had been abandoned for decades, locals avoiding it after countless stories of strange sightings and disappearances. But we were young and naive, more interested in the thrill of exploring something unknown. We made our way up the worn, steep staircase that led to the top of the lighthouse. The wind howled through the cracked windows, and the sounds of the ocean crashing against the cliffs below echoed around us. The view from the top was breathtaking, until I noticed something in the distance. At first, I wasn't sure what I was seeing. A figure, distant, barely visible against the darkening sky. It stood there, unmoving, watching us. My stomach sank. I nudged my friend, whispering. But before I could say anything, the figure turned and vanished behind the cliffs. We tried to brush it off, convincing ourselves it was just our imagination, or maybe someone else exploring the area. But the feeling of being watched stayed with me. The wind picked up again, louder now, like something was urging us to leave. We returned to the car and headed back, the drive back feeling longer and more oppressive than the one there. The fields and trees seemed to loom, shadows stretching unnaturally across the road. It wasn't until we were a few miles down the winding path that things started to get strange. The radio crackled to life, static filling the air. We all froze. There was no signal out here, no reason for it to be on. I reached out to turn it off, but the sound didn't stop. The static continued, shifting into something more than noise, a voice. At first, I couldn't make out what it was saying. It was muffled, distorted, like something trapped in the wires. But then I heard it clearer. Turn back. The voice was cold, hollow, and deep. My friends were frozen, staring at me. I tried to speak, but the words caught in my throat. It repeated again, louder this time. Turn back. You shouldn't be here. The car began to shake, as if the very road was trembling beneath us. I wanted to scream, to pull over, but the car wasn't responding. It just kept moving, as if something was forcing us forward. We reached a stretch of road where the trees thickened, blocking out the sky. The shadows became heavier, darker. I could barely make out the road anymore. Then I saw it. Those figures again standing by the side of the road just out of sight. They didn't move, didn't make a sound. They were watching us. The voice returned, louder, more frantic now. Turn back. I slammed on the brakes, but it was no use. The car continued, the trees closing in around us. I could hear the whispers now, indistinct but growing louder. I felt a cold, oppressive pressure bearing down on me. "Let us go," I whispered, my voice shaking. But no one answered. The figures grew closer, their shadows blending into the dark. Then, just as suddenly as it had started, the car stopped. The engine sputtered and died, leaving us in silence. The static on the radio faded, and the world felt still, as if everything had paused, waiting. We didn't move. We couldn't. I stared out into the blackness, my friends motionless beside me. The figures were gone, but the whisper of the voice echoed in my head. "Turn back." I don't remember exactly when I noticed something strange. It wasn't a specific moment, more like a slow, creeping feeling that followed me for days. I was spending a week at my family's lake house, a place we've always gone to relax. Nothing special, just a quiet cabin on the edge of a still lake surrounded by forest. The first few days were peaceful, just me and my parents. We spent our time fishing, hiking, and reading. The lake was calm and the forest stretched endlessly around us. I figured it was just one of those perfect summer trips where nothing goes wrong. But then the dreams started. I'd wake up in the middle of the night, soaked in sweat, my heart pounding. The dreams weren't anything like the usual ones. No monsters, no shadows lurking in the dark. It was more like silence. A deep, oppressive silence that felt too heavy to breathe in. The forest, the lake. It was all too quiet. I could hear my own breathing and nothing else. No crickets, no rustling leaves, no waves lapping at the shore. Just a complete void of sound. The third night, it happened again. I tried to shake it off, telling myself it was just the quiet surroundings messing with my head. I got out of bed and stepped onto the small porch, hoping a breath of fresh air would clear my mind. But as soon as I stepped outside, I felt it. Something wasn't right. The lake, usually serene and reflective, had become unsettlingly still. I sat down on the porch, staring at the water, listening to the echo of my thoughts. Then I noticed something. The surface of the lake wasn't calm anymore. It had started to ripple. Not from any wind, but from something beneath it. At first, I thought maybe it was just a fish or some animal moving through the water, but the ripples weren't natural. They formed a pattern, slow and deliberate. A figure, faint and shadowy, began to emerge beneath the surface. I froze. The figure didn't resemble a person. It was long, distorted, its limbs unnaturally elongated, moving like it was struggling to pull itself from the depths. Its eyes, if they could even be called that, were hollow and dark, like the void beneath the water. I couldn't look away. I wanted to scream, to run, but my body wouldn't move. The figure seemed to glide toward me, its movements unnatural, like something from a dream, too wrong to be real. I could feel its gaze, even though it had no visible face. I couldn't comprehend what I was seeing, but I knew it wasn't something human. Then it vanished. The water grew calm again. I blinked, not sure if what I had seen was real. The air felt heavy, and I sat there for what felt like hours, too afraid to move. Eventually, I forced myself back inside, locking every door and window. The next morning, my parents woke me up as if nothing had happened. The sun was shining, and everything seemed normal. We went about our day, fishing, laughing, trying to forget about the quiet nights. But I knew deep down that something had changed. It's been years since that trip, but I still visit the lake house. The dreams haven't stopped, and sometimes in the stillness of the night, I wonder if I'll see that figure again, waiting beneath the surface, watching. It was a crisp autumn evening when I decided to take a solo drive through the countryside. The road stretched on endlessly, flanked by trees that were shedding their leaves, casting long, eerie shadows under the fading sunlight. I always enjoyed these quiet drives, just me and the open road, away from the noise of the city. I'd taken this route countless times before, but tonight felt different. The air was thicker, almost oppressive, and I couldn't shake the feeling that I wasn't entirely alone out here. The road wound through rolling hills, with fields stretching far beyond the horizon. I passed a few dilapidated barns, their broken windows reflecting the golden hues of the setting sun. It was the kind of place where time seemed to have stopped, silent, isolated, and forgotten. As I drove, the familiar sound of my tires crunching over the gravel faded, replaced by a strange, distant echo, almost like footsteps following behind me. I glanced in the rearview mirror, half expecting to see someone. But there was no one, just empty road stretching out behind me. I shook my head, trying to dismiss the thought. Maybe it was just my imagination. But as I drove further, the feeling only grew stronger. It was as if someone was watching me from the shadows, waiting for the right moment to make themselves known. Eventually, I reached an old, overgrown trail leading into the woods. I couldn't help but take a detour, curious about the trees that loomed ahead. The leaves crunched beneath my tires as I ventured deeper into the forest. The air became cooler and the sounds of nature seemed to fade, leaving only silence. The trees stretched high above, their branches forming a dense canopy, blocking out the last rays of sunlight. It felt as if I had stepped into a different world, one untouched by time. I stopped the car and stepped out, taking a deep breath of the crisp, cool air. The forest felt alive in a way that made my skin crawl. The wind whispered through the trees, but there were no birdsong, no rustling of animals, just the stillness of the woods. I wandered off the trail, following a narrow footpath that seemed to beckon me deeper into the forest. Every step felt heavier, as if the trees themselves were watching, their twisted limbs casting dark shapes on the ground. Then I heard it again, the faint sound of footsteps. This time, they weren't distant or echoing. They were close, too close. I froze, my breath catching in my throat. The woods seemed to hold their breath, waiting. I slowly turned around, expecting to see something, or someone, standing behind me. But there was nothing. My heart pounded in my chest as I fought the panic rising in my throat. The silence was oppressive, broken only by the sound of my own shaky breathing. I clutched my phone tightly, turning on the flashlight. The beam cut through the darkness, illuminating the path ahead. I must have been imagining things. It had to be the isolation, the eerie quiet of the woods. I told myself that over and over, but deep down, I knew better. I retraced my steps, trying to shake off the feeling of being watched. The woods seemed to close in tighter, the path harder to see in the dim light. My flashlight flickered, then went out entirely, plunging me into darkness. I fumbled with my phone, trying to turn the flashlight back on, but it was dead. My signal had vanished, and I realized just how far I'd strayed from the main road. Panic set in. The feeling of being lost was overwhelming. The silence stretched on, broken only by the soft rustling of leaves in the wind. And then I heard it again. The footsteps. Closer this time. I could feel them behind me, just beyond the edge of my vision. I spun around, my breath hitching in my throat. Still, no one. I forced myself to walk faster, the crunching of leaves beneath my feet now sounding like whispers, like the trees themselves were speaking. The woods felt endless, as if they had no intention of letting me go. After what felt like hours, I stumbled onto an old, faded trail marker. The letters were barely legible, but I could just make out the word path etched into the wood. I followed the marker, hoping it would lead me back to my car. The silence was deafening, but at least now I had a point of reference. I kept my head down, not wanting to look behind me, where I knew something, or someone, was watching. Finally, I broke through the tree line and saw my car waiting in the distance, bathed in the faint glow of the moon. I didn't stop running until I reached it, slamming the door shut behind me. As I drove away, the weight in my chest eased, but the feeling of being followed didn't. I knew I'd be looking over my shoulder for a long time. What had been out there in the woods with me? I still don't know, and I don't think I ever want to find out. I didn't believe in anything strange, spirits, haunted places, or anything that couldn't be explained by science. That is, until the night we went camping deep in the forest. It was supposed to be just a quiet weekend away from everything, but what we encountered still haunts me. We found a spot off the beaten trail, miles from the nearest campground. The forest was alive with the sounds of rustling leaves and distant birdsong. It felt peaceful, remote, and untouched by the outside world. We set up camp beneath towering pines, built a fire, and shared stories late into the night. It wasn't until we fell silent that I realized something was off. The usual sounds of the woods, the rustling leaves, the gentle hum of the breeze, had stopped. Completely. The night felt unnervingly still. Even my friends, usually loud and talkative, grew quiet, as though we were all waiting for something we couldn't name. Around midnight, the wind returned, but it was no longer gentle. It howled through the trees with a ferocity that seemed unnatural. The fire flickered erratically, casting distorted shadows on the forest floor. I shifted uneasily in my seat, glancing around. The shadows seemed to twist and move in ways they shouldn't. That's when we heard it, the sound of someone walking through the underbrush. Slow, deliberate steps that didn't match the sound of any animal I knew. It wasn't the crunch of leaves or the soft padding of paws. It was something heavier, more human, but not quite right. "Did you hear that?" one of my friends whispered. We all nodded, our nerves taut. I felt the cold grip of fear tightening around my chest. "Maybe it's an animal," I offered weakly, though none of us truly believed it. The footsteps grew louder, circling our camp. They came from all directions, and it didn't take long to realize whoever, or whatever, was moving wasn't trying to hide. They wanted us to hear. I stood up, heart racing. "Let's get out of here," I urged, but my legs felt like lead, unwilling to move. My friends followed my gaze as we watched shadows creep closer through the underbrush. Then it happened. From the trees, something emerged. Something that wasn't human, but not quite a creature either. It was tall, far too tall for any person, with limbs that bent unnaturally and skin that seemed to ripple like water. Its face was smooth, almost featureless, except for two black, hollow eyes that gleamed in the firelight. "Run," someone whispered, and we all turned to flee. But the figure didn't move like we did. It glided silently through the trees, faster than we could ever hope to outrun it. We could hear it, feel its presence as though it was right behind us, always just a step away. We made it back to the car, slammed the doors shut, locked them, and peeled away from the woods as fast as we could. None of us spoke. We couldn't. The image of that thing, its endless eyes watching us from the shadows, was burned into my mind. Even now, years later, I can still feel its gaze. I don't know what it was, or why it followed us. All I know is that sometimes, some places leave scars deeper than memory. It was supposed to be a quiet trip to the lake. Just a few friends and I, escaping the city for the weekend. The plan was simple. Set up camp by the water, fish, and relax under the stars. No cell service, no distractions, just nature. I had been looking forward to it, needing the break from the noise of everyday life. We drove deep into the forest, following the narrow, winding path that led to our campsite. The trees stretched endlessly on either side of us, their thick canopies blocking out the sun. It was peaceful, serene. We found a spot right by the edge of the lake, unpacked, and set up our tents. As the sun began to dip behind the trees, we built a fire, roasting marshmallows and enjoying the quiet. Night fell quickly, the lake reflecting the faint glow of the crescent moon. We sat around the fire, telling stories and laughing. It was as perfect as I had imagined. But then the noises started. At first, it was faint, barely noticeable, a soft, echoing hum, as if the forest itself was breathing. I mentioned it to my friends, but they waved it off, saying it was probably just the wind through the trees. I wasn't so sure. The sound didn't seem natural, and the longer we listened, the more it felt like it was growing closer. Eventually, we all fell silent. The hum had turned into something more distinct, a series of low, guttural whispers. I strained to hear what they were saying, but they were too faint, too distorted. It felt as though they were coming from the trees, surrounding us, but there was no one there. One of my friends, Mark, stood up abruptly and walked toward the edge of the campsite. "It's nothing," he muttered, his voice shaky. "Just the forest playing tricks." But I could see the tension in his shoulders. The whispers hadn't stopped. If anything, they were louder now, more distinct. And then there was a sound that made my blood run cold. A faint scratching. Not from the trees or the ground, but from inside the forest itself. It was like something was clawing its way closer, scraping against the bark. "Did you hear that?" I asked, my voice trembling. Mark didn't answer. He was frozen, staring at the trees like he'd seen a ghost. And then it happened. A figure stepped out from the shadows. It wasn't human, not entirely. Its form was thin and gaunt, almost skeletal, but its face was obscured by darkness. No features, no eyes, just emptiness. It moved toward us, its steps slow and deliberate, as if it didn't belong in this world. The whispers had become screams now, piercing and agonized. I could feel my heart racing, my body frozen in place. My friends were shouting, but the sound of their voices barely registered. The figure was getting closer, the scratching louder, almost as if it were dragging itself through the trees. And then, just as suddenly as it appeared, the figure stopped. It stood there, maybe a few feet away, completely still. I couldn't move, couldn't look away. The whispers had stopped too, replaced by an unbearable silence that felt like it was suffocating us. The air grew colder, heavy, almost suffocating. I could see my breath in the night. Then, from behind us, another sound, the faintest rustle of footsteps. Not from the figure, but from the trees. Something was circling us, moving through the shadows. Panic surged through me, and without thinking, I grabbed Mark's arm and pulled him toward the fire. My friends followed, and we stumbled over each other, rushing back to our tents. The whispers were now screams, the rustling footsteps growing louder, echoing through the trees. We didn't sleep that night. Every creak of the trees, every whisper in the dark sent shivers down our spines. Whatever had come for us wasn't leaving. The forest wasn't quiet anymore. It was alive. In the morning, we packed up and left as quickly as we could. The whispers, the figure, the scratching, all of it had vanished by sunrise. But the fear hadn't. To this day, I wonder what we encountered that night. Some part of me still expects to hear those whispers, see that figure wherever I go. And deep down, I know we weren't alone out there. I've always loved hiking, the kind of adventure that gets you far away from the noise of the city. So one weekend, I decided to explore a trail that few people talked about. It was located deep in the mountains, surrounded by dense forests and valleys so remote, the maps barely showed any signs of civilization. My plan was simple: hike all day, set up camp, and enjoy the peace and quiet. The trailhead was nothing more than a narrow dirt path hidden behind a row of thick trees. The first few hours were perfect. Sunlight filtered through the towering pines, birds chirped, and the air was crisp and fresh. The trail became steeper as I ascended, but I didn't mind. I relished the solitude, letting the quiet envelop me. The only sounds were the crunch of my boots on the dirt and the distant rustling of leaves in the wind. Around mid-afternoon, I decided to find a spot to set up my tent. I chose a small clearing near a stream, tucked away from the trail. It was picturesque, surrounded by towering evergreens and the soft trickling of water. I pitched my tent, unpacked some snacks, and settled down with a book. taking a deep breath of fresh mountain air. The silence was soothing at first, but as the day wore on, it started to feel oppressive. There was no wildlife, no rustling in the trees, no distant sounds of animals. It was as if the forest itself had gone completely still. I tried to push it aside, convinced I was imagining things. As the sun dipped lower, casting long shadows, I decided to take a short walk by the stream. The water was clear and cold, the perfect spot to reflect. I stood there, mesmerized by the way the light danced on the surface until I felt a sudden chill run down my spine. It wasn't the cool mountain air, it was something else entirely. I looked around, and the forest had become unnervingly silent. Even the breeze had stopped. The only sound now was the rushing water of the stream. I shook off the uneasy feeling and turned back toward my tent. That's when I saw it. Just at the edge of the clearing, a figure stood there, perfectly still, staring at me. It wasn't human. Its shape was wrong. Too tall, too thin. The head was tilted at an odd angle as if it couldn't quite move properly. Its eyes glowed faintly, hollow and unnatural. I couldn't breathe. My legs felt like they were frozen to the ground. I blinked, but when I looked again, the figure was gone. I stood there, heart hammering, trying to convince myself I'd imagined it. But deep down, I knew I hadn't. The forest was still unnaturally quiet, the stillness pressing in on me. I grabbed my pack and rushed back to the tent, every sound echoing too loudly in my ears. I didn't sleep that night. The wind returned, but it howled now, as if the forest itself was alive. Shadows danced around my tent, flickering in and out of view. Every creak of the tent fabric made me jump, my breath quickening with every passing second. At dawn, I packed up as fast as I could, leaving my campsite behind. I didn't care about the trail, about taking in the sights. All I wanted was to get back to the safety of the familiar world. As I stumbled down the trail, my heart still racing, I looked back one last time. The forest was still as quiet and empty as before. But deep down, I knew I wasn't alone. Whatever had been there, watching me, was still out there, waiting. I was in the middle of a road trip driving through endless stretches of desert. The sun had set hours ago, and now it was just me and the empty highway. There wasn't a single car in sight, nothing but the faint glow of my headlights illuminating the cracked asphalt ahead. I wasn't sure how far I'd gone. I had been driving for what felt like forever, searching for the next gas station or even a small town. But the road seemed to stretch endlessly in both directions, disappearing into the horizon like a thin line against the sky. My phone had lost signal hours ago, and the only sound in the car was the steady hum of the engine. I was starting to feel uneasy. Everything about this trip had felt off since the moment I left. The air was dry and still, not a whisper of wind or even the faintest rustle of leaves. It was as if the desert itself was holding its breath. I didn't want to stop, but I had no choice. The low fuel light blinked on, warning me that I needed to find something soon. My eyes searched the horizon, hoping for a sign of life, a flicker of light, anything. But the desert was vast and empty, stretching out in all directions. After what felt like hours of driving, I finally saw something. In the distance, a faint glow of light, maybe a gas station or a motel. I couldn't tell which from this far away. But hope surged through me, and I pushed my foot down harder on the gas pedal. As I got closer, the light became clearer. It wasn't a gas station or a motel. It was a building, old and crumbling, its walls covered in cracked paint. A small, flickering sign hung above the entrance, barely legible in the fading light. It read, "The Oasis." My stomach twisted. It looked abandoned, forgotten. But at this point, I didn't care. I needed fuel, water, something, anything to keep going. I parked my car in front of the building and stepped out, the heat still radiating off the pavement. The air smelled dry and dusty. the kind of scent that clings to your throat. The front door creaked open as I pushed it. Inside, it was dimly lit by a few bare bulbs dangling from the ceiling. The shelves were empty, covered in a thick layer of dust. The coolers were all shut, ice long melted. It felt more like a ghost town than a place meant to serve travelers. "Hello," I called out, my voice sounding hollow in the silence. No reply. I moved through the aisles, hoping to find a supply of water or something to drink. But there was nothing. The only sound was my footsteps echoing against the cracked tile floor. It was eerie. The silence felt oppressive, as if the desert had swallowed up everything, leaving only this empty space behind. I made my way to the back of the store, where an old counter sat, covered in cobwebs. A small radio sat there, its antenna bent, dust coating its surface. I picked it up, hoping maybe I could get some signal, but static hissed from the speaker. Nothing but dead air. Desperation started to set in. I glanced at the clock on the wall. It was nearly 2 a.m. I had no idea how far I was from anything. I was isolated, completely alone in this vast, empty desert. Then I heard it, a faint, rhythmic tapping. It echoed from the direction of the front door. I froze, listening intently. The tapping continued, soft, deliberate, steady. It wasn't the wind. It didn't sound like something natural. "Who's there?" I called, my voice trembling. No answer. I crept toward the front, my heart hammering in my chest. The tapping grew louder, more insistent. It wasn't coming from outside, but somewhere inside the building. I couldn't tell where exactly. It sounded like it was right in front of me, but there was nothing there. I turned to look back at the counter, and that's when I saw it. A dark shape standing behind the glass. It wasn't human. It had no distinct features, just a shadowy, distorted form. It was watching me. I could feel its eyes, though I didn't know how that was possible. My breath hitched as I stepped back, trying to make sense of what I was seeing. It moved closer, slow, deliberate. I could hear its footsteps, even though they shouldn't have made a sound on the dust-covered floor. I bolted for the door, fear clouding my vision. The creaking footsteps followed me, closer now, as though it was right behind me. I threw open the door and sprinted into the night, the cold air hitting me like a slap in the face. I didn't look back. I didn't stop running until I was miles down the road, the building a distant blur behind me. My car waited, humming quietly, the only sound I could hear. I never went back. I don't know what I saw that night or if it was even real, but sometimes, when I drive through the desert, I wonder if I'll see that building again, or if something else will come for me. It was supposed to be a simple day, just a quiet walk through the neighborhood. I lived in a suburban area, nothing unusual about it. I liked to take long walks after work to clear my head, the kind of walks where you don't think much about anything, just put one foot in front of the other, lost in your own thoughts. But that day, something felt off from the very beginning. The sky was overcast, casting a dull gray light over everything. The streets were empty, no kids playing, no cars passing by. It was eerily quiet, but I figured everyone must have been inside, waiting out the weather. I didn't think much of it, just kept walking, letting my mind wander. It wasn't until I passed the old abandoned house at the end of the street that the feeling of unease really sank in. The house had been empty for as long as I could remember. Worn-down shutters, a porch that creaked with every gust of wind. I always avoided it, always felt like something wasn't right about it. But this time, something about the atmosphere pulled me closer. I slowed my pace, staring at the house. It looked different, almost as if it had been watching me. The windows, once dark and empty, now seemed to gleam with an unsettling intensity. For a moment, I could have sworn I saw movement inside. I shook my head and told myself I was imagining things. As I took another step forward, I heard a sound. A soft whisper, too low to make out. My skin crawled. I stopped, trying to listen, but the world around me seemed unnaturally silent, almost as though the sound had been swallowed by the void. Then I saw it. A figure appeared in one of the upstairs windows, standing still. It was tall, obscured by the dim light, but there was something off about it. It wasn't a shadow. It felt more like a void, an absence of something rather than a presence. My breath caught as the figure tilted its head as if studying me. I should have turned and run, but I couldn't move. I was frozen, staring at it, my heart hammering in my chest. The figure's eyes, if they could even be called that, seemed to peer directly into my soul. Seconds felt like hours. Then the figure turned and disappeared from the window. My legs felt like stone as I finally managed to take a step back, my mind screaming at me to leave. I stumbled away, never taking my eyes off the house. As I walked, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. Truly watched. The emptiness that had once filled the neighborhood now felt suffocating, like the world had become a void of silence and shadows. When I got home, I couldn't sleep. Every creak of the floorboards, every gust of wind made my skin crawl. The thought of that figure still haunted me. I told myself it was just my imagination, but deep down, I knew better. Something was there, watching, waiting, and it wasn't going to forget me. It was supposed to be a quiet evening walk through the old park, something I'd done countless times, but that night was different. Something about the air felt wrong, thick and oppressive. The sun had just set, casting the park in an eerie twilight, and as I strolled along the worn path, I noticed the usual sounds of the city had disappeared. No distant traffic hum, no birdsong, just silence. I wasn't far from the entrance when I realized something wasn't right. The atmosphere had changed entirely. The usual chirps of insects muted to nothing. It felt as though the world had stopped. My footsteps echoed unnaturally loud on the cracked pavement, and I turned to glance behind me, half expecting to see someone following. But there was nothing, just empty darkness. I picked up my pace, the feeling of being watched growing stronger. Shadows stretched long and thin across the path ahead, stretching beyond what was normal, and they seemed to shift unnaturally as though they were alive. My breath quickened, and I kept telling myself it was just my imagination, that nothing could possibly be out there. As I reached a bend in the path, I stopped. There, just a few feet away, stood a figure. It wasn't human, not entirely. It was tall, impossibly tall, with limbs that seemed too long, too distorted. The face, it wasn't a face, just a void, empty and black. Its eyes, if they could be called that, were hollow sockets that seemed to absorb all the light around them. I couldn't look away. My body was frozen in place as it turned toward me, its movements jerky, like something inhuman trying to mimic the way a person walks. A soft, raspy noise escaped its hollow mouth, a sound that wasn't speech, but something far worse. Terror gripped me. I wanted to run, to scream, but my legs refused to move. The thing began to advance, each step sending chills down my spine. I could feel its gaze boring into me, but when I tried to look at its face, there was nothing. Just darkness, endless and oppressive. Then, as suddenly as it appeared, the creature stopped, tilting its head as if studying me. The silence stretched, and I could feel my heart hammering in my chest. I wanted to look away, to shut my eyes, but I couldn't. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, the figure turned and began to walk away, its elongated form retreating into the shadows. The sound of its footsteps faded, leaving behind only the oppressive silence. I stood there for what felt like hours before I found the courage to move. I stumbled back toward the park entrance, never daring to look behind me again. Whatever that thing was, I didn't want to find out. To this day, I still walk past that park, but I've never stopped looking over my shoulder. It started with a simple trip. Me and a few friends decided to rent a small lake house, nestled deep in the woods. We were looking for a peaceful weekend away from the noise of city life. The house was old, wooden, surrounded by towering pines and the quiet hum of nature. We thought it would be perfect. Serene, isolated, and far from any distractions. The first night was calm. We unpacked, had a few drinks, and sat by the fire. The lake, reflecting the full moon, seemed endless and still. The wind whispered through the trees, and I could almost feel the tension from the city melt away. It felt too quiet, though, unnervingly so. But we brushed it off, telling ourselves it was just the stillness of the woods at night. It was around midnight when I woke. I'd drifted off in one of the old wooden chairs by the window. Something stirred in my dream. I sat up and rubbed my eyes. The fire had died down to glowing embers, and the room was cast in darkness. That's when I heard it. Soft tapping. I assumed it was rain, but the sky was clear. The sound came again. Light, but deliberate, like something was trying to get my attention. I turned my head toward the window, listening, expecting to see raindrops. But there was nothing there. I waited, my breath shallow, listening for whatever could be making the noise. Then, through the corner of my eye, I saw something move. Not a shadow, not a figure. It was a shape, indistinct, something that seemed out of place. I froze. My heart pounded as I scanned the dark outline of the woods outside. The trees seemed to stretch endlessly, their tops swaying in the wind. Whatever was there wasn't a part of the forest. It felt like it didn't belong. I got up slowly, every step creaking on the old wooden floor. The tapping continued, but now it wasn't just at the window. It was all around the house, soft, rhythmic, almost musical. I peered out again, my eyes straining into the night. There, in the distance, I saw it, just for a second. A figure. Not human. Not quite. It was tall, thin, and it moved strangely, almost like a distorted reflection of something. I stumbled backward, my hand gripping the wall. My mind raced. Was it a trick of the light? Was I imagining things? But the fear was too real. Something wasn't right. The tapping stopped. The silence that followed was deafening. I wanted to call out to my friends, but my voice wouldn't work. The air felt colder, like something had seeped into the house. Then I heard it, the voice. Soft, almost a whisper, but it carried through the room like it was right next to me. Come outside. It wasn't coming from anywhere in the house. It was outside. The chill in my bones deepened. I felt like I was frozen, rooted to the floor. I wanted to scream, but all I could do was listen. The door creaked open on its own. I didn't remember leaving it unlocked. The figure I had seen before was now closer, just beyond the porch. It wasn't moving, just standing there, watching the house. I wanted to run, but I couldn't. My legs felt like stone. The whisper came again, sharper this time. "Let me in." I blinked, trying to comprehend what I was seeing. The figure took a step closer. It was unnatural. Wrong. Its skin was pale and stretched too thin, and its limbs moved like they weren't quite attached to its body. Panic surged through me. I forced myself to turn and sprint toward my friends' rooms. The taps on the window started again, louder, as if they were chasing me. I could feel something behind me, something that wanted to get in. I burst into their room, screaming, and dragged them from their beds. They were groggy at first, but the fear in my voice made them realize something wasn't right. We rushed out the back door, not daring to look back. The figure never followed us. We left the cabin behind, not stopping until we reached the edge of the woods where we could no longer see the house. It wasn't until hours later, as we sat in a diner miles from where we started, that I finally spoke. "I think we were followed," I said, my voice trembling. "I think something was waiting for us. None of us wanted to go back. None of us ever did." It started on a warm summer evening. I decided to take a long walk through a park near my apartment. It wasn't particularly special, just one of those city parks with paved paths, trees, and a small pond that people like to visit on weekends. I wasn't expecting much, just some fresh air and a bit of peace. As I walked, the sun dipped lower, casting long shadows from the trees. The place was mostly deserted, save for a few scattered families and couples enjoying the cool evening. I passed a group of kids playing near the pond, their laughter echoing off the water. It was peaceful, almost serene, and I welcomed the quiet. I hadn't wandered far when I noticed something strange. A bench further along the path was occupied by a figure sitting completely still. At first, I thought nothing of it. Maybe someone deep in thought, taking a moment to rest. But as I got closer, I saw that there was no movement, no indication that they were alive. I stopped a few paces away, studying them from a distance. The figure was slouched forward, their head bowed as if lost in thought. But something wasn't right. Their posture wasn't relaxed. It was unnatural. They sat there, motionless, not responding to the world around them. Even the gentle evening breeze seemed to avoid disturbing them. I stood there, unsure whether to approach. Something felt off, like they were not supposed to be there. Slowly, I took a step closer, my breath coming a little quicker. The closer I got, the more I realized that the figure wasn't breathing. I froze. My mind raced as I tried to rationalize what I was seeing. Maybe they were asleep, but how could they sit like that, so completely still? I glanced around, trying to gather my thoughts. There were no signs of life anywhere nearby. I felt an overwhelming sense of dread, as though I had stepped into a world that wasn't meant for me. My instinct was to leave, but something held me there, rooted to the spot. A quiet voice in my head told me to stay, that I couldn't just walk away from this. I stepped closer, my breath shallow as I tried to make out any detail, anything that could tell me they were alive. That's when I saw it. The face, pale, void of any expression. It wasn't the stillness that terrified me most, but the eyes. They were open, but they didn't reflect light, didn't seem to see. There was no life behind them, only emptiness. I took another hesitant step forward, my heart pounding harder now. The figure didn't move. I reached out slowly, trembling fingers brushing against the arm. It was cold, unnaturally cold, like they had been there for ages. Terror surged through me, but before I could turn and run, a faint whisper reached my ears, barely audible above the silence. It was a voice, hollow and distant. "Don't leave." I spun around, but there was no one there. The park was still empty, the fading light of the sun casting long shadows. I looked back at the figure whose gaze seemed to follow me as I backed away. With every step, I felt as though something was pulling at me, drawing me closer again. I forced myself to turn and run, my legs carrying me away from the figure, from the park, from whatever had been watching me. When I finally stopped to catch my breath, the park was silent again. No sign of the figure, no echo of the voice, only the fading hum of the city in the distance. I didn't go back to that park, and to this day I can't shake the feeling that I wasn't supposed to leave. I never believed in curses. At least, not until that day at the old vineyard. It was a hot summer afternoon, the kind where the sun feels too close and everything feels quiet. My friends and I decided to visit the vineyard just outside town, a place that had always been talked about in hushed whispers. The old stories said the vineyard was abandoned after a family tragedy, that something had happened there long ago, a fire, a disappearance, or something worse. We drove up the cracked gravel road, surrounded by nothing but vines stretching endlessly into the horizon. The air felt thick, almost suffocating, but we ignored it, eager for the adventure. We parked and wandered through the rows of withered grapevines, their leaves brittle and brown, like they hadn't seen care in decades. As we made our way deeper into the vineyard, a strange sense of unease began to creep in. The silence was absolute. No birds, no rustling leaves, just the heavy, oppressive quiet of the vines pressing in around us. We eventually stumbled upon an old barn, its roof partially caved in, vines crawling up the weathered walls. We ventured inside, careful not to disturb the cobwebs hanging from the rafters. The air inside was stale, thick with dust, and the only sound was the occasional creak of the old wood beneath our feet. It was there, in that musty barn, that we found the old trunk. It was rusted shut, sitting in the corner like it had been forgotten for decades. My friend, Mark, pushed at the lid, but it wouldn't budge. "Let's leave it," I said, but something about the trunk drew us in, like a magnet. Mark grabbed a crowbar from the corner and pried open the lid. Inside, we found faded photographs, yellowed letters, and an old diary. The diary had a name written in faded ink: Elena. We flipped through the pages, reading about her life on the vineyard, her family, her dreams, and the slow, tragic unraveling of their once thriving land. Elena had written about losing everything, of strange occurrences in the vineyard, and of a curse that had followed her family for generations. "I thought this was just a legend," Mark muttered, his voice barely above a whisper. The more we read, the heavier the air seemed to become. It was like the barn itself was pushing down on us. Suddenly, a chill ran down my spine as I read something that stopped me cold. They say the vineyard takes what it wants, and what it wants is you. Before I could even process what I'd read, a sudden, sharp sound echoed through the barn, like something had snapped. We all turned, eyes wide, hearts pounding. The trunk slammed shut on its own, with a resounding crash that reverberated through the silence. Something was wrong. Something had changed. As we stepped outside, the vineyard felt different. The sun seemed to dim, and the once quiet air buzzed with a low, unnatural hum. I glanced back at the barn, but it was gone, replaced by a thick wall of vines that hadn't been there before. We ran. The vineyard stretched endlessly, but we didn't stop, feet pounding the dry dirt, hearts hammering in our chests. Every step felt like we were running through a dream. Everything around us twisted and distorted. That's when we heard it. Whispers. Voices on the wind, calling to us. Soft at first, then louder and more insistent. They weren't human voices. They were cold, hollow, and filled with a dark hunger. We didn't stop, even when the vines began to close in around us. We could feel something. Watching. Waiting. As if the land itself was alive. Breathing and yearning. When we finally broke free from the vineyard, the town was nowhere to be seen. The road that had brought us there had vanished. We wandered aimlessly, lost and terrified, the echoes of those whispers still lingering in our ears. To this day, we've never spoken of what happened that afternoon. The vineyard isn't talked about anymore, and the old town avoids it entirely. But I know one thing. There's something out there, something waiting, buried deep in the vines, and I'm not sure it's ever truly gone. It started as an ordinary evening. I was driving home after spending the day clearing out my grandmother's old attic. The house had been untouched for decades, filled with boxes of forgotten memories. It had been a long, dusty day, and now I was finally heading back. The sun had set hours ago, and the country roads were quiet, stretching endlessly into the darkness. The radio had been static for the past few miles. I didn't mind. The road ahead was barely lit by the faint glow of my headlights, casting long shadows that danced across the trees lining the sides of the road. It was peaceful, except for the growing unease that had been settling in my chest since I left the house. About halfway home, the road curved sharply, and ahead, I noticed something unusual. A figure stood at the edge of the road. I slowed the car, my stomach tightening. It was a woman, I could tell even from a distance. She wore a long, flowing dress that billowed slightly in the wind. She was staring directly at my car, unmoving. I slowed to a crawl, unsure what to do. As I passed her, my heart pounded harder. I glanced at her through the rear-view mirror. She was still standing there, motionless, as if frozen in place. I didn't know why, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something wasn't right. A few minutes later, I heard it. A faint knocking sound, soft but persistent. It came from the back of my car, barely loud enough to hear over the hum of the engine. I slowed even further, my hands tightening on the steering wheel. I kept glancing into the mirror but saw nothing but the empty stretch of road behind me. The knocking continued, growing louder now, more urgent. I didn't dare stop. My mind raced. Was it just my imagination? Some kind of mechanical noise? But it didn't sound mechanical. It was too deliberate. And then, just as I was about to pull over, the knocking stopped. For a long stretch, there was silence. The kind of silence that feels oppressive, as if the world itself is holding its breath. I gripped the wheel tighter, eyes glued to the road ahead, waiting for something. Anything. It wasn't until I neared the edge of town that I saw her again. The woman from before, standing by the side of the road. This time, she was closer, and in the moonlight I could see her face. Her eyes were hollow, black holes staring directly at me. My breath caught in my throat as I realized she wasn't just standing there. She was walking. But it wasn't the slow, deliberate steps of a living person. It was as if she was drifting, gliding with unnatural ease. I tried to tell myself it was just some wandering spirit, a hallucination maybe. But the fear clawing at my chest was real. My hands trembled as I gripped the steering wheel tighter. As I passed her, I braced myself for the sound of her voice, but it never came. I didn't look back. I couldn't. When I finally reached my house, I was shaking. I locked the door behind me and didn't bother looking back. I didn't go out the next night, or the one after that. And I've never seen that woman again. But some nights, I swear I can still hear the faint sound of knocking. It was a scorching summer day when I decided to go for a drive. I'd always loved the open road. There was something freeing about it, something that made me feel alive. That's what I told myself, at least, as I packed some snacks and set off, not really knowing where I was headed. The sun beat down mercilessly, casting long shadows across the cracked, dusty roads. I didn't care about the destination, just the journey. Hours passed as I cruised through deserted country roads, the only sound being the low hum of my car and the occasional rustling of wind through the tall grass. As the sun began to set, I found myself driving past an old, long-forgotten cemetery. It was small, nestled between rolling hills and forgotten farmland, surrounded by a thick, weathered iron fence. The gate was hanging open, creaking slightly in the breeze. Something about it drew me in, though I wasn't sure why. I decided to stop, telling myself I was just curious. The cemetery was eerily silent, the headstones leaning at odd angles, barely readable beneath a thick layer of moss. I wandered through the rows of graves, each one worn and forgotten. The sunlight was fading fast, and I felt the oppressive quiet closing in around me. There was something wrong about this place. Not just the silence, but the way the shadows seemed to stretch unnaturally, as if the light itself was bending around the graves. It wasn't until I stumbled upon an old, crumbling mausoleum that the feeling of unease became too much to ignore. The door hung open, rusted and creaking as if inviting me inside. I hesitated for a moment, but curiosity got the better of me. Inside, the air was thick and musty, the faint smell of decay lingering in my nostrils. The walls were lined with faded, crumbling inscriptions, each name barely legible. I moved deeper into the darkness, my flashlight casting shaky beams across the space. That's when I saw it. A figure stood at the far end of the room, unmoving. My breath caught in my throat as I froze. It wasn't human, not exactly. Its shape was twisted, features distorted in the dim light. Hollow eyes stared blankly at me, and I could see cracks running through its skin, almost as if it were made of clay that had been left to crack and decay. Who's there? My voice was barely a whisper, but it echoed unnaturally through the mausoleum. The figure didn't move, but I could feel its gaze on me. The oppressive silence grew thicker, and I took a hesitant step back. The flashlight flickered, casting shifting shadows that danced around the walls, making the figure look more monstrous with every movement. I wanted to run, but my legs wouldn't move. I was rooted to the spot, unable to look away from those hollow, staring eyes. There was a low, grating sound, like gravel being dragged across stone, and suddenly the figure stepped closer. I could feel my heart pounding in my chest as I backed further into the shadows. My flashlight illuminated more of the room, revealing cracks in the floor, the walls, even in the ceiling above. It felt as though the very structure of the mausoleum was breaking apart. Then came the whisper, soft, barely audible, yet it seemed to echo in my head. You shouldn't be here. The voice wasn't human. It was deep, distorted, and came from all around me. I felt the weight of it pressing down on my chest as if the very air had grown heavier. My breath quickened and I forced myself to move, stumbling toward the door. But as I reached for it, I felt something cold and clammy brush against my arm. I spun around, the flashlight barely illuminating the space. The figure was right behind me now, closer than I had realized. It reached out, long, bony fingers extending, and I could see the cracks running across its skin, the same as the walls, the floor, the ceiling. It didn't need to speak again. I already knew it wasn't going to let me leave. I screamed, a sound that echoed off the cold, damp stone. But then, everything fell silent once more. When I woke, the sun was high in the sky, and the cemetery was silent as if nothing had ever happened. My car was parked where I'd left it, the gate still swinging gently in the breeze. But I didn't dare go back inside the mausoleum. I couldn't bring myself to. I've always loved taking long drives at night. There's something about the stillness of the road, the faint hum of the tires, and the endless expanse of darkness stretching out before you. It was during one of these late-night drives that everything changed. It was a crisp autumn night. The stars were scattered like dust across the sky, and the full moon cast a pale glow over the countryside. I wasn't in a rush, just taking a leisurely drive, letting the quiet wash over me. The road was empty, barely any cars, just me and the road stretching endlessly ahead. I hadn't realized how far I'd driven until I started feeling that odd sense of isolation, the way everything seems to go silent as you leave civilization behind. My car's headlights cut through the darkness, illuminating a stretch of road that felt like it went on forever. I was tempted to turn back, but something about the quiet was comforting. That's when I saw it. It was a figure standing by the side of the road. Just standing there, perfectly still. My first thought was that they were waiting for a ride, maybe a hitchhiker. But there was something off about them. They were too still, too rigid. I slowed down, trying to get a better look, but the closer I got, the more uneasy I felt. Their face was obscured, hidden in shadow. They were wearing a tattered jacket, with their hands stuffed into the pockets. I couldn't make out much more. I debated whether to stop, whether to offer help. But there was something so unsettling about the figure that I couldn't bring myself to stop. I drove past, my heart thudding harder as I forced myself to look away. But as I continued down the road, I realized that no matter how far I drove, I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. The unease had followed me, clinging to my every thought. I glanced in the rearview mirror, expecting to see nothing but empty road. But what I saw made my breath catch in my throat. The figure was still there, only now they were walking down the middle of the road, head turned in my direction. They moved slowly, like they were gliding instead of walking. I couldn't make out their face, but their silhouette was etched into my memory. Tall, thin, and completely still. Panic began to set in. I pressed my foot harder on the gas, the sound of the tires squealing in my ears. The figure kept pace, never speeding up, never breaking stride. It was as though they weren't even affected by the car speeding past them. It was like they didn't care. I don't know how much time passed. The only sound was the roar of my engine and the relentless ticking of my heartbeat. The figure didn't vanish, didn't change. They were just there, walking as though they were tethered to the road itself. I pulled over after what felt like an eternity, my hands trembling as I gripped the wheel. The silence outside was deafening. I forced myself to look in the rearview mirror again. The road was empty. No figure, no trace of anyone. But as I sat there, frozen in place, I couldn't shake the feeling that they were still out there, watching me. Waiting. To this day, I wonder if I ever really escaped them, or if they were waiting for me the next time I drove through the night. It was a quiet Sunday evening when I decided to take a drive through the old deserted countryside. I didn't have a specific destination in mind, just the open road and the fading light of the sun dipping beneath the horizon. The trees lining. The road swayed gently in the breeze, casting long shadows that stretched across the cracked pavement. I loved these kinds of trips, especially when everything felt so still. The world seemed smaller out here, as though it had been untouched by time. But as the sun set and the last bit of daylight faded, I began to feel that familiar unease creep in. The road was narrow, winding through endless fields on either side. Occasionally, a farmhouse would come into view, but they were all dark and lifeless. As the miles stretched on, I found myself longing for a sign of life, anything to break the silence. The radio was silent, no stations picking up, and my phone had no signal. I was completely alone. It was about halfway through my journey when I spotted something strange off to the side of the road, a figure standing by a mailbox completely still. At first, I thought maybe someone was waiting for a ride or walking, back from a long walk. But as I got closer, something didn't feel right. I slowed my car, my eyes narrowing as I tried to make sense of what I was seeing. The figure wasn't moving, just standing there, like a statue carved from stone. It wasn't, until I passed, that I realized something even more unsettling. There was no house behind it. No house. Just an empty field that stretched on forever. I instinctively glanced in my rearview mirror, but the figure was gone. I didn't stop to think about it too long. Maybe my mind was playing tricks, but the feeling of being watched persisted. I told myself it was the isolation, the quiet, making me paranoid. But as I drove further, the same sensation returned. It was like I wasn't alone. Every curve of the road, every shadow cast by the trees felt darker than it should. I couldn't shake the idea that someone, or something, was watching me. I reached for my phone again, hoping for even the slightest signal. Nothing. My stomach tightened as I clenched the steering wheel. The road felt endless, and with every passing mile, that growing sense of unease dug deeper into me. It wasn't until I rounded a bend that I saw it, a figure standing directly in the middle of the road. I slammed on the brakes, the tires squealing against the pavement. My headlights illuminated it, and I could see the outline clearly. It wasn't human. The shape was tall, much taller than any person should be. Its limbs stretched unnaturally, long, and its head tilted at a strange angle. It didn't move. It just stood there, blocking the road. My breath hitched, and I couldn't bring myself to look away. I knew I couldn't drive past it. I wasn't sure if I even could. My foot hovered over the brake, but the figure remained unmoving. It was as if it was waiting for something. Waiting for me. I sat there, frozen, until the silence became deafening. The air felt heavy, almost as if the very space around me had grown colder. My hands trembled on the wheel, and I realized I couldn't look away. It was like I was in a trance, my mind screaming to do something, anything, but my body refused to respond. Then, just when I thought I couldn't take the tension any longer, the figure moved, not forward, but upward. Its limbs stretched even more, reaching far above the car. And then, as if sensing my panic, it began to turn its head, slowly, as if observing me with curiosity. Its eyes, if it had any, seemed to pierce through the windshield. The next few moments felt like they stretched on forever, but then I did something I've never done before. I floored the gas pedal. My car roared to life, and I sped past the figure, my heart racing so fast I thought it might burst. In the rearview mirror, I caught a glimpse of it, still standing, still watching, but there was no fear on its face, just a quiet, hollow gaze as it disappeared into the darkness. I didn't stop until I reached a gas station much further down the road, where I finally managed to get a signal. I called my friends, my voice shaky as I told them what happened. They didn't believe me. How could they? Even now, I don't think I fully understand what I saw. But one thing is certain. I never drove through that part of the countryside again, and I doubt I ever will. I was driving home late after finishing a long day at the plant. The road was empty, winding through hills and fields that stretched on for miles. It was one of those stretches where there's nothing but darkness, just you and the headlights cutting through the night. I preferred it that way. No distractions, no noise, just the hum of the engine and the occasional crackle of the radio. It had been a rough shift. The plant was always loud, always hot, but tonight felt different. A strange feeling had been hanging over me all day, a low, persistent unease that I couldn't shake. I kept thinking about the strange, flickering shadows that danced on the walls of the machinery room and the echoing creaks I heard whenever I moved too far away from the others. I tried not to let it get to me, but something wasn't right. The radio crackled again and I turned it down, the silence of the night settling in once more. As I drove, I noticed how still everything was. Even the usual hum of insects seemed to have disappeared. It wasn't just quiet, it was wrong. The kind of silence that makes you feel like something is waiting just beyond the edge of your vision. I passed through a stretch of trees, their branches hanging low, creating dark tunnels over the road. I glanced into the rearview mirror, half expecting to see someone, or something, following me. The mirror reflected only my car and the empty road behind me. As I came around a bend, the headlights caught something strange ahead. It wasn't a roadblock or an animal. It was a figure, standing motionless by the side of the road, wearing a long coat that blended into the night. My heart stopped for a moment. I didn't recognize the figure, and the fact that it was just standing there, perfectly still, made my stomach churn. I slowed down, my mind racing. Who would be out here at this hour? The figure didn't move, didn't flinch as my headlights illuminated it. I couldn't see any facial features, just a vague, shadowy form beneath the coat. "Hello," I called out, my voice trembling. No response. I couldn't bring myself to stop, but I slowed down, creeping past the figure. It never moved, never flinched as I passed by. My hands trembled on the steering wheel, and my pulse throbbed in my ears. I kept glancing in the rearview mirror, but the figure remained still. A mile down the road, I dared to look back again. The figure was gone. I didn't stop driving until I hit the city limits. The whole ride home, I kept replaying what I'd seen. It didn't make sense. Who, or what, stood there, unmoving, in the middle of nowhere? When I finally got home, I locked the door and turned on every light in the house, unable to shake the feeling that I wasn't alone, that something had been watching me, waiting for me to pass. I never went back to that road again. I don't think I ever will. The first time it happened, I didn't think much of it. It was a cool, quiet evening, and I decided to take a walk through the old, deserted forest near my apartment. The trees there have always been tall and ominous, their branches tangled like they were reaching out toward something beyond. I had always felt a strange sense of peace walking through the woods, but that evening was different. It was getting late, and the sky had grown dark, casting everything in a heavy, oppressive silence. I walked further than I usually did, deeper into the forest, the sound of my boots crunching against the fallen leaves the only noise accompanying me. Then I heard it, a soft, distant whisper, like someone calling my name. I stopped, scanning the trees, but there was no one there. My breath hitched, and I told myself it was just the wind. Still, I felt uneasy. The whisper repeated, growing louder, almost as if it was coming from inside my head. I turned around, heart thudding in my chest. The forest behind me stretched out, dark and still, but there was something off about it. The trees seemed to loom closer, their shadows twisting and shifting in ways they shouldn't have. I hurried back, my legs trembling, but the whisper followed me, always just out of reach. When I got home, I didn't mention it to anyone. I thought maybe I had imagined it, some trick of the mind after spending too much time in the quiet. A week passed and I forgot about the whispers, until the second night. This time, I wasn't walking through the forest. I was lying in bed, trying to sleep, when I heard it again. Fainter at first, but growing louder. The whispering came from the corner of my room. It was almost like a voice now, but distorted, like it was coming from somewhere deep within my mind. "Who's there?" I whispered, my voice trembling. The whispering didn't stop. It was closer now, right by my ear. "Come with me," it said, and the words sent shivers down my spine. I stayed frozen, my eyes wide open, heart pounding so hard I thought it might burst. The whispering didn't fade away. Instead, it seemed to grow louder, more urgent. "You belong with us," it murmured. I covered my ears, but the sound was still there, filling my head. I wanted to scream, but no sound came out. The next morning, I woke up exhausted, as though I hadn't slept at all. My head throbbed and I felt a strange emptiness that wouldn't go away. Still, I didn't tell anyone. What could I say? That I had heard voices? No one would believe me. Days passed, and everything felt different. The whispering never stopped, though I tried to ignore it. It was always there, when I was alone, when I was in public. It followed me like a shadow, growing louder, more distinct. One night, unable to sleep, I decided to confront it. I went back to the forest, driven by a need to understand what was happening. As I walked deeper into the trees, the whispering grew louder, until it was almost a scream. Then, in the dead silence of the woods, I saw them. Shapes, dark figures, standing just beyond the reach of the trees. They didn't move, didn't speak. They were shadows, but somehow, they felt real. The whispering became clearer. "You hear us now," one said. Its voice wasn't human. It was more like a collective, a chorus of countless voices. Terror gripped me, but I couldn't look away. The figures stretched toward me, their features twisted and distorted as though they had no faces, no identity, just voids of endless blackness. "I don't belong here," I whispered, my voice barely audible. The figures tilted their heads, a soft, eerie sound echoing through the forest. "But you do." I turned to run, but the figures followed as though they were part of the very shadows themselves. The whispering filled my ears, growing louder, until I could hear nothing else. I could feel them closing in, their presence suffocating. I woke up the next morning, lying on the ground, covered in dirt and leaves. The forest was silent again, as though nothing had happened. I was alive, but something had changed. Something inside me had shifted. The whispers have never stopped. They still come to me in the quiet, always closer, always more persistent. And now, I know they'll never let me go. I was on a road trip, solo, something I'd always wanted to do. Just me, my car, and the open road stretching ahead. I decided to take a scenic route, away from the highways, weaving through small forgotten towns. The goal was simple: get lost in the quiet and enjoy the freedom of being alone. By the time the sun started to set, I was deep in unfamiliar territory. The winding road was flanked by endless fields of tall grass that seemed to stretch forever. There was nothing around, just miles of isolation and silence. I rolled down the windows, letting the cool air fill the car, the only sounds being the soft hum of the engine and the occasional chirp of crickets. As the light faded, I found myself searching for a place to stop for the night. There was no sign of a town or motel for miles, just endless fields and a single, overgrown dirt path leading off to the side of the road. It wasn't much of a choice, but I decided to follow the path, hoping to find a clearing to park and rest. The path led me to a small abandoned barn surrounded by broken-down fences. It wasn't much, but it offered shelter. The place felt like it hadn't been touched in years, with weeds growing thick through the cracks in the wood. I parked near the entrance, killed the engine, and sat in the silence, the only sound being the wind rustling through the trees. It wasn't long before I realized I wasn't alone. At first, I thought maybe it was just an animal, but the feeling of being watched was too distinct. I shook it off, telling myself it was just my imagination, but the sensation didn't fade. I decided to explore the barn, curious about what might be inside. The door creaked open, revealing a musty, dark interior. I stepped cautiously, the floorboards groaning under my weight. The air was thick with dust, and the smell of decay lingered. What was once used to store hay and farm tools had become a hollow shell of rotting wood and forgotten belongings. I moved further into the barn, shining my flashlight around the dusty space. Old furniture covered in layers of grime, rusted tools scattered on the floor. There was nothing of interest, just reminders of what the place once was. I felt my unease growing, but my curiosity kept me going. That's when I saw it. A figure standing in the far corner of the barn, barely visible in the dim light. My breath hitched as I froze, unable to look away. The figure didn't move, didn't react, just stood there in the shadows, watching. Panic surged through me, but I forced myself to step closer, my flashlight shaking in my hand. I didn't want to believe what I was seeing, but there it was. A human-shaped silhouette standing still as if trapped in the dark. "Who's there?" I called, my voice barely above a whisper. No response. The figure didn't move, didn't make a sound. I took another step, and then another, my legs feeling heavy. With each movement, the figure seemed to draw closer, though it didn't advance itself. It was like we were inching toward each other slowly, relentlessly. When I was just a few feet away, I saw it. The face, or what I thought was a face. Hollow, sunken eyes stared back at me, void of any life or expression. The features were distorted, almost alien. I couldn't tear my gaze away. The barn creaked again, and then, without warning, the figure took a step forward. I stumbled backward, tripping over some debris and falling to the ground. My heart pounded as I scrambled to my feet, trying to escape, but the figure moved faster than I could comprehend. I sprinted toward the exit, my flashlight bouncing wildly in my hand. I could hear the sound of heavy, dragging footsteps behind me, growing louder, closer. My legs felt like they were on fire as I burst through the barn door, gasping for air. When I reached my car, I fumbled with the keys, my fingers shaking uncontrollably. I didn't look back, didn't stop. I didn't stop until I was miles down the road, the figure far behind, lost in the darkness. I still don't know what I saw that night. Whatever it wasn't human. It wasn't supposed to be there. But I do know this: I'll never take another solo road trip into the unknown. It was just another ordinary Saturday, or at least I thought it would be. I decided to spend the day exploring the old, forgotten part of town that no one really visited anymore. The streets were lined with buildings that had long since fallen into disrepair, their facades cracked and faded from years of neglect. Nobody seemed to come here anymore, which was exactly why I wanted to see it. I wandered aimlessly, the silence enveloping me like a thick, oppressive fog. The air smelled stale, full of dust and decay. Most of the windows in the buildings were shattered, letting in the muted light of the day that barely managed to penetrate the grime. There was an unsettling stillness, a quiet that felt almost alive. I tried to push away the creeping sense of discomfort, reminding myself that it was just an old part of town, nothing more. As I walked, I came across an old bookstore, its window cracked and its door hanging loosely on one hinge. Curiosity got the better of me, and I stepped inside. The air inside was stale, thick with the smell of old paper and mildew. Dust covered every surface and cobwebs stretched from the corners of the ceiling. The place was like a museum, untouched by time. I wandered between the shelves, the weight of the silence pressing on my shoulders. The only sound was the soft shuffle of my footsteps on the creaking floorboards. Every so often, I'd hear a faint creak or the distant echo of my own breathing, but that was all. It felt like I had stepped into a world that had long since forgotten life. Suddenly, something shifted in the shadows. I froze, my breath catching in my throat. A whispering sound echoed through the empty space, quiet and subtle. I turned around, my heart pounding, but there was nothing, just more rows of old, dusty books. "Hello." My voice sounded hollow, swallowed by the silence. No response. I took a cautious step forward, my flashlight flickering as I moved deeper into the store. The whispering came again, louder this time, like a breath on the back of my neck. My flashlight flickered again, and for a split second I thought I saw something move, a shadow at the end of the aisle. I followed the beam of light, trying to convince myself it was just my imagination. The store was filled with rows upon rows of books, each one older than the last. The whispering continued, low and haunting, as if it were coming from the depths of the building itself. I walked toward the back of the store, my footsteps echoing in the quiet. The whispers grew louder, now more like faint murmurs, as though something was speaking to me in a language I couldn't understand. My pulse quickened as I realized the sound wasn't coming from a book, or the wind, or anything tangible. Then I saw it. A figure, faint, barely visible in the dim light. It stood near the far wall, its form indistinct, almost transparent. My breath hitched, and my flashlight flickered once more, casting shadows that danced along the walls. "Who are you?" I called out, my voice trembling. The figure didn't move. It simply stood there, watching. The whispers grew louder, merging into a chorus of faint, distorted voices. I took a hesitant step toward it, my hand shaking as I tried to focus my flashlight. Suddenly, the whispers stopped. The silence returned, more oppressive than before. The figure vanished, as if it had never been there. My chest tightened as I searched the darkness, but there was nothing. The store felt colder now, empty in a way that felt almost unnatural. I decided to leave. I didn't care about the books anymore, or the eerie feeling that had taken over the space. I just wanted to get out. As I made my way to the front door, I could feel eyes watching me, following me. My footsteps quickened, the creaking floorboards beneath me sounding louder than they had all day. When I finally reached the door, I paused, one last glance over my shoulder, just to be sure I was alone. That's when I saw it. The figure again, just beyond the doorway, standing in the shadows. Its hollow eyes locked onto mine, and for a moment I felt as though it could see straight through me. Then it was gone. I stepped outside, the door slamming shut behind me. The whispering was gone, replaced by silence once more. I didn't look back. I never went back to that bookstore, and I never will. Some places leave scars that can't be erased. It was a quiet evening, and I had decided to go for a walk in the old neighborhood park that bordered the edge of town. The park wasn't particularly large, but it had always felt familiar, almost like a second home growing up. The trees were tall and ancient, their twisted branches stretching across the paths, casting long shadows as the sun dipped below the horizon. It had been years since I last wandered through these trails, but I always felt drawn back whenever I needed space to think. As I walked deeper into the park, the air grew cooler, the rustling leaves crunching softly beneath my feet. There were hardly any other people around, which only added to the sense of solitude. I wasn't expecting to encounter anyone. The park was rarely crowded during the evening hours. I figured it would be a peaceful walk, perfect to clear my head after a long day. I passed a small, decrepit wooden bench half buried beneath overgrown vines. It was an old fixture from the days of my childhood. I paused for a moment, staring at the faded graffiti that had long since been swallowed by moss. The bench felt like a quiet witness to countless secrets from the past, memories of old friendships and whispered promises. As I continued along the trail, I noticed the faint sound of running water. A small creek weaved its way through the park, barely noticeable until now. The gentle babble of the stream was oddly calming, and I decided to follow its course. The path led me to a clearing, where the creek widened into a shallow pool surrounded by tall, leafy trees. The sunset painted the water in hues of amber and gold, reflecting the serene beauty of the surroundings. I sat down by the edge, my feet dipping into the cool, clear water. The sound of the water lapping against the rocks was soothing. I lost track of time, simply sitting there, letting my thoughts wander. The tension from earlier in the day seemed to melt away, replaced by an eerie stillness. There was no breeze, no rustling of leaves, just an unnatural silence that seemed almost too quiet. Suddenly, from deep within the trees, I heard a whisper. It was faint at first, almost like the wind shifting through the leaves. But as I strained to listen, the whispers became clearer, more distinct. "I'm here." The words were barely more than a breath, carried by the faint breeze. My heart jolted. I glanced around, expecting to see someone emerging from the trees, but the clearing remained empty. I told myself it was just my imagination playing tricks. The park was known for its stillness, for its isolated atmosphere. Maybe it was just the wind, bending the branches and creating phantom sounds. Still, the voice echoed in my head. "I'm here. Please, stay." My pulse quickened and I stood up, backing away from the water's edge. The feeling of being watched returned, pressing down on me like a weight. I could feel something. Something was there, hidden just beyond the trees. I turned and began walking quickly toward the trail. The whispers grew louder, more insistent, like they were moving closer. Each step I took sent chills down my spine. Then, just as I reached the edge of the trees, I felt it. A cold, bony hand grasping at my arm. I froze, unable to move, my breath hitching in my throat. I could feel the cold of its touch, something impossibly dry and lifeless. "I told you." "Stay," the voice whispered again, right next to my ear this time. The air seemed to vibrate around me, thick and suffocating. Tears stung my eyes as I fought the rising panic. I wanted to scream, to run, but my body refused to respond. The grip tightened, and I felt a chill crawl up my spine. "Don't leave," the voice continued, quieter this time, almost desperate. "You can't." Then, just as suddenly as it had started, the grip released. I staggered back, my heart pounding, and ran as fast as I could toward the distant glow of the city. I haven't been back to that park since. And every night when I close my eyes, I still hear the whispers, soft and haunting, reminding me that whatever was there is still waiting. I still remember that trip to the old library. It wasn't like the modern ones with glass walls and computer stations. This library had a heavy, musty smell, old wooden shelves creaking beneath countless books, the kind of place that felt like it hadn't been touched in decades. My friends and I had stumbled upon it while wandering through a quiet, forgotten town. The library sat at the edge of a narrow, winding street. We were drawn to it, not by any plan, but by sheer curiosity. It looked abandoned, its windows cracked, paint peeling from the facade. The sign above the entrance swayed gently in the wind, its faded letters barely readable. Inside, it was eerily quiet. The air felt heavy, as though the space itself had been sealed off from the world. Dust motes floated lazily in the dim light. I remember feeling a strange stillness, as if the room itself was holding its breath. There was no one there, just the four of us. We wandered through the aisles, running our fingers along the spines of the old books, their titles long forgotten. The atmosphere was strange, almost oppressive. The silence seemed to throb, each creak of the wooden floorboards louder than it should have been. It wasn't until I stumbled across an old journal resting on one of the shelves that things started to feel off. The journal was thick, its cover worn with age. I opened it, curious, and began flipping through the pages. The handwriting was shaky, filled with strange symbols and passages that made no sense. Some entries were incomprehensible. Others spoke of things that shouldn't be known. I felt a chill run down my spine as I read the scribbles, my hands trembling as I flipped further. But what truly unsettled me was a single line written on the very last page. It was as if someone had scrawled it in a panic, hurried and jagged. "They are watching. They have always been watching." I slammed the journal shut, my heart racing. I glanced over my shoulder, expecting to see something. Anything. But the library remained empty. The others were still exploring, oblivious to the unease that had taken hold of me. I hurried to put the journal back, but when I turned around, the air grew colder. A shadow shifted in the corner of my vision. I turned, but there was nothing there. Just the same old shelves and the thick silence. My friends returned, laughing about some old book they'd found. I couldn't tell them about what I had seen. What if they thought I was imagining things? Or worse, what if they laughed it off like it was nothing? We stayed for a while longer, trying to enjoy the quiet atmosphere. But every so often, I felt those eyes again. Watching, always watching. The feeling stayed with me long after we left the library, and to this day, I wonder who or what was there, waiting for us. It was just another evening walk through the woods, like countless others I'd taken before. My friends and I had made a habit of these late-night strolls, always curious about what lay beyond the edge of town. The woods were familiar to us, comforting even, filled with tall trees and the rustling of leaves. But that night was different. We set out just after dusk, the golden glow of the sunset fading behind us. The air was cool, crisp, and the distant sounds of traffic seemed to fade away as we ventured deeper into the trees. The woods were quiet, too quiet. There was no laughter, no chirping of crickets, just silence. It wasn't the usual peaceful quiet, though. It felt wrong. We walked on, joking and laughing, trying to shake off the oppressive atmosphere, but something was off, something I couldn't quite place. My friends seemed oblivious, lost in their chatter, but I felt the weight of the forest pressing down on me. As we pushed further, we came across an old, decaying wooden bench, rotted and covered in moss. It wasn't there on our previous walks, that much I was sure of. We decided to stop for a moment, stretching our legs, as if the bench had appeared there just for us. I sat down, resting my hands on my knees. The silence felt heavier now. I looked around, but there was no sign of the familiar paths we usually walked. The trees felt tighter, as if the woods were closing in. My stomach twisted. "I think we should head back," I said, my voice barely above a whisper. One of my friends, Jake, waved me off. "Come on, what's the rush? We've been here a dozen times, there's nothing different." But I wasn't so sure. Something wasn't right. We continued walking, though my steps grew slower. The woods seemed to stretch endlessly, and the usual landmarks, the twisted old tree, the hollowed-out log, were nowhere to be found. It was as if the forest had shifted, or we had. Then came the first sound that shattered the silence, a faint echoing whisper that seemed to drift through the trees. It was so soft I almost convinced myself I imagined it. But then, there it was again, a whisper, distant yet near, as though it was calling to me. I stopped, heart racing. My friends turned to look at me, their faces a mix of curiosity and concern. "Did you hear that?" I asked, my voice trembling. "Hear what?" one of them replied, their tone dismissive. I shook my head, forcing a laugh. "Never mind. Let's just keep going." We pressed on, but the whispers grew louder, closer. They weren't coming from any one direction. They seemed to drift around us as if carried by the very trees themselves. The shadows deepened, casting the woods in an eerie glow. Then I saw it. A figure emerged from the trees, pale and gaunt, its features obscured by the fading light. At first, I thought it was one of my friends playing a trick. But this figure didn't walk like a person. Its movements were unnatural, jerky and slow, as though it didn't belong to the world we knew. I froze, my breath catching in my throat. The figure turned its hollow gaze towards me. Its eyes, if they could be called eyes, were dark and empty, like voids of nothingness. "Run," I managed to whisper. But before I could move, my friends stood frozen, transfixed by the figure. I screamed at them to move, but they didn't respond. They were still, staring at the figure like they couldn't look away. The whispers grew louder, overlapping, and I could feel something shift in the air around me. The figure stepped closer, its movements like something out of a nightmare. I backed away, heart pounding in my chest, but my feet wouldn't move, as if the ground itself was holding me in place. Then, from the corner of my eye, I noticed something. The trees weren't trees anymore. They were faces. Hundreds, thousands of hollow, empty faces staring back at me from the darkness. Their mouths were open, whispering, calling out in that haunting, otherworldly language. The figure stepped closer, and I could feel its presence pressing against my skin, colder than anything I had ever known. Its breath was a chill, a void of nothingness that seemed to consume everything around me. I could hear my friends murmuring, lost in the whispers of the forest, their eyes wide but unseeing. I was alone now, standing amidst the forest that had become a sea of emptiness, the faces of the trees watching me, waiting. I wanted to run, but my legs wouldn't move. The whispers filled my ears, louder and louder, until they became all I could hear. And then there was silence. It was supposed to be a relaxing trip. A few friends and I decided to escape the city and spend a weekend camping at a secluded lake in the mountains. None of us had been there before, but we'd heard it was quiet, beautiful, and perfect for getting away from the noise of the world. We arrived late in the afternoon, the sun sinking low behind the trees as we parked our cars by the edge of the lake. The water was calm, its surface reflecting the pale light of dusk like a mirror. The air was crisp, carrying the scent of pine and damp earth. For a moment, everything felt perfect. We set up our tents, gathered wood for a fire, and cooked dinner. The laughter and conversation filled the space, muffled by the stillness of the woods. It was everything we had hoped for. Peaceful, remote, and disconnected from the chaos of daily life. As night fell, we gathered around the fire, watching the flames flicker and listening to the quiet crackling. The stars appeared, one by one, stretching out into the endless dark sky. The lake reflected them, making it seem as though we were surrounded by an ocean of light. But it wasn't the beauty that started to unsettle me. It was the silence. No wind rustled the trees. No insects chirped, just the crackling fire and the faint sound of water lapping at the shore. It was too quiet, unnatural. I glanced around at my friends who were deep in conversation, unaware of the strange stillness. "I'm going to get some water," one of them finally said, breaking the silence. "Sure," I replied, trying to sound nonchalant. "I'll come with." We made our way to the edge of the lake, our footsteps silent on the soft earth. The water was cold and still, reflecting the dark shapes of the trees. I couldn't shake the feeling that something was watching us, waiting. "Hey," I whispered to my friend. "Do you feel that?" He stopped, looking at me, his face pale under the starlight. "Yeah, something's not right." We stood there for a moment, our eyes scanning the darkness beyond the trees. There was no movement, no sound, just the stillness. Then, from the corner of my eye, I saw it. A faint shimmer, like something just beneath the surface of the water. A reflection that wasn't quite right. I turned toward it, heart racing, and saw a figure. It wasn't human, at least not entirely. Its form was indistinct, almost fluid, as though it was made of the water itself. It stared at us with hollow eyes, its face obscured by the darkness. I grabbed my friend's arm, my voice trembling. "We need to get back." We ran. Our footsteps thundered in my ears as we sprinted back to the campsite. The trees loomed over us, their branches creaking as if they were watching us too. The fire was still burning, casting flickering shadows on my friends' faces, but none of them seemed to notice our panic. That night, I couldn't sleep. The silence that had once felt peaceful now felt suffocating. I kept hearing whispers in the dark, and every time I closed my eyes I saw the figure, those hollow, watching eyes beneath the water. At dawn, I gathered my friends and told them what had happened. They didn't believe me. They dismissed it as nerves, as the strange atmosphere of the woods playing tricks on my mind. But I knew better. The figure was still out there, waiting beneath the surface of the lake, and I could still feel those hollow eyes watching me, even now. A friend suggested we drive out to the old factory, located deep in the woods. The place had been abandoned for decades, they said, left to rot after the industry moved elsewhere. No one had been there in years, and the idea of exploring an eerie, forgotten space seemed too intriguing to resist. We set off early in the afternoon, 3 of us packed into an old sedan. The drive was long, winding through narrow, overgrown roads until we finally reached the outskirts of the factory. From the outside, it looked like a relic of another time. Tall, weathered brick walls covered in ivy, windows shattered and empty. The once mighty structure loomed over us, silent and still. We parked the car, and as we approached, a shiver ran down my spine. The place felt abandoned, sure, but not empty. There was a palpable sense of something watching, something that had never truly left. Inside, the factory was a maze of metal and decay. Broken machinery stood rusted and still, large gears covered in dust. The air smelled stale, and the silence was oppressive. We wandered through the empty halls, shining our flashlights on walls covered in graffiti, peeling paint, and remnants of what once was. At first, there wasn't much to see, just shadows stretching across the floor, the occasional creak of the old wooden beams above. But as we moved deeper into the building, things began to feel wrong. It wasn't the faint echoes of our footsteps on the concrete floor, or the way the dust seemed to hang in the air like a living thing. It was the feeling that we weren't alone. I don't know how to describe it, but it wasn't fear in the usual sense. More like an overwhelming sense of presence, something watching, following us. We kept moving, dismissing the feeling as overactive imaginations, but my heart wouldn't stop racing. We reached what had once been the main hall, a vast expanse of cracked tiles and broken machinery. At the far end, partially hidden by a stack of debris, was a staircase leading to what looked like the second floor. We made our way towards it, stepping carefully through the clutter of fallen pipes and rusted metal. That's when we heard it. A low, faint groan, like metal twisting under pressure. We froze. It wasn't coming from the floor above, it was below. My stomach sank as I realized it was coming from the basement. The noise was distant, almost mechanical, but it felt wrong. I was about to suggest we leave when one of my friends, Jason, walked toward the staircase. His flashlight beam flickered, casting strange shadows across the walls as he climbed. The sound continued, growing louder now, as if whatever made it was approaching. "Come on," Jason called back, his voice echoing unnaturally. "Let's see what's down there." I hesitated, but curiosity got the better of me. The others followed Jason down the creaking staircase, leaving me behind, my nerves frayed. I clutched my flashlight tighter, scanning the space. The noise had grown deafening now. Something was down there, something heavy. When I reached the bottom, the scene before me made my breath catch. The basement was larger than I'd expected, filled with old machinery and storage crates. But what stood out were the deep, claw-like scratches etched into the floor, running from one end to the other. It was like something had dragged itself across the concrete, leaving long, deep marks behind. I tried to tell myself it was just decay, but the noises had stopped. The silence was now deafening. We all stood there, staring at the marks, when one of my friends let out a gasp. I followed his gaze, and there, in the far corner of the basement, was something I'll never forget. A figure, a tall, pale figure with hollow eyes, barely discernible in the dim light. It was partially obscured by shadows, its features indistinct, but I could feel its gaze, cold and empty, locked onto us. "No," I whispered, taking a step back. "Let's go." But Jason was already moving toward it. His flashlight illuminated the figure, and for a moment we all stood frozen, unable to look away. Suddenly, the figure spoke, not with words, but with a low, inhuman hum that seemed to reverberate through my entire body. It wasn't a voice so much as a presence, pressing down on us, suffocating us. "We need to leave," one of my friends finally said, his voice trembling. We didn't wait for a second invitation. We fled up the staircase, the sound of the figure's hum fading behind us. My legs felt like jelly as we burst out into the cool night air, gasping for breath. As we drove away, I glanced back in the rearview mirror, expecting to see nothing but the darkness of the forest. But there, standing at the edge of the factory, was the figure. It didn't move, just stood there, watching us as we drove away. We never spoke about it again. But I know what I saw that night wasn't something from this world. Whatever that thing was, it's still out there, waiting. It was a summer evening, and I decided to take a walk through the old neighborhood park. The sun was just starting to set, casting long shadows across the overgrown trails. I had lived in this town my entire life, but I had always avoided this park, partly because it had a reputation, mostly forgotten now, of being haunted or unsettling. People used to talk about strange noises, whispers, and figures moving through the trees, but I never paid much attention to those stories. That night, though, I needed some quiet, some space to clear my head. The park wasn't far from my home, just a short walk away. It was the kind of place where time seemed to stand still, where the old oaks loomed over the trails and the air smelled thick with the scent of pine and earth. As I strolled down the main path, the woods on either side seemed darker than I remembered, the trees taller and more imposing. The usual sounds of the city were distant now, just the rustle of leaves and the faint hum of insects. The silence was unnerving, almost oppressive. I had a strange feeling, as though the forest itself was watching, waiting for something. I continued walking, my footsteps crunching softly against the gravel path. I passed by an old wooden bench, splintered and half-rotted, its paint chipped and faded. It had been there forever, the kind of thing no one really paid attention to anymore. But something about it caught my eye. A faint scratch, almost too faint to notice, ran down the bench's surface. The marks looked as if they'd been made by long, sharp claws. I paused for a moment, staring at the bench, my heart thudding harder. It couldn't have been anything natural. No animal could have left such clean, precise scratches. Maybe kids had vandalized it, but the deeper I looked, the more I felt an overwhelming sense of wrongness, as though those marks weren't meant to be there at all. I shook off the unease and kept walking, telling myself it was just my imagination playing tricks on me. But as I ventured further into the park, I noticed something strange. The trees weren't swaying with the breeze like they should have been. Instead, the branches hung motionless, as if the wind itself had vanished. Then came the sound. A low, raspy whisper carried by the stillness. It came from behind me, soft and indistinct, as though it had traveled from far away. I stopped, listening, but the whisper faded before I could make out any words. My stomach twisted into knots, and I forced myself to keep walking, faster now, as though I could outrun whatever had made that sound. As I turned a bend in the path, I saw something ahead, a figure partially obscured by the thick trees. It wasn't moving, just standing there, silhouetted against the last light of the setting sun. I stopped, my breath catching in my throat. The figure didn't look human. Its outline was too tall, too lanky, with limbs that bent in ways they shouldn't. Shadows seemed to crawl along its body, swallowing it whole. I tried to convince myself it was just a trick of the light, but the longer I stared, the more I felt something stir inside me. A primal fear I couldn't explain. The figure didn't make a sound, didn't shift or move. It simply stood there, watching me. I forced myself to look away, to keep walking. But as I passed, I could feel its gaze on me, cold and unrelenting. I clenched my fists, willing my legs to carry me faster. A rustling behind me snapped my attention back. I spun around, expecting to see nothing. But there it was again. The whisper, now louder, more insistent. It wasn't words, just fragments, like someone muttering in a language I didn't recognize. The figure was gone, but the trees seemed to bend toward me now, their branches brushing the path like fingers reaching out. The unease grew until it felt unbearable. I glanced down at my phone. No signal. Of course, there was nothing but static in this part of the park, and I had no way to call for help even if I wanted to. Suddenly, I heard the sound again, this time closer than I'd ever imagined. It was right behind me now, following, breathing down my neck. My legs wouldn't move. I was frozen, staring into the woods, unable to tear my eyes away from the darkness that seemed to stretch forever. Who's there? I whispered, my voice cracking. No answer. Just the whisper. Louder now, almost as if it was coming from inside my head. And then, just as suddenly as it had started, everything fell silent. The whisper, the rustling, the feeling of being watched. All of it disappeared. I didn't dare turn around. I kept walking, every step trembling beneath me. I didn't know if I was imagining it, but I could have sworn something was still there, hidden just beyond the edge of my vision. The park finally gave way to the street, and as I walked back home, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was still being followed. The whispers echoed in my ears, and I didn't dare look back. I've never gone back to the park. The night it happened, I was driving home from a late shift. I always took the same winding route through the countryside, cutting through deserted back roads that few ever traveled after dark. There's something unsettling about these roads. No streetlights, no signs of life, just miles of empty fields and trees on either side. It's the kind of place that always feels like it's hiding something. That night, the air was unusually cold, even for late October. The moon was almost full, casting a dim, eerie glow over everything. The silence was overwhelming. No cars, no distant sounds of animals, just the low hum of the tires on the cracked asphalt. I wasn't in a hurry to get home, so I kept my speed steady, the familiar stretch of road ahead seemingly endless. That's when I noticed something strange. In the distance, I saw a figure standing on the side of the road. At first, I assumed it was someone waiting for a ride, but there was something off about it. How still it was. How unnatural. I slowed down as I approached. The figure didn't move, didn't flinch. It was just standing there, its back to me. I could barely make out its shape in the dim light, but I could see enough to tell it wasn't human. Its form was too tall, too thin, like it didn't belong in this world. My heart began to race as I drove past, gripping the steering wheel tighter. I glanced in my rearview mirror, expecting to see the figure still there. But it wasn't. I told myself I had imagined it, that the shadows had played tricks on my eyes. But then I saw it again, this time, closer. The same figure was standing at the edge of a field, facing me directly. Its silhouette was more distinct now, and I could make out its long, slender arms hanging limp at its sides. I wanted to turn around, to speed back the way I came, but something kept me driving forward. My hands trembled as I gripped the wheel tighter, my breathing shallow. The figure stayed motionless, not moving even as I passed. It wasn't until I reached a stretch of road where the trees thinned out that I realized the figure had somehow crossed the road ahead of me. It was standing there, halfway between where I'd last seen it and my location. Panic surged through me. I had no idea what this thing was or how it kept appearing. I slammed my foot on the accelerator, speeding past it without looking back. But every nerve in my body screamed for me to stop. When I finally reached the outskirts of the town, the figure was gone. I drove the rest of the way home, trying to make sense of what I had seen. The figure had felt wrong. Too wrong. That night, I couldn't sleep. I kept replaying what I had seen, convinced that whatever it wasn't something human. I couldn't shake the feeling that it was still out there, waiting. And I knew it wasn't done with me. It was a bright, crisp afternoon when I decided to go for a hike. I'm not someone who ventures into nature often, but something about that day felt inviting. My backpack was light, just water, some snacks, and a map. I drove out of town, past the familiar roads, until the last hints of civilization faded behind me. The trailhead was quiet, empty, except for a small wooden sign that read, "Welcome to Bear Creek." The trail was peaceful at first, winding through thick forests of towering pines. The sound of my footsteps on the soft dirt path was the only noise I could hear. I checked my map occasionally, noting the twists and turns, but the trail wasn't complicated. I'd done plenty of hikes before, so I wasn't too concerned. A few miles in, the trees started to thin, and the landscape opened up to a grassy clearing. It was breathtaking. Mountains on the horizon, the sky a deep blue, the only sound being the rustling of leaves in the wind. I sat down for a moment, taking it all in. That's when I noticed something strange. At first, I couldn't tell what it was. A faint glimmer of something silver far off in the distance, just beyond the tree line. I rubbed my eyes, wondering if I was imagining it. But as I watched, the silver shimmer became clearer. It wasn't moving, just sitting there, reflecting the sunlight. Curiosity got the better of me. I stood up and began walking toward it, keeping the map in my hand. The ground became uneven, the trees thick once again, but the shimmer stayed in my view. It was almost as if it were calling to me, like a lure in the distance. My footsteps quickened. When I finally reached the spot, my breath caught. It wasn't just a glint of sunlight reflecting off rocks. It was an old, weathered metal object half buried in the dirt. I knelt down, brushing away some leaves and soil. It was a canister, small, rusted, and seemingly forgotten. Curious, I opened it. Inside was a thin roll of yellowed paper, folded over and tightly sealed with wax. My fingers trembled as I pulled it out. The paper smelled faintly of mildew, but it was legible. The handwriting was uneven, shaky. It read, "Help. Please, someone find me. It's in the woods. Don't follow the trail too far. I'm hiding." My heart raced. I looked around, scanning the trees. Was someone lost? Who had left this? The silence around me felt suddenly oppressive. The woods seemed to close in. I debated for a moment, torn between leaving or trying to find the person who wrote it. Before I could decide, I heard a noise behind me, soft and distant. I froze, every muscle in my body tightening. The sound of footsteps, slow and deliberate. I couldn't see anyone, but they were there, approaching quietly. I grabbed my map, my hands shaking, and turned to head back. But as I took a step, the footsteps stopped. Silence again. I glanced back, but there was nothing. Just the trees, the rustling leaves, and the feeling that I was being watched. I pressed on, heart pounding, but the sense of unease only grew. The trail felt longer on the way back, each step more cautious than the last. Every noise made me jump, rustling branches, distant whispers in the wind. I kept glancing over my shoulder, expecting to see someone behind me, but there was never anyone there. When I finally made it back to my car, I didn't stop to look back. The canister still sat in my backpack, unopened. I've never gone back to that trail. Whatever left that message, whatever was watching me in those woods, I hope I never have to face it again. It started as a simple trip to the old lighthouse, a place my family had visited countless times. We used to come here to watch the sunset, the ocean waves crashing against the cliffs below, the lighthouse casting its beam out over the water. This time, we decided to stay overnight, hoping for a quiet escape from the routine of life. The lighthouse stood tall and solitary at the edge of the rocky cliffs, its paint peeling and windows grimy from years of neglect. It wasn't operational anymore, but the view from the top was still breathtaking. Vast stretches of sea, endless skies, and the horizon meeting the horizon, uninterrupted. We set up our small tent a little ways down from the lighthouse, out of view from the old structure, and settled in for the evening. The sun dipped low, casting long shadows across the cliffs. As the sky darkened, the air became colder, the saltwater breeze sharp against my face. The sounds of the ocean became louder, more rhythmic, as if the waves themselves were trying to communicate. That's when things started to feel off. The usual quiet of the night was disrupted by strange, faint whispers carried on the wind. I shrugged it off at first, convincing myself it was just the wind playing tricks. But the whispers weren't constant. They came and went, drifting in and out like ghostly echoes. I looked around, but there was no one else in sight. My family was asleep in the tent, oblivious. Then I noticed something peculiar. The lighthouse, standing dark and foreboding, had always felt like a landmark, a safe beacon of light in the darkness. But now it felt different. It wasn't just that it was no longer operational. It felt like it had a presence of its own. I felt watched. I decided to climb up to the lighthouse, telling myself it was probably just my imagination. The inside of the structure was cold and damp, the smell of aged wood and salt overwhelming. Dust particles danced in the faint moonlight that filtered through the grimy windows. I took the stairs to the top, my footsteps echoing eerily in the empty space. At the top of the lighthouse, I stood in awe of the view. But as I looked out across the horizon, something caught my eye. A figure standing at the edge of the cliff, far below. It was too far for me to make out any details, but it stood motionless, like a statue. I squinted, trying to focus, but the figure didn't move. My heart pounded. I called out, but there was no response. The wind carried my voice away. I wanted to go back down, but something held me there. The figure remained, staring, unmoving. I turned to leave when I heard a sound, the soft creak of footsteps on the stairs behind me. My blood ran cold. I was alone. There was no reason for anyone else to be there. I spun around, expecting to see nothing, but there it was. A figure at the top of the stairs, eerily still, its face obscured by the shadows. My breath caught, and I backed away slowly, my legs trembling. As I descended the stairs, I could feel the figure following, its presence closer now as if it were breathing down my neck. When I reached the bottom, I bolted toward the tent, heart racing, the whispers now louder, more insistent. I didn't sleep that night. The whispers didn't stop. In the morning, when my family woke, there was no sign of the figure, just the sound of the ocean and the wind. But the feeling remained, the feeling that we weren't alone, that whatever had watched me from the cliff was still out there, waiting. It was late October, the sky heavy with overcast clouds as we set off for a camping trip. My friends and I had been planning this trip for months, far away from the city, deep into the heart of a forest we'd never visited before. None of us had ever camped out this far from civilization, but the promise of quiet, untouched wilderness was too tempting. We arrived at the site in the late afternoon, the air crisp and carrying the earthy scent of fallen leaves. The campground was abandoned with no signs of other campers. The silence stretched out around us, broken only by the distant rustling of trees and the soft crunch of leaves beneath our feet. As we unpacked and set up our tents, the sun began to dip lower, casting long shadows across the trees. By the time night fell, we had a small fire going, the flickering light casting dancing shadows on the ground. The forest stretched out before us, dark and vast, and the only sounds were the occasional creak of branches and the distant hoot of an owl. We sat around the fire, sharing stories, laughing, and drinking. The tension from the city life seemed to melt away as we relaxed under the canopy of stars. But even in the quiet, I couldn't shake the feeling that we weren't alone. The forest seemed too still, too quiet. It wasn't just peaceful, it was eerily quiet. Around midnight, I decided to check the area beyond our campsite. Something about the woods felt off, as though they were holding their breath. I grabbed a flashlight and ventured a little further into the trees. The ground was soft and uneven beneath my feet, and the only light came from my flashlight's dim beam. I walked for what felt like hours, the trees towering above me, their branches twisting into the darkness. The deeper I went, the stronger the feeling that I was being watched. My heartbeat quickened and I stopped, shining the light around. There was nothing but trees, shadows, and the faint creak of the wind. But then I saw it. A faint, almost imperceptible figure in the distance. It wasn't human. It was tall and slender, standing motionless. My breath hitched, and I backed away slowly, never taking my eyes off it. The figure didn't move. It just stood there, watching me, unmoving. I turned and ran back to camp, my legs carrying me as fast as they could. When I returned, my friends were asleep, blissfully unaware of the presence I had felt. I tried to tell myself it was just my imagination, but the memory of that figure stayed with me. The next morning, we packed up quickly and decided to head back to civilization. None of us spoke about what I had seen. I was too afraid they wouldn't believe me. As we walked back, I glanced over my shoulder, half expecting to see that figure again, but the forest was silent, as though it had never been disturbed. Even now, years later, I wonder what it was I saw that night. Whatever it was, I know I wasn't alone in the forest. It was a late afternoon when my friends and I decided to explore the old lighthouse by the coast. We had always known about it, a crumbling structure perched on the edge of the cliffs, long since abandoned. No one had used it in years, and the stories about its eerie past were the kind that had always fascinated us. The locals whispered of strange occurrences and unexplained disappearances, but we weren't ones to believe in ghosts or urban legends. The sun was low, casting long shadows across the rocky coastline as we made our way down the worn trail. The lighthouse stood tall against the darkening sky, its once white walls now faded and streaked with age. The air was thick with salt, and the distant crash of waves echoed around us. Inside the lighthouse, the light was dim, flickering as though it hadn't been used in decades. We made our way up the narrow, creaking staircase, each step accompanied by a low groan of old wood. The view from the top was breathtaking. The ocean stretched out endlessly before us, the horizon blending into the sky. As we explored, the atmosphere grew heavier. The deeper we went into the lighthouse, the quieter it became. It was as if the building itself had swallowed the sounds of the outside world. We tried to brush off the creeping unease that settled over us. After all, old buildings had their quirks, right? That's when we found the door. It was at the back of the top floor, tucked into the corner of what should have been an empty room. The door wasn't locked, but it felt wrong to even touch it. It stood slightly ajar, as though someone had just stepped through and never returned. We hesitated, exchanging uneasy glances. Something about the air felt thick, oppressive. Still, curiosity won out. I stepped forward and pushed the door open, the sound of rusted hinges echoing in the silence. Beyond the door was a narrow hallway, dimly lit by a flickering bulb that buzzed faintly. It led down into the bowels of the lighthouse, toward the basement. Without saying a word, we started down the hall, the distant rumble of the ocean growing louder as we descended. The air grew colder with each step. The walls were damp, and the Floor uneven, scattered with debris. At the bottom of the staircase was another door, this one sealed with rusted metal hinges. There was no light, no indication of what lay beyond. One of my friends reached out, slowly turning the knob. It screeched open, and we were hit with a blast of stale, musty air. The room beyond was in complete darkness. We fumbled for our flashlights illuminating the space before us. The room was vast and cavernous, filled with old, broken furniture and scattered bits of debris. But it wasn't what was in the room that made us freeze. It was what wasn't there. The floor was covered in footprints, small, barefoot prints that seemed to have formed in the dust leading toward the center of the room. Some were fresh, as if they had been made recently. We followed the trail cautiously, the soft beams of our flashlights shaking in our hands. The prints led us to a pile of old crates in the corner. Beneath them, another door stood ajar, this one almost hidden by the debris. Without thinking, one of us pushed it open. The room beyond was even darker. Our flashlights barely penetrated the blackness, but I could see shapes, shadows shifting just beyond the edge of the light. My breath caught as the feeling of being watched became too overwhelming to ignore. Then, from somewhere deep within the darkness, we heard it, a soft whisper. It was distant at first, like the echo of a voice from a dream. But as we stood there, frozen, the whisper grew louder, clearer. "Let us out." I wanted to run, but my legs wouldn't move. The whisper came again, closer this time. "Let us out. Let us out." The fear in my chest was unbearable, but we had to get out. We backed away from the door, our flashlights now shaking uncontrollably. The whispers grew louder, more insistent, until they filled the entire room, surrounding us from every direction. And then, silence. We stood there, listening, waiting for something, anything to happen. But nothing came. The whispers were gone. Slowly, we made our way back up the stairs, hearts pounding in our ears. The feeling of being watched lingered long after we left the lighthouse behind, as though whatever was down there wasn't finished with us. To this day, I can't forget the sound of those whispers, the ones that promised we hadn't seen the last of them. It was supposed to be just another ordinary evening at home, the kind of evening where you sit on the couch zoning out in front of the flickering TV while the world outside hums along like always. But that night was anything but ordinary. I had just finished a long day, feeling exhausted and ready to relax. The apartment was quiet, save for the faint sound of the wind outside rattling the window. The neighbors' usual sounds, the creak of floorboards above me, the muffled conversations. Through the thin walls were all as familiar as ever. I didn't think twice about it, too tired to care. At some point, though, I started to notice something strange, a subtle shift in the usual background noise, a faint, uneven breathing that didn't belong to me. I froze, sitting up straighter, listening harder. It wasn't coming from the TV or any of my usual appliances. It wasn't static. It was close, too close. I turned off the TV, the silence growing deafening. The only sound now was that breathing, slow, steady, as if someone were right behind me. I glanced over my shoulder, but there was nothing there. Just the dim light from the hallway. My pulse quickened, but I told myself I was being paranoid. The apartment felt empty, the familiar creak of floorboards upstairs seeming just a little louder now. I told myself it was the wind, the old building settling. Still, the breathing didn't stop. I grabbed my phone, dialing 911 with trembling fingers. The operator answered, asking if I was safe. I wanted to tell her I was, but I couldn't bring myself to speak. Then, a soft knock echoed from the front door. I didn't move. I didn't breathe. I listened as the knock came again, this time louder, more insistent. My heart pounded in my chest as I considered what to do. There was no way I could ignore it. Slowly, I stood and approached the door, my hand hovering over the lock. I peeked through the peephole, but there was no one there. Just the empty hallway. I pulled back, the sound of breathing still echoing softly behind me. It felt like someone was right there, just inches away. That's when I heard the knocking again, this time closer. It wasn't at the door anymore. It was coming from inside the apartment, from inside my walls. I ran to the bedroom, locking the door behind me. My phone was still on, the 911 operator still asking questions, but I couldn't answer. I could hear the breathing now, muffled but unmistakable, coming from behind the walls. It was as if someone had somehow found a way inside, but I couldn't see them. The knocking continued, growing louder, more frantic. My walls trembled with each thud. I could feel the vibrations under my feet. My mind raced, every rational thought abandoning me. I wanted to scream, to run, but fear held me still. Then, silence. The operator was still on the line, whispering, "Are you still there?" But there was nothing I could say. The only sound was my shallow breaths. Finally, after what felt like hours, I heard it, the faintest creak, just outside my bedroom door. I held my breath, heart thudding against my ribs. The door handle twisted, slowly turning. I backed away from the door, phone still in hand. My fingers trembled as I prayed that whoever, or whatever, was out there would leave. But then, a voice. Soft, distant, almost like a whisper, but clear enough to make me shiver. "I can hear you." I didn't move. I didn't answer. My mind screamed at me to run, but my body couldn't respond. The door creaked open, and for a moment, everything was still. Then a figure appeared, just a shadow in the dim light. It wasn't human, at least not entirely. Its face was indistinct, but I could see hollow, empty eyes, void of any life. It took a step closer, and I realized, in that frozen instant, that it wasn't something from this world. And then, it vanished. I didn't sleep that night. I don't know if I'll ever forget what I saw. But what haunts me more than anything is knowing that whatever was there, whatever it was never really gone. It was a typical evening trip through the old countryside, nothing unusual about it. My family and I had decided to take a detour from our usual route, exploring some back roads we hadn't traveled before. The sun had long since set, leaving the world bathed in an eerie twilight. The drive was peaceful at first, the only sounds being the hum of the tires and the occasional rustling of leaves outside. The road wound through dense woods, the trees crowding close on either side, their shadows stretching endlessly. There was no one else around, no cars, no other signs of life. As we rounded a bend, something caught my attention. Faint glimmers in the distance. At first, I thought it was just some old reflectors marking the edge of the road, but they didn't seem to align with the typical placement. They were too frequent and too strange. "What are those?" I asked, pointing out. "The window." My parents exchanged glances, their expressions uncertain. "Must be some sort of marker," my dad said, though his voice was unsure. As we drew closer, I realized they weren't markers at all. They were eyes, hundreds of them, glowing faintly in the dark, peering out from the trees along the side of the road. They blinked slowly, as if studying us, their pale light casting distorted shadows that flickered and danced. I couldn't tear my gaze away from them. There had to be something out there. My heart thudded as we drove past, and I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. The road stretched ahead, but the trees grew even denser, their shadows swallowing up any sign of the sky. "Did you see that?" my sister asked, her voice trembling. "I saw it," I replied, my throat dry. We hadn't gone more than a few miles when we spotted something else, small figures, barely visible, darting through the trees. They weren't human, I could tell that much. Not by the way they moved, not by their unnatural speed. It was as though they were lurking, waiting just beyond the edge of visibility. My parents kept driving, trying to stay calm, but the tension in the car was unbearable. We didn't speak much after that, too afraid to acknowledge what we were seeing. Then came the sound, soft, distant whispers carried on the wind. At first, I thought it was my imagination, but as we slowed, the whispers grew louder, more distinct. They weren't speaking words, not any language I recognized, but there was something deeply unsettling about them, like they were murmuring secrets only we were meant to hear. I leaned forward, trying to hear more, but the voices seemed to come from everywhere, as if they were surrounding us. The trees were alive, swaying gently as though they too were listening. The whispers filled the car, weaving into my thoughts, making me doubt my own sanity. "Mom," I whispered, my voice trembling, "we need to get out of here." My mom didn't answer. She was gripping the steering wheel so tightly her knuckles were white. My dad's knuckles were white too, and his face was pale, his eyes fixed on the road ahead. Suddenly, the headlights illuminated a figure standing by the side of the road. It was tall, emaciated, with long spindly limbs and a distorted, shadowy face that shifted and contorted as if in agony. The thing didn't move, just stood there, staring at us with those hollow, glowing eyes. My breath caught in my throat, and I realized I couldn't look away. The figure began to step forward, its limbs moving with a jerky, unnatural rhythm. Behind it, others appeared, like specters emerging from the forest, each one more twisted than the last. I could feel my parents slowing the car, but none of us spoke. The world outside was a living nightmare, trees swaying, shadows dancing, and those glowing eyes everywhere. As the figures drew closer, I saw something in their eyes. An emptiness, a hunger. They weren't after us for harm, I realized. No, they didn't need to hurt us. They wanted something more. They wanted to consume our fear. We didn't stop the car, but we didn't speed up either. There was nothing we could do but drive through the nightmare, hoping that if we didn't provoke them, they'd let us pass. And somehow, they did. When we reached the end of that road, the figures had vanished, leaving only the oppressive silence of the woods. We didn't talk about it. We couldn't. None of us wanted to acknowledge what had happened, as though admitting it might make it real again. To this day, we haven't returned to those back roads, and I'm not sure I ever will. The eyes are still out there, waiting, always watching. It was a clear autumn evening when we decided to take the old dirt road that led up to the old, overgrown orchard. My friends and I had heard stories about the orchard from people in town, though they never seemed to agree on what was true. Some said it was haunted. Others just dismissed it as an old tale. Either way, we figured there was no harm in checking it out. The orchard itself was vast, rows upon rows of crooked, gnarled trees that stretched far beyond where we could see. We wandered through the uneven rows, the crunch of leaves beneath our feet echoing in the stillness. The air was sharp and crisp, but it didn't take long before a chill ran down my spine. Something about the place felt off. We stopped near the center of the orchard where a large, ancient tree stood alone. Its trunk was thick and hollow, gnarled like it had seen centuries of storms and time. Its branches stretched out in every direction, but many had broken over the years, leaving it with a twisted, skeletal shape. Something about the tree felt familiar, though none of us could place why. We sat beneath its shade, passing around a flask of whiskey, laughing and joking. The evening felt peaceful, almost too calm. The further we moved from the edges of the orchard, the quieter the world became. It was as though the trees had swallowed all sound. As we sat there, something began to change. The laughter tapered off, and we all felt the weight of the silence settle in around us. I glanced around, trying to shake the unease creeping up my spine. The sky had darkened, casting the orchard in a strange, otherworldly glow. The usual sounds of nature The rustling leaves, the calls of distant birds were gone. The forest beyond the trees was quiet. Then I noticed something out of place. In the distance, between the twisted trunks of the apple trees, there was a figure. It wasn't moving, just standing there, its form barely visible in the shadows. My stomach tightened. I couldn't make out what it was. It was too far away to see clearly, but its presence felt wrong. I whispered to my friends, pointing toward the figure. They followed my gaze but saw nothing. "It's just the trees playing tricks on you," one of them said, laughing nervously. "Nothing's there." But I knew what I had seen. I could feel its eyes on me, though there was no way to be sure it even had a face. The longer I stared, the more the figure seemed to blur, as if it was blending into the darkness itself. Then, as if in response to my fear, it began to move. Slowly, almost deliberately. "Let's head back," I said, my voice trembling. "Something's not right here." As we made our way toward the edge of the orchard, the atmosphere grew, heavier, suffocating. The trees seemed to close in around us, their twisted limbs reaching out as though they were watching. The figure was gone now, but I could still feel its presence, lingering like a shadow just beyond my vision. When we reached the dirt road, we didn't speak much. The eerie stillness of the orchard had left us all shaken, and none of us wanted to turn back and look at what might still be lurking behind us. It wasn't until we were safely back in town that we realized we had left something behind. My phone buzzed as we sat around a fire in someone's backyard. It was a message from one of my friends with only one word: "Look closer." Confused, I opened the photo he had sent. It was a blurry shot, taken just as we left the orchard. In the background, barely visible, there was the figure, standing between the trees, its features obscured but still there, watching. We've never gone back to that orchard, and I pray we never do. I've always been a night owl. I'd spend hours driving back roads, listening to music, or just getting lost in thought. One night, I decided to take a different route home, one that looped through fields and quiet country roads. It was the kind of night where the stars felt closer, the sky so vast and clear it seemed to stretch forever. Around 2 a.m., I found myself on a lonely stretch of road, surrounded by nothing but farmland. The fields stretched out on either side of me, empty and dark, with only the occasional flicker of distant farmhouses. I remember thinking how peaceful it all felt, isolated but serene. That's when I saw it. A figure standing by the side of the road. At first, I thought it was a scarecrow. The silhouette was tall and thin, almost too thin, with its arms outstretched like it was waving. I slowed down as I approached, my headlights illuminating it. But it wasn't a scarecrow. It had a face, long, gaunt, and pale, like something that had been buried for years. Its hollow eyes didn't blink, didn't seem to recognize me. It stood there, motionless, as if waiting for something. I was frozen, unable to move. The figure didn't shift, didn't run. It just stood there, watching me. I held my breath, waiting for something, anything, but nothing happened. My car idled, the engine humming softly. Then, just as I was about to drive away, it moved. Not toward me, but away. It turned slowly and walked into the fields, disappearing into the darkness. I sat there, gripping the steering wheel, my mind racing. What had I seen? A hallucination? A prank? I drove home that night, my hands trembling on the wheel, but I couldn't forget the image, the figure. It wasn't just fear. It was something deeper, something that felt rooted in the very land itself. Even now, years later, I wonder if it's still out there, lurking in the fields, waiting for someone to cross its path again. It was a late autumn evening when my friends and I decided to take a spontaneous trip to an old, abandoned lighthouse on the edge of the coast. none of us had ever been there, and the place had always been rumored to be haunted. Skeptical, as we all were, we figured it would make for an eerie, atmospheric adventure. The lighthouse stood tall against the backdrop of a dark, churning sea. The wind howled through the skeletal remains of an old wooden pier as we parked the car a few miles down the narrow, winding road. The air was heavy with mist and the salty tang of the ocean. We all felt the shift in the atmosphere as we stepped out of the car, the warmth of the day fading fast. As we approached the base of the lighthouse, the shadows seemed to stretch longer, as if the darkness itself was watching us. The structure loomed in front of us, its once pristine white paint now weathered and peeling. The steps spiraled upwards into the sky, vanishing into the dense fog that had rolled in. "We'll split up," Matt said, his voice breaking the silence. "That way, we cover more ground. One of us can check out the bottom while the rest go up." Against my better judgment, we agreed. I could feel the weight of the ancient stone beneath my feet as I started climbing, the sounds of my friend's footsteps fading below. Each creaking step seemed louder than the last, the wind growing stronger as I ascended. The higher I climbed, the colder the air became. I paused, turning back to glance at the fog that now swallowed the ground below. My heart pounded in my chest. It was so quiet, except for the sound of my own breath and the faint echo of the wind. When I finally reached the top, I pushed open the rusted door, stepping into the narrow space of the lighthouse. The view from the top was breathtaking. Mist rolling in every direction, the sea stretching out beyond the horizon, waves crashing against the rocks below. But something wasn't right. The air felt thick, as if it had a weight of its own. The sound of the wind was different now, more oppressive, as if it carried something more than just the chill of the ocean. I turned to scan the interior of the lighthouse, its walls lined with faded photographs of sailors and their families, some so old they were barely recognizable. That's when I saw it. The figure. It was standing by the window, its shape barely distinguishable from the fog. At first, I thought it was my imagination, but then I saw its outline, pale and gaunt, with hollow eyes that stared right through me. I couldn't move, couldn't breathe. My body felt frozen as the figure turned, slightly, facing me. "Who's there?" I whispered, my voice barely above a whisper. The figure didn't respond. It remained still, like a ghostly silhouette against the window. The wind howled louder, and I could feel the cold seeping through my jacket. My legs trembled as I slowly backed away, my hand gripping the cold metal railing. Suddenly, I heard voices below. "Guys, where are you?" It was Matt, his voice frantic. "Come on, we need to get out of here." "Matt," I yelled, panic rising in my throat. "There's something up here." Before I could react, the figure began to move, floating towards me with unnatural grace. My breath hitched as I stumbled backward, nearly losing my footing on the narrow stairs. I could feel the presence closing in, the figure growing larger with every step I took down. When I finally reached the bottom, my friends were waiting, eyes wide with fear. "What happened?" Sarah asked, her voice trembling. "I saw it," I managed to say, breathless. "It was up there, watching me." The rest of the night passed in silence. We didn't speak much as we packed up and left the lighthouse behind. The figure, whatever it was, haunted my thoughts, its hollow gaze etched in my mind. I still don't know what I saw that night, but sometimes, on quiet evenings, I find myself staring out into the fog, half expecting to see those hollow eyes watching from the distance. It was supposed to be just an ordinary evening trip, something to break the monotony of everyday life. My friends and I decided to take the old winding road through the countryside, a place none of us had visited before. The idea was simple: leave behind the city's noise and escape into the quiet, untouched beauty of nature. The drive was uneventful at first. The road stretched ahead, snaking between tall, overgrown fields that swayed gently in the evening breeze. The sky was painted in hues of orange and pink, and we were lost in conversation, laughing about everything and nothing. The GPS kept pointing us forward, leading us deeper into the unknown. But then the air changed. The atmosphere became thicker, heavier. The trees began to crowd the road, their branches meeting high above like twisted fingers. It felt like we were descending into a different world, one untouched by time. We came to a bend in the road, and that's when it happened. The car jolted, the engine sputtering as it suddenly lost power. I steered to the side, the tires crunching against the gravel. The road was empty, and there was nothing for miles except endless forest. We tried to restart the car, but it was no use. The engine made a low, guttural sound and then gave up entirely. The silence that followed was suffocating, broken only by the distant rustling of leaves in the wind. "We'll walk to the nearest town," someone suggested, but none of us were sure where that even was. We decided to stay put, hoping someone would pass by and offer help. Our phones were useless, no signal, no bars. It grew darker, and soon the only light came from the dying glow of the car's headlights. We sat in silence, passing around a flashlight to keep the shadows at bay. The woods felt alive. Every creak and crack of the branches was magnified, as if something were watching us. I don't know how much time had passed when we heard it, the sound of footsteps, not from the direction of the forest, but behind us. We froze, holding our breath. The footsteps were slow, measured, like they didn't belong to anyone we knew. "Hello?" I called out, my voice trembling. No answer, just the soft crunch of shoes on gravel. The sound got closer, and then, to my horror, we saw them. A group of figures walking toward us from the darkness. They didn't run, didn't seem scared or worried. They moved like shadows, their faces obscured by the night, their footsteps steady and unwavering. "Who are you?" someone whispered, but the figures didn't respond. They just kept coming. The flashlight's beam swept over them, revealing details that chilled us to the bone. They were wearing mismatched, tattered clothes, faces void of expression. Their eyes weren't hollow. There was nothing behind them at all. They weren't human, not anymore. Panic surged through us as they stopped, standing in a silent circle around the car. They didn't speak, didn't react to our screams. They just stared, as though they were waiting for something. We knew we couldn't run. There was no point in screaming. We could only sit and hope they would leave, but the longer they stood there, the more I realized they weren't going anywhere. Then, one of them, barely more than a shadow, stepped forward. It wasn't one of the figures we had seen before. This one was different. It was taller, thinner, its limbs stretched unnaturally. It moved with a jerky, unsettling gait, like it didn't quite fit in its own body. It stared at us with cold, black eyes, and for a moment, I swear, it smiled. Not a human smile, but something inhuman, sharp, toothless, and utterly devoid of life. Time seemed to stretch as we sat there, trapped in the gaze of those empty eyes. The air grew colder, heavier. I couldn't take it anymore. I turned my head, away, unable to bear the sight. When I looked back, they were gone. The figures, the strange figure, they were all gone. The forest was silent again, the only sound being the rustle of leaves carried by the wind. We didn't stay. We didn't look back. We ran, screaming into the night, not stopping until we reached the edge of town and found help. I don't know what they were or where they came from. I don't think I ever want to know. All I know is that some things should remain hidden, buried deep in the shadows of forgotten places. It was the middle of summer, and my friends and I decided to take a day trip to a remote beach, far from the usual tourist spots. We wanted to escape the crowds and find some quiet, peaceful place to relax. The beach wasn't well known, tucked away down a narrow, winding road, hidden from the rest of the world. We arrived in the early afternoon, greeted by nothing but the endless stretch of sand and the gentle lapping of waves. The sky was clear, the sun blazing overhead. The beach, stretched out before us, empty except for a few distant figures far off in the distance. It was perfect. We set up our towels, spread out some chairs, and spent the day swimming, talking, and soaking up the sun. The water was warm, the air salty and fresh. It felt like paradise, away from the noise and rush of everyday life. But as the sun began to dip closer to the horizon, something started to feel off. The air seemed to grow heavier, and a strange quiet had settled over the beach. Even the waves seemed quieter, like they were retreating, leaving behind an eerie stillness. My friends didn't seem to notice, too lost in their own conversations, but I felt a prickling on the back of my neck, an instinctive warning that something wasn't right. I wandered a little closer to the water, scanning the horizon. That's when I saw them. Two figures standing at the edge of the ocean, staring out at nothing. They weren't moving, weren't even talking, just standing there as if they were waiting for something. I didn't want to believe it, but as I moved closer, I could see their faces. They weren't like us. Their eyes were hollow, dark, and empty. There was something wrong with their skin, too. Pale, almost translucent, as though they didn't belong in the sunlight. They turned slightly, as if sensing my gaze, but didn't. Look at me. Their attention remained fixed on the horizon. I felt a wave of panic rising, my breath quickening. I turned and ran back to my friends, my heart thudding in my chest. "We need to leave," I said, my voice trembling. "Now!" They laughed it off, thinking I was overreacting. But I couldn't shake the feeling of those figures standing there, their eyes lifeless, their faces twisted in a way I couldn't understand. As we packed up our things and started heading back, the silence followed us. The beach was still empty, the distant figures still watching us, their presence growing more and more oppressive. I glanced back one last time, and that's when I noticed something terrifying. The figures weren't there anymore, but I could still feel their gaze on me. I'll never forget the day I visited that old bookstore. It was tucked away on a quiet street, surrounded by tall, crumbling brick buildings that leaned toward one another as though the city had forgotten about them. The windows of the bookstore were dusty and covered in fog, but something about it drew me in. It wasn't the kind of place people normally wandered into, but I found myself stepping through the creaking wooden door without hesitation. The bell above rang faintly, and the smell of old paper and dust hit me all at once. The place felt as though it had been untouched for decades. Bookshelves stretched high above my head, the spines old and faded. The light from the single bulb overhead flickered weakly. I wandered through the narrow aisles, trailing my fingers along the spines of the forgotten books, half expecting to hear the whispers of some long-lost ghostly stories. I picked up a few, old paperbacks, flipping through pages that crinkled in my hands. Something about the silence and the musty air felt almost otherworldly. I lost track of time, losing myself in the thick atmosphere of the store. At the end of one aisle, I found a shelf that seemed different from the rest. The books here were thinner, almost like pamphlets, their covers dark and worn. I pulled one from the shelf. Its title was barely legible. Whispers of the Forgotten. It wasn't the title that caught my attention, though. It was the strange sense of familiarity I felt as I opened it. The first few pages were scattered with strange symbols and text I couldn't read. I traced my fingers over them, my mind drawn to the obscure illustrations, twisted, distorted shapes that looked like they were from another world. I turned to the next page, and that's when I saw it. Words written in a language that wasn't English. They weren't letters, just strange symbols that sent a shiver down my spine. I couldn't stop reading, as though something was compelling me to continue. My hands trembled as I read the first few lines. "Those who seek will find, but they may not return." The words sent a cold wave through my body. I glanced around the bookstore, suddenly realizing how quiet it had become. The faint creak of the floorboards seemed to echo louder than it should have, and I could feel eyes on me. It was as though the store itself was watching, waiting. The room seemed darker now, shadows stretching toward me from the corners of the shelves. My heart raced as I looked back at the book. The pages turned by themselves, landing on a chapter that spoke of places that no longer existed. Forgotten towns, cities swallowed by time and silence. The more I read, the more I felt an odd connection to these places. It was as if I had been there before, even though I knew I hadn't. Suddenly, the light overhead flickered violently, casting everything into near darkness. A chill swept through the room, and I heard a whisper, so faint I could barely make it out. "Turn back." I froze, the whisper echoing in my ears. My eyes darted around the bookstore, but there was no one there. My breath came in shallow gasps, as I realized I was alone. The pages of the book flipped again, this time stopping on a section titled "The Forgotten Path." My hands were shaking as I read, "The path is long and lonely, but those who seek will find. Beware, for what is lost may never be reclaimed." The room felt colder now, and I could hear the sound of footsteps, though no one was there. The air was thick, and it felt as though something was closing in on me. I wanted to leave, but I couldn't move. My body felt frozen, my mind consumed by the words of the book. It was then that I noticed something at the edge of my vision. A figure, tall, shadowy, and indistinct, stood at the end of the aisle, watching me. I couldn't make out its face, but I could feel its presence. It wasn't human, not in the way I knew. The whisper came again, clearer this time. "Return. What is lost?" Panic set in, and I knew I had to get out. I stumbled backward, clutching the book tightly. The figure didn't move, but I could feel its gaze following me as I hurried toward the door. As I ran out of the bookstore, the bell above rang once more, echoing into the night. I didn't look back. The streets outside were empty, silent, as though the city had swallowed the bookstore whole. I don't know what I brought with me from that place, but every night since I've dreamed of the figures and the whispers. There's a piece of that book still in my hands, and I wonder, will I ever be able to forget, or will I be drawn back seeking something I might not want to find? It started during the drive home. My family had been on a long road trip, no set destination, just miles of open highway. It was supposed to be relaxing, a way to escape the monotony of everyday life. The sun was setting, casting long shadows across the empty roads. The car was quiet, just the hum of the engine and the occasional chirp of crickets outside. We were nearly home when the first strange thing happened. I was sitting in the back seat, staring out the window, lost in thought, when I saw something move in the corner of my eye. It wasn't something outside, though. Inside the car. A faint shimmer, like someone standing just outside my window, but inside the car. My stomach twisted. I turned to look, but there was nothing. Just the empty highway and my family. "Did you see that?" I asked my parents, my voice shaky. "See what?" My dad replied, his eyes still on the road. I shook my head, trying to dismiss the feeling, but the sensation of being watched didn't leave. The sun had set completely by then, leaving just the pale glow of the headlights cutting through the darkness. I could feel the tension rising, my heart pounding harder as the landscape sped by. The next time I noticed it, it was more persistent. I couldn't see anything out the windows, but I could feel it. Eyes on me, eyes inside the car. It was like something had slipped into the back seat with me. I turned around, but again, nothing. I was just about to ask my parents if they felt it too when I heard a faint whisper, so quiet I almost convinced myself it was just the wind. But then, louder, clearer. "Look behind you." I froze. My breath hitched and I gripped the edge of the seat. I turned slowly, my eyes wide, expecting to see something, anything. There was nothing. The empty back seat stared back at me. "What's wrong?" my mom asked, her voice full of concern. I tried to shrug it off, but I couldn't ignore the feeling that something, or someone, was there, just behind me. I kept glancing over my shoulder, expecting to see a figure, but the car was still empty. Then it happened again. Another whisper, soft, but now unmistakable. "Look again." I didn't want to look. My body trembled, but curiosity and fear battled in my mind. I slowly turned, expecting to see that distorted reflection in the rearview mirror, or maybe a figure in the shadows, but there was nothing, only the dark, empty highway stretching into the distance. "Please, stop," I whispered, my voice barely audible. My parents were still talking up front, oblivious to my panic. I felt trapped, unable to escape whatever was following me. A third whisper came, closer this time, as though it was right in my ear. "Turn around." I couldn't resist anymore. My head snapped back, eyes wide, searching the dark space behind me. And that's when I saw it. The faintest movement. A shadow, shifting in the seat next to me. It wasn't human, not exactly. Its form was blurry, almost liquid-like, blending with the dark. It was there, watching me. My breath hitched as I stared, my mind screaming for me to look away, but I couldn't. My body was paralyzed by fear, unable to move, unable to look anywhere else but at the figure. It shifted again, leaning closer. Its presence felt like a cold wind pressing against my skin. "Don't look," it whispered again, but this time I knew I couldn't turn away. Tears welled in my eyes as I forced myself to look forward, staring out at the dark road ahead. The whispers stopped, and the sensation of being watched faded, but I couldn't shake the feeling that it was still there, lurking in the shadows of my mind. When we finally reached home, I didn't say a word. I wasn't sure if I could explain what I had seen, or if they would even believe me. But every time I close my eyes, I can still feel it. The whisper in my ear, the eyes that followed me, the shadow sitting right beside me, waiting. It was a quiet, ordinary evening when we decided to explore the old tunnel beneath the city. The tunnel wasn't exactly hidden, but it wasn't well known either, just a place some kids had talked about exploring years ago. My friends and I, curious and bored, thought it might make for an interesting adventure. None of us expected what we would find. The entrance was hidden under a narrow bridge, overgrown with weeds, covered in graffiti. It smelled of damp earth and decay. As we walked down, flashlights cutting through the darkness, the air grew colder and the walls seemed to press in around us. The tunnel stretched ahead, endless, lit only by the faint glow of our headlights. First, everything felt normal. The tunnel echoed with the sound of our footsteps and the strange whispers of the wind. But the deeper we went, the more the feeling of unease settled over us. My friends joked, trying to lighten the mood, but I could tell we were all on edge. There was something oppressive about the tunnel, as if it had been waiting for us. Then we heard it. Faint, distant at first, like a whisper. "Help! Help!" We exchanged uneasy glances. The voice wasn't loud enough to make sense of, but it seemed to resonate through the tunnel like a ghostly echo. I knew then that we were no longer alone. One of my friends, Sam, called out hesitantly. "Hello? Is someone down there?" The response came again, louder this time. "Help! Help! Please!" This time it was clearer, as if someone was begging us from the darkness. We hesitated, unsure whether to respond or run, but something about the desperation in that voice kept us rooted in place. "Who's there?" I called, my voice shaky. The silence that followed was worse than any response. We listened to the sound of our own breathing, the faint drip of water from the ceiling. Then, another sound, soft, dragging, like something heavy being pulled across the ground. Please. Help! I'm trapped, the voice called again, but this time it was closer. We didn't move. The flashlight beams swept the shadows searching for the source of the voice, but there was nothing to be seen. The tunnel stretched endlessly, the darkness swallowing the light. Suddenly, something shifted. A figure emerged from the blackness. It wasn't human, at least not entirely. The shape was twisted, elongated, its limbs jerking unnaturally as it moved toward us. Its face was obscured by shadows, but I could see its eyes, empty and hollow, like voids in the darkness. Help, the figure rasped, its voice distorted, as though speaking from a place far beyond our world. We backed away, panic surging through us. The tunnel seemed to stretch further, the walls closing in around us. Whatever that thing was, it wasn't human, and it wasn't something we could fight. Without thinking, we turned and ran. The tunnel echoed with our footsteps, the strange cries of the figure fading behind us. I didn't stop until we burst out into the cold night air, gasping and trembling. None of us looked back. To this day, I don't know what we saw. The tunnel remains beneath the city, hidden, waiting. I've tried to convince myself it was a dream, a trick of the light, but I know better. Something is down there, something that shouldn't be disturbed. I still hear the voice sometimes, calling from the dark, and I know I'll never forget it. I didn't believe in ghosts or anything beyond what my eyes could see. Not until that night. It was just a normal evening when my friends and I decided to go hiking. We had heard about a hidden trail deep in the nearby forest, far from any roads or signs of civilization. The air was crisp, the trees towered above us, their shadows stretching long and eerie as we followed the winding path. It was supposed to be a quiet escape, a peaceful night beneath the stars. The trail was narrow, barely more than a dirt path with thick forest on either side. The sunlight dimmed fast, leaving only the soft glow from our flashlights to guide us. We didn't talk much, just walking, listening to the crunch of leaves underfoot and the occasional rustle in the bushes. It was when we reached a clearing that things started to feel wrong. The atmosphere shifted. The forest was no longer the familiar, welcoming place it once was. The trees seemed taller, their branches forming a canopy that seemed to trap the light, casting deep shadows. The air grew colder, like the forest itself was holding its breath. We decided to set up camp there, thinking it was a good place to rest. But the longer we stayed, the more uneasy I became. The silence was deafening, as though the forest was holding its breath. I glanced around, trying to shake the feeling of being watched, but the woods felt alive in a way I couldn't explain. That's when I heard it. A faint, distant whisper. A voice, barely audible, carried on the wind. I stopped, my breath catching in my throat. "Did you hear that?" I asked my friends, but they shook their heads, too preoccupied with setting up the tents. I tried to brush it off, telling myself it was just my imagination. But as night fell, the whispers grew louder, weaving through the trees like they were calling to me. I could feel the weight of the forest pressing down on me, the darkness growing thicker. Then, in the stillness, I saw it. A figure standing at the edge of the clearing. A shadow, taller than any tree, motionless. I couldn't make out its features, just a black silhouette, watching us. My heart pounded, and I called out to my friends, but they didn't see it. I took a step toward the figure, compelled, despite the fear gripping me. As I drew closer, I noticed something strange. The figure didn't cast a shadow. The very ground beneath it seemed to bend around the shape, as though the light avoided it. It wasn't human. It was more like a void, a gap in reality. My legs felt weak, but I couldn't look away. I was frozen, watching as the figure tilted, its head almost as if acknowledging my presence. Then the whispers became a voice, calm but cold. "You shouldn't be here." I opened my mouth to speak, but no sound came out. The figure took a slow step forward, and I took a step back, realizing there was no escape. The whispers turned to screams in my head, but still, I couldn't move. Then, just as suddenly as it appeared, the figure vanished. The forest returned to its usual silence, but something had shifted. The unease lingered, heavier now, almost suffocating. My friends, oblivious to what had just happened, continued setting up camp, blissfully unaware. I never told them about the figure, about the whispers that still echo in my mind, and I never went back to those woods. To this day, I wonder if whatever I saw is still waiting. It was the kind of summer evening where the air feels thick, almost suffocating. My friends and I decided to take a drive out to the old abandoned amusement park that was rumored to be haunted. The place had been closed for decades, forgotten, overgrown, and left to rot. We weren't really sure what we expected to find, but the idea of exploring something so eerie felt like the perfect escape from the humdrum of our usual lives. As we parked near the entrance, the silence was oppressive. The old, rusted gates groaned as we pushed them open, the metal scraping against itself. The ground was uneven beneath our feet, with weeds and tall grass creeping up through the cracks in the concrete. It felt as though time had stopped. We walked through the overgrown pathways, stepping carefully to avoid the broken glass and twisted remnants of rides that once filled this place with laughter. The Ferris wheel loomed in the distance, its rusted frame creaking in the faint breeze. We weren't exactly sure what we were hoping to find, but the air was thick with a strange tension that made my skin crawl. As we ventured deeper into the park, the sun dipped lower on the horizon. Shadows stretched long and distorted, casting unsettling shapes on the decaying attractions. The further we went, the quieter it became. The sounds of birds and wind seemed to fade away, leaving only the echo of our own footsteps against the cracked pavement. Then came the first sign that something wasn't right. We came across the old carousel. The once bright-painted horses were now faded and covered in moss. We stopped in front of it, the air suddenly feeling colder. I could see my breath in the dim light. Something felt off. I had this overwhelming sensation that we weren't alone. Noticed a strange figure standing by the far side of the carousel, just beyond the broken tracks. It was tall, too tall, with a gaunt, skeletal frame that seemed unnaturally elongated. The figure didn't move, just stood there, facing us with its head tilted at an impossible angle. "Guys," I whispered, my voice trembling. "Look." They turned, following my gaze. At first, they didn't see it, but when they did, they froze. The figure stood still, its hollow black eyes staring at us. There was no face, just a void where its features should have been. It didn't blink, didn't even seem to breathe. "Let's get out of here," someone said, their voice shaking. We turned to run, but as we did, there was a sudden, sharp sound behind us. The slow creak of the carousel. I dared to look back, and there it was, moving. The horses spun, but there was no sound, just the grotesque image of the figure standing there, watching us. We ran, pushing through the undergrowth, desperate to get back to the car. The park seemed to stretch on endlessly, the trees closing in around us. Every time I looked back, I could see the figure, always there, always watching. When we finally stumbled out onto the road, we didn't stop running until we reached town. The park faded, behind us, swallowed by darkness. To this day, I don't know what we saw, but whatever it was, it's still out there, waiting. It was supposed to be a simple day at the park, nothing unusual. Just me, my camera, and a quiet trail leading into the woods. I've always been fond of nature and spent my weekends hiking or exploring different paths, searching for something unique to capture on film. That morning, I packed my camera gear and set out early. The air was crisp and the sun was barely peeking over the horizon when I arrived at the trailhead. It was a familiar spot, but this time something felt off. The usual sounds of chirping birds and rustling leaves were missing. Instead, there was silence, the kind that hangs heavy, as if the world itself had gone still. I took a deep breath and shrugged it off, telling myself I was imagining things. As I followed the trail deeper into the woods, the quiet only grew. The trees seemed taller, the shadows stretching unnaturally long. The path became narrower, winding between thick undergrowth. I kept walking, ignoring the unease growing in my chest. At one point, I stopped to take a photo. I raised my camera and glanced through the lens. What I saw wasn't the usual forest scene. There was something there, something moving just beyond, the edge of the frame. A figure, tall and obscured by the trees, watching me. My hands shook as I lowered the camera, but when I looked, there was nothing there. I kept moving, trying to push the thought away, but every step felt heavier. The weak trail began to thin, and the trees loomed larger, as if they were closing in on me. I glanced behind, but all I could see was the empty path I had come from. I walked until I reached a small clearing, bathed in the dim light filtering through the canopy. It was peaceful, the kind of moment you wish could last forever. But something about the stillness unsettled me. I felt like I was being watched. I set my camera down on a rock and took a seat, staring at the trees that surrounded me. Then I noticed something. A faint whisper, almost inaudible. I strained my ears, but the sound was gone. I told myself it was just the wind, until it came again, louder this time. Not quite a whisper, not quite a voice, but something close enough to make my skin crawl. I grabbed my camera and began to snap pictures, hoping to capture whatever it was. The shutter clicked again and again, but when I reviewed the images, there was nothing but the forest. A rustling noise came from behind, and I turned sharply expecting to see an animal. Instead, there was nothing, just the trees, still and unmoving. My heart pounded in my chest as I realized I was alone. Or so I thought. I heard it again. Closer this time. The faint sound of footsteps crunching leaves. I turned slowly, my camera raised, but there was still nothing in sight. The sound continued, steady and deliberate, circling the clearing. Panic surged through me as I realized I wasn't imagining it. The footsteps weren't from an animal. They were from something else. I stumbled backward, keeping my eyes on the trees, my breath coming in ragged gasps. And then, from the corner of my eye, I saw it. A figure, tall and shadowy, moving between the trees. Its form was distorted, barely human, but I could feel its presence. Its eyes, if it even had them, were black voids, staring straight at me. I turned and ran. My legs carried me faster than I thought possible. The sound of those footsteps growing louder behind me. The trees blurred into streaks of green and brown, but I didn't dare stop. My camera swung wildly as I pushed through thorns and branches, the fear coursing through me like electricity. When I finally broke free from the trees, I didn't stop to look back. I ran to my car, throwing open the door and slamming it shut. Behind me. The silence of the forest was replaced by the steady hum of the engine, but the feeling of being watched didn't fade. I sat there, hands trembling on the steering wheel, staring at the woods. The figure, whatever it was, had disappeared, but I knew it was still out there, waiting, just beyond my sight. It was supposed to be a simple day at the beach, the kind where the sun beats down, the sound of waves is constant, and nothing seems out of place. My friends and I decided to take a trip to a secluded beach we'd heard about, far from the crowded tourist spots. We packed coolers, sunscreen, and our usual beach gear, eager for some peace and quiet. The beach was vast, rocky, and stretched out for miles. It felt like we were the only ones there, which was exactly what we'd wanted. We spent the day lounging, swimming, and talking. The water was refreshing, the sand soft beneath our feet, and the sense of isolation only added to the charm of the place. As the sun began to set, casting long shadows across the rocks, we decided to stay a little longer, hoping to watch the sun dip below the horizon. The air was warm and thick, but something about the silence unsettled me. It wasn't just the absence of other people. There was something else, something in the atmosphere that felt wrong. As the sun disappeared, the sky turned a deep purple and the horizon shimmered with orange streaks. We were packing our things when one of my friends, Lisa, stopped and pointed toward the edge of the beach. "Did you see that?" she asked, her voice quieter than before. We all turned. Standing at the far end of the beach, barely visible in the fading light, was a figure. It was tall and thin, cloaked in darkness, its outline blending with the shadows of the cliffs. At first, we thought it might be someone hiking the cliffs, but they weren't moving. They stood there, motionless, watching us. "Maybe it's someone camping," one of my other friends suggested. But there weren't any campsites around, just endless rocks and cliffs stretching into the distance. We watched for what felt like forever, but the figure didn't move. It was like a statue, unmoving and silent. A chill ran down my spine. The more we stared, the more I felt like it was staring back at us, like we were the ones being watched. Lisa started to take a step forward, her curiosity overpowering her fear. "We should check," she said softly. "Maybe it's just someone lost." I wanted to argue, to tell her to stay put, but the silence and stillness of the figure were too eerie. We followed her, our steps hesitant on the uneven rocks. The closer we got, the more details we could make out. It wasn't human. It didn't have a face, at least, not in the way we expected. Its head was hollow, like an empty mask, and its limbs were too long and thin, twisted at unnatural angles. "Let's get back," I urged, my voice shaking. But before we could turn, the figure began to move. Slowly, methodically, like it was gliding rather than walking. "Run!" I shouted, my fear overcoming me. But before any of us could, the figure had closed the distance between us. Its hand, if you could call it that, reached out, long and bony, and touched Lisa's shoulder. Her scream echoed across the empty beach, but it wasn't the scream of someone in terror. It was hollow, lifeless. I didn't stop running until I was far away, back at the edge of the beach, gasping for breath. My friends followed, but Lisa wasn't with them. I turned back once, but she was gone. That night, as we sat huddled in silence, I couldn't stop thinking about Lisa. The figure, whatever it was, had taken her. I knew we'd never find her again. And as I stared at the dark horizon, I knew that we weren't the only ones left watching. The summer evening was warm, the kind of heat that lingers even as the sun dips below the horizon. We decided to go on a hike that day, something none of us had done in a while. There were 5 of us, old friends, eager to reconnect and enjoy the fresh air. The trail led us deep into the woods, far from any signs of civilization. The trees loomed overhead, their thick canopies blocking most of the sunlight, leaving the forest in a perpetual shade. It was peaceful, almost too quiet. The only sound was the crunch of leaves beneath our boots and the occasional rustling of branches. We hadn't seen another person since we parked the car hours ago. The isolation felt serene, almost perfect. But something felt off. It wasn't, until we were several miles into the hike that I noticed it. The trees started feeling closer together, the trail growing narrower. It wasn't just the forest pressing in. The atmosphere felt heavier, like something was watching us from the shadows. I brushed it off at first. Maybe the isolation was starting to get to me. But then, one by one, the others began to notice it too. The silence wasn't just peaceful anymore, it was oppressive. My friend Sarah stopped suddenly, turning to the rest of us with wide eyes. "Do you feel that?" she asked, her voice trembling. We all nodded, uneasy now. The air felt colder, the trees rustling more erratically. It was as if the forest had taken on a life of its own. My other friend, Jack, pulled out his phone, checking for signal, but there was nothing. Not even a faint bar. "Let's keep going," I suggested, trying to stay calm. But deep down, I knew we shouldn't have. As we pressed forward, the forest seemed to tighten its grip. The trail became harder to follow, winding, deeper into the unknown. The trees grew taller, their branches reaching out like clawed fingers. I couldn't shake the feeling that something was watching us, something that didn't belong in the woods. It was when we came to a clearing that things took a darker turn. The trees around us seemed to hum with an unnatural energy, their shadows shifting in ways that defied the laws of light. In the center of the clearing was an old, weathered wooden bench, completely out of place. The air felt even colder now, and I could see my breath in front of me, though it wasn't that cold. "Let's sit for a minute," someone suggested, and we all hesitated but agreed. The bench creaked as we sat down, its splinters digging into my legs. It felt ancient, like it had been there long before any of us. That's when I saw it. At first, I thought it was a trick of the light, something out of the corner of my eye. But when I turned, I saw it more clearly. A figure stood at the edge of the clearing, cloaked in shadows. I couldn't make out any features, only the impression of something tall and gaunt. "Who's there?" Jack called out, his voice cracking. But there was no response. The figure didn't move. It simply stood there, watching. "Guys, we need to go," Sarah said, panic creeping into her voice. The rest of us didn't argue. We grabbed our things and started walking quickly, keeping our eyes fixed ahead, but the feeling of being followed didn't leave. The figure was still there, always just out of reach. Every time we looked back, it seemed closer, as though it was always trailing us. We didn't stop again, even as night began to fall. The forest grew darker, but the figure stayed with us, a constant, silent presence. Eventually, we stumbled out of the woods, back to the car. We didn't speak much on the drive home, each of us lost in our thoughts. It wasn't until the next day that I looked back at the photos I took on the hike. One picture caught my attention: the clearing, the old bench, and in the background, faint and distorted, was that figure. Its eyes were the only thing visible, hollow and empty, staring back at me. I work the night shift at an underground parking garage. It's not glamorous, but it's quiet and the pay is decent. The garage is massive, spanning 5 levels below ground. The air smells like oil and concrete, and the fluorescent lights buzz faintly, casting an unsettling pale glow. One night around 2 a.m., I was making my usual rounds. Most nights are uneventful. Empty cars, echoes of my footsteps, and the occasional shadow cast by a passing vehicle on the street above. But that night was different. As I descended to the 4th level, I noticed a car parked in a corner, far from any other vehicles. This wasn't unusual, some people prefer privacy, but what caught my attention was the driver's seat. Someone was sitting there, their face obscured by shadows. I called out, asking if everything was okay. No response, just the faint hum of the lights. I stepped closer, but when I was about 20 feet away, the figure turned its head toward me. It was too dark to make out any features, but I felt a chill crawl up my spine. Their head tilted slightly, like they were studying me. I decided not to press further. Maybe they were just waiting for someone. I finished my rounds quickly, but when I passed by the car again on my way back, it was empty. The hours dragged on. At 3:45, I was in the control room, watching the security monitors. I caught movement on the screen for the 4th level, the same corner where the car had been. A figure walked across the frame, slow and deliberate. The camera angle didn't give a clear view, but it was definitely the same person. I grabbed my flashlight and headed back down. When I reached the 4th level, the air felt colder than usual, and the faint smell of gasoline lingered. I shone my light around but saw no one, just rows of empty cars. As I turned to leave, I heard it, a faint metallic scraping sound. It echoed through the space, seeming to come from everywhere at once. My heart pounded as I swept the beam of my flashlight across the garage. Then I saw it, a handprint. It was smeared across the window of a car directly in front of me. The print wasn't normal. It was too large, and the fingers seemed wrong, elongated, as if they had been stretched unnaturally. I backed away, my flashlight shaking. Then the sound came again, closer this time. The scraping, like nails dragging across metal. I spun around, the beam catching movement just at the edge of the light. A figure emerged from between two cars. Its body was contorted, bent at impossible angles, as if its limbs had been broken and reassembled. It moved in jerky, unnatural motions, stepping into the light with a grotesque smile stretched across its pale, featureless face. My legs froze. The thing cocked its head, mirroring the same curious tilt from earlier. It took a step toward me, its bare feet slapping against the concrete. I don't know how I found the strength, but I turned and ran. The elevator was too far, so I sprinted for the stairs. Behind me, the sound of slapping footsteps echoed. Faster, now, growing louder. I burst into the stairwell, slamming the door behind me. The footsteps stopped. For a moment, I thought I was safe. Then I heard it, the metallic scraping sound, but this time from above me. I looked up, and my flashlight caught the figure crawling down the wall, its body bending unnaturally, its fingers digging into the metal railings for support. I ran, stumbling over the steps, my breath ragged. When I finally reached the surface level, I threw open the exit door and collapsed onto the sidewalk. The cold night air felt like salvation. I quit the job the next day, but every now and then, when I park my car in a quiet garage or step into an empty stairwell, I hear it again, the faint sound of scraping metal, reminding me that some things don't stay underground. It had been months since I'd accepted the invitation to stay at my friend Alex's family estate. Nestled high above a craggy coastline, the mansion loomed like a relic from another era, its weathered stone walls crumbling with age. The estate had belonged to Alex's family for generations, a place shrouded in old tales and secrets that no one dared speak of. Upon arriving, the house seemed both grand and desolate, perched atop jagged cliffs that stretched out over the endless expanse of the sea. The only sound was the rhythmic crash of waves far below, echoing through the hollow chambers of the estate. There were no nearby neighbors, no cell service, and no signs of life beyond the three of us. It felt like we had stepped into another time. The first night, we wandered through the vast halls, exploring the ancient rooms. Everything inside felt untouched by the modern world. Dusty chandeliers hung from high ceilings, faded tapestries adorned the walls, and creaking floorboards seemed to groan beneath our every step. Every corner of the mansion seemed to whisper secrets from a forgotten past. That night, we gathered by the fireplace in the grand lounge. Shadows danced on the walls, the faint scent of something musty lingering in the air. Alex, with his usual bravado, told us the stories he had heard as a child about this house, tales of the mysterious disappearances of servants, strange voices echoing from the empty rooms, and doors that would close on their own in the dead of night. We had laughed it off at the time, brushing them aside as old family folklore. But things began to feel off. Late that night, after we had retired to our respective rooms, I lay in bed, staring at the ceiling, unable to shake a growing sense of unease. Outside, the wind howled through the cracks in the old mansion's stone walls. Suddenly, I thought I heard footsteps, faint, distant, echoing in the hallway outside. Probably just the wind, I muttered to myself, forcing my eyes shut, trying to dismiss the sound. But the footsteps persisted, soft and deliberate, growing louder with each passing moment. I listened, paralyzed with fear, as they moved closer, toward my door. The handle turned slowly, creaking as if something or someone was trying to open it. My heart pounded in my chest. I didn't move, barely dared to breathe. The door didn't open, But the footsteps didn't stop. They were right there, just beyond the threshold, before they faded into silence once more. Shaken, I stayed awake, the rest of the night clutching my blankets. The next morning, I found Alex and Emma in the dining room. Both were pale and clearly disturbed. "Did either of you hear that last night?" I asked, my voice barely above a whisper. "We did," Alex replied, his hands trembling slightly as he sipped from a cup of cold coffee. "But I don't know what it was." "We weren't alone," Emma added, her voice faint. "I couldn't sleep. I kept hearing something." The day passed in a haze of unease. We stayed close, never venturing far from each other, avoiding the isolated hallways and shadowed corners of the mansion. Every creak of the old wood, every gust of wind that rattled the windows sent chills down our spines. The sense of being watched was unbearable. By nightfall, exhaustion had overtaken us, but the oppressive atmosphere remained. As we gathered, once again in the lounge, we could feel it pressing against us, the feeling that something was waiting, watching. That night, something changed. At around midnight, we heard it again, the soft sound of footsteps echoing down the hall. But this time, they were different. They weren't distant, faint, or disembodied. They were right outside the door. Emma clutched my arm, her breath ragged. The doorknob twisted slowly, the metal groaning as if it were being forced open. We froze in place. Whatever was on the other side was here now, closer than we had ever imagined. The door creaked open, and a figure stepped into the room. It was human-shaped, but not quite human. Its eyes, hollow and empty, glowed faintly in the darkness. Its movements were slow, deliberate, as if it wasn't bound by the same rules as us. It didn't speak. It didn't need to. In that moment, I realized what had been haunting us. The house wasn't just old and abandoned. It was something else, entirely. The footsteps, the whispers, the oppressive sense of presence. They had all been signs of something far more sinister than we could have imagined. We didn't run. We couldn't. Our legs refused to move. The figure remained at the door, watching us with its hollow, soulless gaze. And then, as suddenly as it had appeared, it was gone. The door shut with a soft, ominous click, leaving us trembling in the dark. We didn't sleep that night. We couldn't. When morning came, the mansion was quiet. No signs of the figure remained, but we knew, whatever it was still there, watching, waiting. And we knew we would never be truly alone in that house on the cliff. We always thought the old factory was abandoned. It stood at the edge of town, looming in the distance like a silent monument to forgotten industry. Once a hub of activity, it had fallen into disrepair years ago. The windows shattered and its metal framework rusted. The locals avoided it, rumors swirling about strange occurrences inside, but no one had dared venture close in years. One evening, my friends and I, 3 of us, decided to explore. We were bored, restless, and curious. The old factory loomed, far above the landscape, casting long shadows beneath its towering walls. It was eerie, the kind of place that seemed trapped in a forgotten past. We told ourselves it was just old, dilapidated, nothing more. As we approached, the silence was deafening. The air felt heavy, thick with something we couldn't quite identify. The closer we got, the colder the breeze seemed to grow, slipping through our jackets, turning our breath to mist. The factory itself was a maze of rusting metal and broken glass, debris scattered across the floor like forgotten relics of a time long gone. We made our way inside, stepping carefully over the rubble. The floor creaked underfoot, the echoes of our footsteps bouncing back at us, amplified by the emptiness. There was a lingering smell of decay and something else, something metallic, like old blood. We didn't pay it much attention at first, but then we began to notice strange sounds, faint, distant murmurs that seemed to come from deeper within. We stopped, our eyes scanning the dimness, our hearts thudding louder with each passing second. The factory was supposed to be abandoned after all. Emma whispered, "Did you hear that?" We nodded, uneasy, but brushed it off. We continued deeper, driven by a mix of curiosity and the hope of finding something hidden, something we couldn't explain. The deeper we went, the louder the murmuring became. It wasn't just voices anymore. It was laughter. Quiet at first, but growing, echoing off the steel walls. Thin, hollow laughter that sent shivers down our spines. We could feel something watching us now. Ryan suddenly stopped, his face pale, as he pointed toward a corridor to the right. "Did you hear that?" His voice trembled. We strained to listen, the laughter now unmistakable, reverberating through the factory like a warning. "I'm not staying here," Emma said, her voice rising in panic. But as we turned to leave, the hallway behind us stretched unnaturally. The laughter seemed to ripple through the very air, reverberating louder, closer. Then we saw it. A figure. Faint, barely visible, drifting slowly toward us from the shadows. It wasn't human. Its face was obscured, but we could feel the weight of its gaze, cold and hollow. Its laughter echoed in the void as it drew nearer. We ran. There was no thought, just primal terror. We didn't look back, sprinting through the factory, our feet slipping on the broken floor, the laughter echoing behind us like a chorus of ghosts. The walls seemed to stretch, closing in, and we couldn't tell if we were running forward or circling endlessly. Somehow, we made it outside. The laughter faded, replaced by the oppressive silence of the night. We didn't speak. None of us dared. Look back at the factory. To this day, we haven't gone near that place again. The old factory stands as it did, silent and forgotten, but we know now. It's anything but abandoned. And we still hear the laughter sometimes in the quiet hours. Always. It started with a simple trip to a remote industrial zone, long abandoned and forgotten. My friends and I had heard rumors of a place no one dared enter, an old factory complex deep in the heart of an isolated stretch of land, untouched by time. The internet was full of stories, some claiming strange occurrences, whispers of ghosts that haunted the empty buildings. We wanted to explore it, curiosity outweighing caution. We arrived under the cover of night, the crumbling factory buildings, looming in the dim glow of our flashlights. The air was thick, laden with dust and the faint scent of decay. The towering chimneys rose like jagged fingers against the dark sky. We moved cautiously, each step crunching on broken concrete and debris. Inside the main building, we found a room filled with faded machinery, rusted pipes, and the faint echo of our footsteps. The silence was oppressive, the kind that presses down on your chest, making it hard to breathe. There were no windows, only the faint glow of our flashlights cutting through the gloom. The ceiling creaked above us, as though the building itself was unsettled by our presence. Then the whispers began. Faint at first, like the wind brushing through the empty halls. But they didn't sound natural. They came from within the walls, distorted, unintelligible. It wasn't the wind after all. They seemed to be carried through the very foundation of the building. We stopped moving, our eyes darting to each other, unsure if we'd heard right. "Did you hear that?" Emma asked, her voice shaking. "Yes," Ryan said, his flashlight trembling. The whispers grew louder, more distinct. A low, guttural murmur, as if they were coming from deep below, surfacing from the shadows of the earth itself. The air grew colder, and we felt as though we were being watched. Something was down there, beneath us. We couldn't see it, but we knew it wasn't human. Suddenly, a faint scraping sound echoed from the direction of a nearby hallway. We froze. The whispers intensified, mingling with the noise, growing louder, more insistent. A faint, flickering light appeared at the end of the corridor, casting unnatural shadows that danced across the broken walls. "Go," Emma whispered, her voice barely audible. We didn't argue. We moved quickly, Our footsteps hurried as we retraced our path. The whispers followed us, now echoing through the halls in unison, becoming a cacophony of distorted sounds. It was as if whatever had been lurking in the darkness was closing in. As we reached the entrance, something unexpected happened. The whispers abruptly ceased, replaced by a sudden, oppressive silence. We hesitated at the threshold, our hearts pounding. The feeling of being watched didn't go away. Something was there, waiting. Then, without warning, the lights flickered. Not just our flashlights, but the entire complex, as if the building itself was coming to life. The shadows became more distinct, growing longer, stretching toward us as, though drawn by some unseen force, a final chilling whisper echoed in my ear, clear as day this time. Leave. We didn't wait. We ran, out into the night, away from that cursed place. The factory loomed behind us, dark and silent once again. When we looked back, there was nothing. No signs of life, no evidence that we had ever been there. Now, months later, I can still hear those whispers at night. No one believes me when I tell them, but I know what I heard. I know we were not alone, and whatever was down there, whatever remains, watches, waiting, always. It was a rare invitation, one that didn't come often. An old friend's beach house, far from the busy city, offered to us for the weekend. The house was tucked away along the edge of a cliff, overlooking the vast, endless ocean. There were no neighbors, no nearby towns, just the house and the sea. We were the only ones for miles. At first glance, the house seemed idyllic. Whitewashed walls, weathered wooden beams, and floor-to-ceiling windows that offered panoramic views of the crashing waves below. It was a place made for quiet escapes, the kind of serenity that draws you in. But something felt off. The ocean was beautiful, sure, but there was an unnatural stillness to it. No seagulls, no crashing waves, just a quiet, eerie roar that seemed to echo endlessly. We chalked it up to being far from any usual signs of life, but that gnawing feeling didn't leave. On the first night, things began to shift. We sat by the fire, the sound of the ocean roaring below like a constant reminder that we were isolated. At first, it was subtle, the sound of footsteps on the deck, soft, almost imperceptible. We ignored it, assuming the wind was playing tricks on us, but the wind never sounded like that. Just the house settling, Ryan said. Emma and I nodded in agreement, but there was an edge to his voice, a flicker of doubt we couldn't ignore. By the second night, the footsteps grew louder, more distinct. We couldn't ignore them anymore. They were slow, deliberate, circling the house like something was inspecting us. When we would rush to the windows, the deck below was empty. Nothing but the waves crashing far below. Could be an animal, Emma suggested. But animals don't walk in that way. Calm and measured. Whatever it wasn't outside. That's when the whispers began. Soft at first, as if they were carried in on the wind, but as the night wore on, they became clearer. Not just whispering, but a voice. A deep, hollow voice that seemed to echo inside my head. Go away. I looked around the room, but neither Ryan nor Emma had heard it, or at least they wouldn't admit to it. It's nothing, Ryan said again, his voice uneasy. Just the ocean. But it wasn't. The voice came back, clearer this time, stronger. Leave. I could feel it in my bones. Something was in the house with us. Something that didn't want us there. That night, sleep was impossible. Every creak of the floorboards, every whisper that came from nowhere, kept us awake. It felt like the house itself was alive, watching us, waiting for the right moment. At dawn, I woke to a cold, oppressive silence. The kind of silence that makes you hold your breath, waiting for something to break it. I wandered to the windows, hoping for a glimpse of the ocean, but instead my eyes fell on something far worse. Standing just beyond the window, I saw a figure, tall, shadowy, its shape distorted by the mist in the morning fog. It didn't move, didn't blink, didn't seem to breathe. It just stared, its hollow eyes locked on me. I couldn't scream. I couldn't look away. It felt like time had stopped. Then, slowly, it raised one hand and waved, just once. I didn't wait for it to do anything else. I bolted from the room, heart racing, finding Ryan and Emma in the living room, staring at the same window. "It's here," I gasped. "It's still here." Their eyes were wide, but neither of them spoke. We didn't need to. We all knew what we had seen. The whispers came again, louder now. This time, we couldn't ignore them. "Leave now," panic set in. We grabbed our things, not daring to stay another moment. The house felt alive, like it was holding us there against our will. As we stepped outside, the figure was gone. The ocean roared louder than ever, as if it too had been waiting for us to leave. We've never been back to that house. The whispers still haunt me, and sometimes when I'm by the sea, I can still feel the weight of that stare. Whatever was there, it's still waiting. My cousin and I used to explore the fields behind our grandparents' old farmhouse every summer. The place was vast, with acres of corn and wheat, a rickety barn that seemed like it might collapse any day, and a patch of woods that everyone in the family avoided. Grandpa always said it wasn't safe. Snakes, sinkholes, or some vague story about trespassers, we never believed him. This summer, curiosity got the better of us. On a lazy afternoon, after Grandma fell asleep on the porch, we grabbed flashlights and decided to explore the woods. It wasn't a planned adventure, just a spur-of-the-moment thing. The air was cooler under the canopy of trees, the thick smell of moss and earth surrounding us. The deeper we went, the more the sounds of the farm disappeared. No wind rustling, the corn, no birds. It felt like stepping into another world. My cousin, always braver than me, joked about finding hidden treasure or an old cabin full of relics. We didn't find treasure. What we found was something else. About half a mile into the woods, we stumbled upon a clearing. In the center stood a strange structure. A stone well, covered with moss and half crumbling, like it had been there for centuries. But what was odd wasn't the well itself. It was the carvings on the stones around it. Strange symbols and spirals, etched deep into the surface, uneven like they'd been scratched in with trembling hands. My cousin leaned over the edge of the well, shining his flashlight down. I expected to see water or maybe just darkness. Instead, there was a dull shimmer, like something metallic reflecting light far below. He whispered something, but I wasn't paying attention. My eyes were fixed on one of the symbols on the well's rim, a crude, jagged spiral. It felt alive, almost pulsing under the flashlight beam. Then we heard it, a voice. It wasn't a shout or a whisper, but something low and guttural, echoing faintly from deep inside the well. My cousin stumbled back, dropping his flashlight into the pit. The light flickered as it tumbled down, illuminating the sides of the well as it fell. For a moment, I thought I saw something move, a shadow curling along the stone. I grabbed his arm, whispering that we needed to leave, but he just stood there, staring at the well, his mouth slightly open. When I shook him, he finally snapped out of it, muttering, "Did you hear it? It said my name." I didn't want to argue, I just wanted to get out of there. I pulled him away, and we hurried back through the woods, tripping over roots and branches. The air felt heavier now, and the shadows seemed to stretch longer. By the time we reached the edge of the trees, we were both gasping for breath. We didn't tell anyone about the well. Not that day, not that summer. But things changed after that. My cousin started sleepwalking, which he'd never done before. He'd wake up outside, standing at the edge of the cornfield, always facing the woods. One night, he woke me up, standing by my bed with a blank expression, saying he needed to go back. I tried to convince him it was just a dream, that the well wasn't real, or, if it was, that it didn't mean anything. But he was adamant. He said it was calling him, that it wasn't finished with us. The last straw came on the final night of the summer. We were packing up to leave the farm when I heard the screen door slam. My cousin was gone. I ran outside, shouting his name, but there was no answer. Grandma and Grandpa were asleep, so I grabbed a flashlight and ran toward the woods. I found him in the clearing, standing next to the well. He wasn't moving, just staring down into the darkness. When I called his name, he didn't respond. I ran to him, grabbed his arm, and shined my flashlight into the well. What I saw still makes my skin crawl. The shimmer from before was gone. Instead, there was something climbing up the walls, something with too many limbs, its skin slick and glistening like oil. Its face wasn't a face at all, just a mass of sharp, twisting shapes. I screamed, pulling my cousin away. As we stumbled back, the well went silent again, and the clearing felt empty, lifeless. He finally looked at me, his face pale, and said, "It knows us now." We never spoke about it after that night. The woods were off limits for the rest of the summer, and the next year the farm was sold. But every so often, when I close my eyes, I see that thing climbing toward us, and I hear its voice, low, guttural, and unmistakably calling my name. It was just another late shift at the old office building. I worked as a security guard, tasked with patrolling the vast, dimly lit halls of a towering skyscraper in the middle of the city. The building had been empty for years, its windows dark and vacant. My shift started at midnight, and the solitude was always oppressive. I was used to the silence, but tonight felt different. The city was distant, barely visible beyond the thick glass of the high-rise. No cars passed, no lights flickered in the surrounding streets. It was as if the entire world had gone to sleep. I checked my phone. No signal. The usual hum of the city had faded completely. Around 1 a.m., something changed. I heard it first, a iki, faint whisper carried through the air like a sigh. I froze. It was faint, almost indistinguishable from the sound of the ventilation system, but it wasn't coming from the usual source. The whispers didn't stop. They grew louder, echoing off the empty office walls as if they were coming from inside, the building itself. At first, I assumed it was just the building settling, but the voices didn't seem to belong to any natural source. They were disjointed, fractured, as if they were fragments of conversations I couldn't understand. I strained to make out the words, but they blurred together into an incomprehensible murmur. Around 2 a.m., the lights flickered. Just once. A sharp, sudden blink that cast everything into eerie shadows. It lasted only a second, but the sensation it left behind lingered. I knew I was alone in the building, yet the air seemed thick, like something or someone was watching me from the corners of the rooms. The whispers turned darker. They weren't whispers anymore. They were voices, distorted and echoing, rising from the shadows that lined the hallways. They called out to me. Not with words, but with sounds too inhuman to recognize. My heart pounded, but I couldn't move. I stood frozen as they swirled around me, more insistent, more real than they had been just moments before. I told myself it was just my mind playing tricks, but something felt wrong. I checked the security cameras. The building appeared empty, but the static on the monitors wasn't just visual. It felt alive. A dark shape lingered at the edge of the screen, something that wasn't supposed to be there. I stared harder, but the image flickered and vanished. The whispers turned to laughter, cold, hollow laughter that seemed to come from all around me. I covered my ears, but it was inside my head now. The walls seemed to pulse, vibrating with the unnatural sound. My breath came shallow, and I realized I wasn't breathing properly. Suddenly, I heard a soft, deliberate knock on the office door. A single knock. I jerked around, my pulse racing. The building had no one but me. Yet I knew someone, or something, was on the other side. Another knock, louder this time. I stumbled toward the door, my mind screaming to get away, but my legs refused to move. The whispers grew deafening, echoing through my skull. "Run!" they hissed. Tears blurred my vision as I reached out for the door handle. My fingers trembled, and as I turned it, I felt a chill seep through my palm. The door swung open, and there was nothing but darkness beyond. I hesitated, heart pounding in my chest. A breath escaped me, ragged and trembling. The hallway was empty. No one was there. Yet, I knew they were watching from the void. I slammed the door shut and didn't stop running. I left the building and didn't look back, not until I was far from that cursed place. The whispers still haunt me, still echo in my mind, in quiet moments when I think I'm alone. I survived that night. But something followed me. Something isn't finished yet. It started with a simple invitation, a remote retreat in the mountains. My friend Sam had stumbled upon an old, secluded villa nestled high in the peaks. The idea was to escape the noise of the city, unwind in a place untouched by modern life. Sam had promised us peace, solitude, and breathtaking views. The villa was hidden away, accessible only via a winding, treacherous road that spiraled up the mountainside. When we finally reached the top, the place looked as though it had been forgotten by time. The grand structure was centuries old, its faded exterior barely visible through the thick fog that had rolled in. Large, ivy-covered windows glared like hollow eyes, watching as we approached. Inside, the air was thick with dust and the scent of decay. The furniture was old and moth-eaten, and cobwebs clung to every corner. There were no modern amenities, no Wi-Fi, no cell signal. It felt like we had stepped into a different era entirely. But we brushed it off, thinking of it as part of the charm. That night, as we sat around the fireplace, the silence became oppressive. The only sounds were the crackling fire and the occasional gust of wind outside. It was peaceful at first, but then something changed. We started hearing faint whispers, soft murmurs carried by the wind. They were too quiet to make out, but they seemed to be coming from the hallways, from behind the closed doors. Each time we opened a door to investigate, there was nothing but emptiness. We joked that it was just the old house settling, but the whispering only grew louder. At first, it was easy to dismiss. Maybe our minds were playing tricks on us. But the next night, the whispers became more distinct. They weren't just murmurs. They were voices, muffled, distorted, like they were speaking a language we couldn't understand. The voices seemed to come from every direction, sometimes whispering in unison, other times fragmented and disjointed. Sam went to bed early, exhausted. From the long drive, leaving me and Emma to stay up by the fire, we tried to ignore the unsettling sound, but it was impossible. The whispers filled the entire house, echoing through the hallways. I swear I could feel them breathing down my neck. Then, at some point, the whispers changed. They began speaking, my name. Soft, almost loving, the way someone might whisper to a child in the dark. I froze, the chill of fear racing up my spine. Emma heard it too, her face pale and trembling as she clung to my arm. We moved closer to each other, but the voices grew louder. Not just my name, but others. Names I didn't recognize. They seemed to be coming from the other side of a door, at the end of the hall, the only door that remained locked. "Do you hear that?" Emma whispered, her voice shaking. I nodded, my heart thudding in my chest. The whispers didn't stop. They echoed endlessly until we couldn't ignore them anymore. Finally, driven by a mixture of terror and morbid curiosity, I approached the door. My hand trembled as I placed it on the knob, turned it slowly, and pushed. The door creaked open, revealing a staircase that descended into darkness. The whispers came from below. They seemed to beckon us, urging us to follow. My legs felt frozen, but Emma grabbed my hand and tugged me forward. We couldn't fight the pull. As we descended, the air grew colder. The whispers became clearer, more insistent. I could now make out fragments. "Come to us," they whispered. "We've been waiting." At the bottom, we found ourselves in a long, dimly lit corridor. The walls were lined with portraits, faces with hollow eyes that seemed to follow us as we walked. The whispers grew louder, more desperate. Suddenly, the corridor opened up into a vast, ancient hall. It was like something out of a nightmare. Rows of long wooden tables covered in rotting food and dust. At the far end, we saw figures seated in shadows, their faces hidden beneath hoods. They didn't move, but the whispers seemed to come from them, filling the room like a chorus. The moment we stepped into the hall, the whispers ceased. The air grew still, suffocating. The figures remained seated, their heads bowed. We stood there frozen, unsure of what to do. Then, one by one, they raised their heads, their hollow eyes fixed on us. In that instant, I knew. The whispers had been them, waiting. The last thing I saw were those empty, lifeless eyes staring straight at me as we ran back up the stairs, the whispers echoing once more behind us. We made it out of the villa, but we didn't speak of what we saw. The memories haunt us still, the echoes of those whispers following us wherever we go. Something followed us from that place, something that remains in the shadows, waiting, always waiting. It was an old, abandoned factory on the edge of town, not a place many people dared go. My friends and I had always been curious, but no one in town had been inside for years. The factory stood at the outskirts, shrouded in overgrown weeds and tangled metal. The windows were cracked and the once bold graffiti now faded and peeling. It wasn't the kind of place you would stumble upon by accident. It felt hidden, as though the town itself had forgotten it existed. We didn't plan on staying long, just a quick look inside to satisfy our curiosity. My friends, Jason, Rachel, and I, were eager to see what was left of the old place. It wasn't the typical abandoned factory either. Something about the building felt off, like it had never been entirely empty. The front door creaked as we pushed it open. Dust drifted in the air and the faint smell of metal and decay hit us immediately. The floors were covered in grime and debris, and broken machinery loomed in the corners, casting long, distorted shadows. The place seemed vast, too big for what we knew the factory to have produced. "This place feels different from the stories," Rachel said, her voice low. "I thought it was just an old factory, but I don't know." "I know what you mean," I replied, stepping further in. The air felt thick, heavy, almost as if it had weight. Jason nodded, staying silent as we explored deeper. That's when we heard it, the faintest sound, like whispers carried by the wind. We paused, glancing at each other, unsure if we had heard anything at all. The factory was silent again. "Must be the wind," Jason said, breaking the silence, but I could see the unease in his eyes. We pressed on, following the faint trail of flickering light from broken windows. The further we went, the quieter the building seemed. It was as if the walls themselves absorbed sound, and the darkness pressed in around us. Time felt warped in that space. Minutes turned into hours without us noticing. Suddenly, we heard it again, only this time, louder. A low whisper, distant at first, but growing clearer. I tried to dismiss it, but the sound seemed to come from everywhere. My heart started to race. Jason froze in place, his expression tense. "It's not the wind," Rachel whispered. "Where's it coming from?" The whispers grew more distinct, forming words, though they were unintelligible at first. But then they began to sound like voices, multiple, indistinct murmurs blending together. The more we listened, the clearer they became. "Help. Help us. Leave. Don't stay." The voices weren't speaking in any language we could recognize. They were haunting, distorted, as though they were trying to tell us something. Something we couldn't grasp. The lights from the windows flickered erratically. Shadows began to move again, blurred shapes dancing across the walls. It was as if the factory itself was alive, breathing, shifting. The ground beneath our feet felt colder, and the whispers became louder, more desperate. "We need to get out of here," Jason muttered, his voice cracking. His flashlight trembled in his hand. As we turned to leave, the whispers turned into something darker, a low, guttural growl that seemed to echo from deep within the factory. The shadows in the corners seemed to stretch, twisting and contorting into forms that we couldn't quite see. The air grew colder still, and the growl deepened into a roar. Suddenly, we heard footsteps, slow, deliberate, echoing behind us. We spun around, but there was nothing there, just more shadows, shifting, always just out of sight. "Run!" Rachel screamed, and we didn't hesitate. We bolted toward the door, our footsteps pounding against the creaking floor. The whispers followed us, louder than ever. They seemed to be all around, surrounding us, closing in. We didn't look back. The door swung open, letting in the harsh light of the outside world. We stumbled into the darkness of the factory grounds, our breaths ragged. The voices faded behind us, but the echoes of them lingered. The factory stood silent once more. Empty, forgotten. But we knew something had followed us, something that was never supposed to be found. We never went back, and we never will. We didn't know what we were walking into. The old apartment building stood in the heart of the city, a forgotten relic of a bygone era. The landlord had been eager to rent it out despite the whispers of its dark history. After months of searching for a place, we were desperate. It seemed like the perfect fit. The apartment itself was cramped, walls cracked with age, and a lingering musty smell that no amount of cleaning could eradicate. We didn't mind at first. Desperation had a way of dulling the senses. But as we settled in, things began to feel off. It started small. The lights flickered late at night, and the sound of footsteps echoed through the hallway, even though we knew no one else lived in the building. There were no neighbors to hear or investigate. Still, we chalked it up to old wiring or perhaps creaky floors settling over time. That's what we told ourselves. Then, the dreams began. Every night, the same dream. A dark figure standing at the edge of my bed, watching silently. Its presence filled the room, a heavy weight pressing down on my chest until I couldn't breathe. Every night, I woke up gasping, only to find the figure was gone, but the oppressive sensation lingered. One evening, Emma said something that froze me to the bone. "Did you hear that?" she whispered. We were sitting in the living room, the window partially open to let in the cool breeze. But beyond the glass there was a faint hum. Low, distorted, almost mechanical. It grew louder, closer, until the sound was overwhelming. It wasn't coming from outside, it seemed to be emanating from the walls themselves. "No," I said, shaking my head. "I didn't hear anything." Emma's eyes widened as she stared at me, her voice trembling. "It's getting louder. Listen." The hum became unbearable, like a malfunctioning machine deep within the building, something dark and twisted that shouldn't exist. We covered our ears, trying to block it out, but it felt like the sound was inside our very skulls, vibrating through our bones. Then came the whispers. Quiet at first, so soft that they seemed to drift in the corners of our minds. But soon, they morphed into full sentences, and they were speaking directly to us. "Get out." The voice wasn't just in our heads, it was in the room. I felt its breath on my neck, cold and sharp. It was close, too close. "Run," the voice said again, deeper this time, colder, more commanding. We tried to leave, but the door wouldn't open. The locks jammed, as if something unseen had seized control. The windows, once our only escape route, were shattered, fragments of glass scattered across the floor. There was no way out. The whispers grew louder, overlapping now, filling the space until we couldn't think straight. They whispered of forgotten deeds, of souls trapped, unable to rest. The dark figure from my dreams materialized in the room, standing in front of us, its eyes empty, voids of darkness that devoured all light. "We're not alone," Emma whispered, her voice quivering. The figure stepped closer, and we could feel its chilling presence. The air grew colder, too cold. Every breath we took was like inhaling ice. My hands trembled uncontrollably as I stared into its lifeless eyes. "We don't belong here," Ryan said, his voice strained. The entity tilted its head, an unnatural movement before it spoke again, its voice weaving between us like a dark web. Escape is futile. Desperation surged through us. I shouted, screaming into the void, but the whispers swallowed my voice. Emma clawed at the walls, desperate to tear through them, while Ryan pounded on the windows, even as shards cut into his hands. But nothing worked. The presence only grew stronger. Suddenly, as if waking from a nightmare, the hum stopped. The whispers ceased. The dark figure blinked once, its eyes flickering as if coming to consciousness. The entire apartment fell silent. We didn't waste a second. Without speaking, we bolted through the hallway, shoving open doors, desperate for any exit. And there it was, a small back staircase hidden in the shadows. We fled down it, falling over each other in our haste, ignoring the burning in our legs. At the bottom, we burst into the alley, breathless and alive. The city seemed normal again. Noise, light, movement. But we didn't stop. We kept running, heart pounding in sync with the chaos that had just unfolded. When we dared to look back, the building was empty, still and undisturbed, like it had never happened. No signs of life, no trace of the horrors we experienced. We never spoke of what had transpired that night again. The apartment had become our shared nightmare, something too impossible to comprehend, let alone explain. To this day, we avoid that part of the city. We don't know what still lingers there, and honestly, we don't want to find out. It was late August when my friends and I decided to take a spontaneous trip to the old lake house. No one had used it in years, but the idea of a weekend by the water sounded perfect. The house sat far from any main roads, surrounded by thick woods on all sides. It felt like stepping into another world. The first day was peaceful, swimming in the lake, lounging by the dock, and grilling dinner as the sun set. It was everything we'd hoped for, a welcome break from the chaos of everyday life. But as night fell, something felt off. The house had a strange, musty smell, like it hadn't been properly aired out for years. We lit some candles and spread out, determined to make the most of the time we had. But the quiet grew oppressive. There wasn't a single sound other than the gentle lapping of the water. At around midnight, I decided to check the back porch. I felt restless, like something wasn't right. I stepped outside, the wooden planks creaking beneath my feet. The only thing I could hear was the faint rustling of leaves in the trees. Then I noticed something strange. There was a figure standing by the water, perfectly still. I squinted, trying to make out what it was, but there was nothing. No face, no movement, just a shadow blending with the darkness. I turned back, telling myself it was probably just my imagination. But as I stepped inside, I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. I told my friends about the figure the next morning, but they brushed it off as tired eyes or the shadows playing tricks on me. The second night, we stayed up late by the fire, sharing stories and laughing. But around 2 a.m., I woke up, once again feeling uneasy. The air felt heavier, the silence more oppressive. I lay there staring at the ceiling until I heard it, the faint sound of footsteps, slow and deliberate coming from the porch. I held my breath, frozen in place. The steps came closer, then stopped. I could hear someone, or something, standing just outside the door. My heart pounded and I waited, counting the seconds that felt like hours. Finally, I couldn't take it anymore. I crept to the window and peeked outside. There was nothing. No sign of anyone or anything. The porch was empty. I didn't sleep the rest of the night, the sound of those footsteps lingering in my mind. The next morning, I decided to walk down to the lake, hoping some fresh air would clear my head. The others stayed behind, still groggy from the night before. As I walked, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being followed. I kept turning around, expecting to see someone or something, but there was nothing. The woods felt darker, quieter than before. When I reached the edge of the water, I decided to take a seat. The sun was rising, casting long shadows across the water. It was peaceful again until I looked down. There, on the sandy shore, were footprints, but they weren't mine. They were bare, but far too large. They led into the water, vanishing beneath the surface. I backed away, my pulse racing. I didn't know how, but something had followed me. My legs trembled as I made my way back to the house, trying to ignore the sinking feeling in my stomach. When I got there, my friends were still asleep. I didn't tell them what I saw. I couldn't explain it. But even now, every time I hear the rustling of leaves or the creak of wood, I wonder if something is still waiting for me by that lake. It started on an ordinary evening, one that seemed destined to be nothing more than a quiet night at home. My apartment overlooked a busy city street, the kind of place where the noise never truly stops. The glow from streetlights and the distant hum of traffic usually provided a sense of safety, but that night was different. It was nearing midnight, and I was sitting on the couch, flicking through channels, unable to focus on any one thing. A low rumble of thunder rumbled in the distance, barely audible over the city's usual buzz. I paused, glancing out the window. The sky was dark, the clouds heavy, but the rain hadn't begun yet. The apartment felt empty, the only sound being the occasional creak of the old floorboards. I figured I'd be heading to bed soon when there was a faint knock at the door. At first I dismissed it as nothing, but then it came again, soft, almost hesitant. My heart skipped a beat. I stood, my hands clammy, and approached the door cautiously. No one usually comes knocking at midnight in the city. I peeked through the peephole. Nothing but darkness. No figure, no silhouette. Just the empty hallway. Maybe it was a neighbor, I reasoned. Someone lost or needing help. I opened the door a crack, but there was no one there. Just the quiet of the hallway. I locked the door again, shrugging it off. Maybe someone had gotten the wrong apartment. I turned back to the couch, but the unease stuck to me like a second skin. I tried to ignore it, focusing on the muted glow of the TV, but the nagging sensation of being watched refused to leave. A few minutes passed, and I heard it again, knocking, but this time it was different. It was slower, more deliberate, like someone was trying to make sure I heard it. I gritted my teeth and went back to the door, this time standing farther back as I looked through the peephole. The hallway was empty as far as I could see, but now there was a faint outline, barely visible against the dim light from the street. A figure, motionless, standing at the far end. I could barely make out the details, but I knew it wasn't moving. My breath caught in my throat. I stared at the figure, unable to look away. The knock came again, 3 distinct hollow raps. The figure didn't move. It stood there, still as a statue, as though waiting for something. Terror gripped me. I didn't know what to do. Calling the police seemed useless. What could they do? Tell me there's someone outside who won't leave? I backed away from the door, my body trembling. The knocking continued, slower now, as though the person, or whatever it was inching closer. The figure in the hallway remained, unmoving. Then, silence. The knocking stopped. I didn't hear it leave. I didn't hear footsteps retreating. It was just gone. The silence stretched out for what felt like hours. I waited, holding my breath, my back pressed against the wall. Eventually, I mustered the courage to peek through the blinds, but the hallway was empty. Still, the feeling of being watched remained. I didn't sleep that night. I couldn't. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw the figure standing there, waiting, motionless. Even now, years later, I sometimes wonder if it's still out there waiting for someone, just not me. When I was a kid, my family lived on a small farm at the edge of a sprawling cornfield. It wasn't the idyllic countryside you'd see in paintings. Our house was old and creaky, and the cornfield seemed endless, especially at night. It was the kind of place where silence felt like a living thing, pressing in on you when the wind wasn't blowing. One summer evening, my parents went into town for supplies, leaving me and my older brother in charge of the place. The sun had just set, leaving streaks of orange and purple on the horizon. We were supposed to feed the animals and lock up the barn, but instead, we decided to play hide-and-seek in the cornfield. The rules were simple. Stay within the first 10 rows and don't go too far from the house. My brother, always the braver one, volunteered to hide first. He darted into the tall stalks of corn while I counted to 50. The corn rustled as he moved, the sound growing fainter as he pushed deeper into the field. When I finished counting, I called out for him, stepping into the rows with a mix of excitement and unease. The corn loomed high above me, blocking out the moonlight. Every step felt louder than it should have, the dry leaves brushing against my arms and legs. "Come out," I called, trying to sound confident. No answer, just the soft whisper of the wind moving through the corn. I laughed nervously, convinced he was trying to scare me. I pushed forward, parting the stalks, my heart thumping a little harder with every step. Then I heard it, a soft, shuffling sound ahead of me, like footsteps, dragging through the dirt. I froze, listening. "Gotcha!" I yelled, sprinting toward the noise. But when I burst through the stalks, I stopped cold. It wasn't my brother. There was someone standing there, just a few rows ahead of me, their back turned. They were tall and unnaturally thin, with arms hanging too long by their sides. "Jason," I whispered, my voice shaking. The figure didn't move. My heart pounded as I backed away, trying to retrace my steps. But as I turned, I realized I was lost. The rows of corn looked the same in every direction, and the farmhouse was nowhere in sight. I called out for my brother again, panic rising in my chest. That's when I heard the laughter. It wasn't loud, it was faint and distant, like it was being carried on the wind. But it wasn't Jason's laugh. It sounded hollow, like it was coming from a throat that didn't quite know how to laugh. The rustling started again, this time from all around me. I spun in circles, trying to pinpoint where it was coming from, but it was everywhere. My breathing grew shallow as I stumbled through the rows, the stalks closing in tighter. Then I saw it again, the figure. But this time, it was closer. Its head tilted unnaturally as if it was trying to see me without turning all the way around. The laughter came again, louder now, and I bolted, pushing through the corn as fast as I could. The stalks scratched at my arms and face, but I didn't care. I just wanted to get out. I burst into the clearing near the house, panting and covered in dirt. Jason was standing by the barn, holding a flashlight, his face pale. "Where were you?" he yelled, his voice trembling. I tried to explain what I'd seen, but he cut me off. "We need to go inside. Now." That's when I noticed it. His hands were shaking, and his flashlight beam kept darting to the edge of the cornfield. I turned to look and felt my stomach drop. The figure was standing at the edge of the field, half hidden in the shadows. Its face was still obscured, but I could see its arms, long, spindly things that hung down past its knees. It stepped forward, its movements jerky, almost insect-like. We ran inside, slamming the door and locking it. Jason pulled the curtains shut, but I couldn't stop myself from peeking out. The figure was gone, but the cornfield seemed alive, swaying as if something was moving through it. We didn't sleep that night. When my parents came home the next morning, we told them what had happened. They didn't believe us, of course, but they didn't have to. That afternoon, we found footprints in the dirt outside the barn. They were huge, far too big to belong to any human, and leading from the footprints were drag marks, as if something heavy had been pulled back into the cornfield. We never played hide-and-seek again. We lived in an old apartment building downtown. It was one of those places where everything creaked and the paint was peeling off the walls. The building had been around for decades, and rumors about its history had circulated among the tenants. Some said it had once been a hospital, others claimed it had been a prison. Whatever the truth, something about the place felt off. The first night we moved in, the floorboards groaned beneath our feet as we unpacked. My roommate, Alex, mentioned how quiet it was, too quiet. I had dismissed his worries, but as I lay in bed that night, I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. It started subtly, whispers in the darkness, barely audible. At first, I thought it was my imagination, something triggered by the creaking of the old building. But the voices grew louder, persistent. They seemed to be coming from inside the walls. I would sit up, my heart pounding, straining to hear. There was no pattern, no recognizable words, just a low, menacing murmur that seemed to echo endlessly. One evening, as I was cooking in the tiny kitchen, I caught something out of the corner of my eye, a shadow, just a flicker, darting between the fridge and the countertop. I froze, my breath catching in my throat. But when I turned, there was nothing there. I didn't know if I wanted to be relieved or terrified. Then came the night when it became impossible to ignore. The whispering wasn't confined to my room anymore. It followed me everywhere. The living room, the hallway, the bathroom. It was relentless, as though the building itself had become alive. I couldn't sleep, couldn't think. The murmur grew louder, closer, and I realized it wasn't something I could escape. One day, while unpacking a box of old books, I found a dusty, tattered journal tucked away. Its pages were crumbling, but I could still make out some of the faded handwriting. It described something, a spirit, a presence that had been tormenting the building's residents for decades. The entries spoke of footsteps in the night, voices that couldn't be explained, and a feeling of being watched, always watched. That night, after reading the journal, the whispering changed. It wasn't just random murmurs anymore. It seemed to be directing its attention toward me. Words began forming in the static, faint at first, then louder. "You can't leave." I couldn't take it anymore. Desperate, I called Alex, who had gone out earlier that evening. When he arrived, his face was pale. He had been hearing the same whispers, the same voices. "I can't take this anymore," he confessed. "It's like they're inside my head." That's when we knew we weren't alone. Whatever haunted that building had found us. We packed up the essentials and left. In the weeks since, I've tried to forget, to convince myself it was all in my head. But the whispers still come. In the quietest moments, when I'm alone, I hear them again, faint but unmistakable. "You can't leave," and sometimes I wonder if it's already too late. It was supposed to be a casual evening hike. My cousin and I had done this trail dozens of times before. It snaked through the hills above the town, offering stunning views of the sunset and just enough challenge to make you feel accomplished. That evening, we set out later than usual, hoping to catch the stars once the sun dipped below the horizon. We didn't think twice when we passed the old sign at the trailhead. It was rusted and illegible, but we knew the path by heart. The air was cool and still, and the only sounds were our boots crunching on the dirt and the distant chirping of crickets. As the sun set, the trees cast long shadows over the trail, making everything feel a little smaller, a little closer. About halfway up the hill, we stopped to catch our breath and take in the view. The sun was a fiery orange, sinking slowly into the horizon. But as the last rays of light faded, we noticed something strange. There was no moon, not even a sliver. The sky was darker than we had ever seen it, like a heavy curtain had been pulled across the stars. The first uneasy feeling crept in then, but neither of us said anything. We turned on our flashlights and kept walking. That's when we heard it, a soft rustling sound coming from the bushes ahead. It wasn't loud, but it was enough to make us stop. We scanned the area with our flashlights. The beam landed on nothing but branches and leaves. My cousin shrugged it off, muttering something about deer, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong. The rustling continued, faint and deliberate, always staying just ahead of us on the trail. We kept walking, faster now, the rhythm of our footsteps breaking the silence. The trail felt different somehow, narrower. The trees seemed taller, their twisted branches reaching toward the sky like bony fingers. I tried to tell myself it was just the darkness playing tricks on me, but the feeling of being watched was impossible to ignore. The rustling stopped. We froze, listening. The night had gone completely silent. Not even the crickets were chirping anymore. My flashlight flickered and my stomach dropped. I smacked it against my palm and the light steadied, but that moment of darkness was enough to make my heart race. Then we heard it, a voice, low and breathy, coming from the trees. Help. It was faint, almost like a whisper carried on the wind. My cousin and I looked at each other, eyes wide. The voice came again, louder this time. It sounded close, too close. Help me. It didn't sound right. The tone was off, hollow, and strained, like someone trying to mimic a human voice but not quite getting it right. Against my better judgment, I called out, asking if someone was there. No response. Then we saw it. A figure stepped onto the trail ahead of us. It was shrouded in shadow, its shape impossible to define. My cousin aimed his flashlight at it, and I felt my blood run cold. The figure didn't have a face. It was smooth and featureless like a mannequin, but it moved like a living thing, jerking slightly as if adjusting to the light. We stood frozen, too scared to run, too scared to move. The figure raised a hand, pointing down the trail. Its arm was too long, the joints bending at unnatural angles. It tilted its head, and for a moment I thought I heard it breathe. Then it turned and walked into the woods, disappearing into the trees without a sound. The moment it was gone, the forest came alive again. The crickets chirped, the wind rustled the leaves, and it was as if nothing had happened. Without a word, my cousin and I turned and bolted back down the trail, running, as fast as our legs could carry us. The trail felt endless, the trees closing in on us from all sides. When we finally reached the car, we slammed the doors shut and peeled out of the parking lot, not stopping until we were back in town. We never spoke about it after that night. I don't know what we saw, and I don't want to know. But sometimes when I'm lying awake at night, I can still hear that voice. It wasn't asking for help. It was calling us in. It started on an ordinary Tuesday. I was house-sitting for an old friend, just a routine task. The house was in a quiet suburb, nothing unusual about it. My friend had asked me to stay for a few days while they were out of town, and the idea of having a large, empty house all to myself seemed like a peaceful escape from the usual noise of the city. The house wasn't particularly old, but it had a strange, faded charm. The walls were lined with family photos that had begun to yellow with age, and the faint scent of lavender lingered in the air. It was well kept, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something wasn't quite right. The silence was too heavy, too deliberate, as if the house was holding its breath. On the first night, I kept the lights on. The silence felt oppressive, and I couldn't bring myself to wander through the darkened hallways. But by the second night, curiosity got the better of me. The house felt strangely familiar, like I had been there before, though I knew I hadn't. As I roamed through the dimly lit rooms, I couldn't ignore the feeling that someone was watching me. Every corner I turned seemed just a little too shadowy. That's when I noticed the whispers. They started faint, barely audible, like they were carried on the wind. I figured it was just the house settling, but as the night wore on, the whispers grew louder. They seemed to come from the walls, but whenever I pressed my ear to them, they stopped. It was as if the house itself was trying to speak, only to fall silent when I paid attention. By the third night, the whispers had become impossible to ignore. They echoed through the house, now distinct words, soft, chilling, and indecipherable. I kept moving from room to room, but no matter how far I walked, they followed. It felt as though the house had come alive, consumed by some unseen force. Then, around midnight, the lights flickered and died. Panic shot through me as I realized the house was plunged into darkness. I fumbled for my phone to call for help, but my signal was gone. I was cut off from the world. Suddenly, I heard footsteps. Slow, deliberate, echoing down the hallway. I stood frozen, my heart thudding in my chest. The footsteps weren't like any I'd ever heard. No one walks like that. It was as if whoever, or whatever, was making those sounds didn't have legs. The pacing grew louder, closer. Then a knock. Just one, but it wasn't at the door. Came from inside the walls. A hollow knock, repeated over and over as though someone was trapped behind them, trying to escape. My blood ran cold as I backed away, feeling trapped and surrounded by darkness. I didn't know how long I stood there, but soon the whispers became more than just disembodied sounds. They were calling to me. They seemed to come from all around, each word spoken clearer than before. "Let us out," they pleaded. "Please, help us." In a moment of sheer terror, I bolted for the front door. I didn't care about the force keeping me there. I had to escape. But as I unlocked the door and pushed it open, I realized it wasn't my front door. The house I was standing in wasn't the one I had entered. I had stepped into a house identical to the one I had come from. Same layout, same old photos on the walls. But something was different. The air was colder, the silence deeper, and the whispers had followed me, now louder and more desperate. I didn't dare go back inside. Instead, I ran into the night, my breath clouding in the freezing air. The whispers still echo in my mind. Each word burned into my memory. And even though I made it out, I know the house isn't done with me. Sometimes I hear those whispers in my sleep. They're never far. They're still calling. We had just moved into the old apartment building downtown. The place was cheap, secluded, and isolated from the rest of the city. The building itself looked like it hadn't seen anyone go in or out for years. Dust-covered windows, peeling paint, and the smell of mildew filled the air as we stepped through the front door. The landlord had warned us about some quirks, but we didn't think much of it. Our first night in the apartment was quiet, the kind of quiet that makes you feel exposed. We didn't think much of the creaking sounds coming from the floors, or the occasional draft whispering through the cracks. The next night, though, something changed. It started with a knock. One soft, hollow knock at the front door. We froze. There were no visitors. Nobody had been inside the building for as long as we knew. Ryan, always the brave one, made his way to the door and peeked through the peephole. Nothing, just the empty hallway. "Maybe the wind," he muttered, half joking. We exchanged uneasy glances but brushed it off. That was until the knocking came again. This time, louder. A relentless, rhythmic tapping that seemed to echo through the old building. It wasn't random. It was deliberate. None of us wanted to move. We were rooted in place, our hearts racing. Every knock seemed to come from a different part of the apartment. Sometimes from the door, sometimes from the walls, and other times from above us. The sounds grew closer, surrounding us, closing in as if whatever was making them was right, there in the room with us. That's when the whispering started. It was soft at first, barely audible. Then it grew louder, more distinct. "Let us in." The voice wasn't human, though it sounded like it had once been. The words were muffled, distorted, as if the speaker was trying to force them through some otherworldly filter. We couldn't understand what was happening, but the fear was overwhelming. Emma tried to move toward the window, hoping maybe there was someone outside, but as soon as she got close, the knocking intensified, the whispers growing louder. We could feel them inside our heads now. We locked ourselves in the bedroom, doors barricaded, hearts pounding. The knocking continued throughout the night, never ceasing, never fading. The whispers turned to screams, shrill and hollow, reverberating off the walls of the old building. It was as if the entire apartment had come alive, its very structure trying to consume us. Morning didn't bring relief. We opened the door to silence, the apartment exactly as we left it. No signs of intrusion, no footsteps, no broken locks. But the whispers, those echoes, never left us. They haunt us now, in every quiet moment. Whatever was with us that night didn't come from outside. It had been there all along, waiting, and it never truly left. We had never expected to find ourselves wandering through the abandoned subway tunnels beneath the city. The place had been sealed off for decades, a relic of some bygone era. Our group of friends, 3 of us, decided to explore the underground labyrinth as a kind of reckless adventure, seeking something far from the ordinary. The air down there was thick, musty, and oppressive. Cracked tiles stretched endlessly down the tunnel, illuminated only by our dim flashlight beams. Water dripped from the ceiling in rhythmic patterns, forming small puddles that shimmered under the faint light. The silence was deafening, broken only by the soft echoes of our footsteps. At first, it felt like any other exploration. Creepy, sure, but nothing we couldn't handle. We were careful not to stray too far from the surface access point, as rumors of dangerous creatures lurking down here had always kept the tunnels off limits. But something about this place felt wrong. As we ventured deeper, the sense of isolation grew more oppressive. The tunnels twisted and turned, leading us farther from the surface. Shadows lurked in the corners of the flashlight beams, shifting unnaturally whenever we turned to look. The silence became more than just quiet. It felt like something was watching, waiting. Around midday, we stumbled upon an old subway station, long since abandoned. The walls were covered in faded, peeling advertisements, and a train sat eerily, still on the tracks, its rusted metal reflecting our lights in dull, distorted shapes. The station was dead, except for the lingering echoes of our footsteps. That's when we heard it. The first sign that something wasn't right. A faint, hollow whisper that seemed to come from nowhere. It was like the sound of the wind, but it carried a strange, otherworldly quality. It whispered again, clearer this time, as if the voice was directly in our heads. "Leave," it said, its tone calm yet unsettling. We exchanged nervous glances but shrugged it off. We decided to push forward, convinced it was just our imagination. The feeling of being watched only intensified. Shadows seemed to shift unnaturally, appearing and disappearing in ways that couldn't be explained. The further we went, the more we felt like we were no longer alone. By the time we reached the next station, something changed. The air grew colder. The whispers returned, louder now. "Leave," they seemed to echo all around us, distorted, overlapping. It wasn't just one voice anymore. It was as if the tunnels themselves were speaking, a chorus of voices stretching from the shadows. We tried to press on, desperate to find our way back to the surface. But the tunnels twisted endlessly, leading us deeper and deeper. No matter how far we walked, the whispers followed us, growing more insistent. They weren't just words anymore. They were commands, demands. "Leave, leave, leave." At some point, we lost track of where we were. The flashlight beams barely cut through the blackness, and the shadows seemed alive, creeping closer every second. My friends were frantic now, panic taking hold. I could see it in their eyes. Fear had taken root. Then, from the darkness, We heard it, a sound that stopped us dead in our tracks, a low, raspy breath. Closer this time, right behind us. We spun around, but there was nothing there, only darkness, and the whispers, louder now, filling our heads. Leave, leave, leave. I wanted to scream, to run, but my legs wouldn't move. My friends stood frozen beside me, their faces pale and wide with terror. Whatever was down there wasn't just some wandering spirit. It was something far worse, something that had been waiting for us, buried deep beneath the city. And then, just as suddenly as it had started, the whispers stopped. The silence was deafening again, oppressive and suffocating. The darkness around us seemed thicker now, almost like it was alive, pressing down. "Run!" a voice suddenly roared in my head. We didn't hesitate. We bolted down the tunnels, sprinting back toward the surface, heartbeats pounding in our ears. The whispers started again, echoing behind us. But we didn't stop. We couldn't stop. When we finally emerged, gasping for air, we didn't look back. The city stretched out before us, and we didn't stop running until we were safe in the daylight. That day, we escaped. But whatever was down there, the thing that watched, that whispered, that chased us, we'll never forget. And neither will the darkness. We were in the middle of the city, in an old, decrepit apartment complex that loomed over the skyline like a forgotten relic of another time. The building had long since been abandoned, its windows dark and its corridors hollow. It was the kind of place you passed by and never gave a second thought to. But curiosity got the better of us one night. It wasn't just any curiosity. It was the kind that gnawed at the edges of your sanity, the kind that made you ignore the warnings you didn't want to believe. There were stories, of course, rumors that circulated among the city's underground explorers, tales of strange noises, shadowy figures, and doors that opened on their own. But no one had dared venture inside in years. It was just me and two friends, Mark and Sarah, who decided we'd push past the fear and see for ourselves. The complex had long since fallen into disrepair, the once vibrant neighborhood around it now a blur of urban decay. The streets were deserted, save for the occasional flicker of streetlight that barely lit the way. We entered the building cautiously, the smell of damp concrete and mildew hitting us immediately. The hallways were dark, with peeling paint and broken tiles crunching underfoot. The faintest creak echoed through the silence as we made our way up the stairs. It wasn't the sound of someone else. There was no one else. We were alone, but it didn't feel that way. Every corner seemed to hide something, some distorted reflection in a broken mirror, a shadow that didn't quite belong. The further we went, the more oppressive the silence became. Our breaths felt too loud, too unnatural, and we kept our voices to a whisper. When we reached the 5th floor, we stopped. The hallway stretched out before us, its dim light casting long, wavering shadows. We hadn't expected to find anything particular on this floor, but it felt different, heavier. The silence seemed to press against us, each step more difficult than the last. And then we heard it, a faint whispering, barely audible, but unmistakable. It wasn't coming from around us, but inside our heads. A voice, distorted and indistinct, muttering things we couldn't quite understand. We exchanged uneasy glances, hearts pounding. "Did you hear that?" I asked, my voice barely above a whisper. Mark and Sarah nodded, their faces pale. We didn't speak again, but the whispers didn't stop. They swirled around us, words we couldn't comprehend, as if they were coming from within the walls themselves. As we moved down the hallway, the whispers grew louder, more insistent. They weren't coming from one direction. They were all around us, as though the very walls were alive, breathing, whispering. We couldn't shake the feeling that we were not alone. Suddenly, one of the doors at the end of the hallway creaked. Open. No wind, no breeze, just open. It wasn't like the others. This one seemed deliberate, as if it had been waiting for us. Without thinking, we moved toward it. The air grew colder, and the whispers became a faint chanting, echoing off the walls. Mark pushed the door open further, revealing what looked like a long-abandoned apartment. The furniture was overturned, covered in dust, and the room smelled like something had died there. Rotting wood, mildew, and decay. But what caught our attention wasn't the room itself, but the figure standing at the far end. It wasn't human. At least, not in the way we knew. It was tall, gaunt, its limbs unnaturally long and thin, like they didn't belong. Its head tilted as we entered, and though it didn't speak, we could feel its gaze boring into us. The whispers were gone, replaced by a deafening silence, as if the world had stopped turning. I felt something twist inside me, an unbearable pressure, like my chest might collapse at any moment. Mark and Sarah were frozen, staring at the figure. I could see the fear in their eyes. "Run," I heard myself say, but it wasn't my voice. It echoed in my head, louder than ever before. The figure didn't move, but it didn't need to. We ran. We sprinted down the hall, the oppressive silence broken only by our footsteps. The door slammed behind us, but we didn't stop to check if it had closed all the way. We fled down the stairs, past the shadows, the whispers, and the figure that seemed to follow us through every turn, every creaking floorboard. When we emerged into the night air, the feeling of being watched didn't fade. We didn't dare look. Back at the apartment, at the building that had tried to consume us, the whispers still echoed in my mind. A constant hum of words I couldn't make sense of. Whatever we encountered that night isn't gone. It's still with us, watching, waiting, silent and ever-present. And the apartment? It still stands there, empty and cold, waiting for someone else to enter. We survived, but I don't know if we were meant to. The moment I stepped into the auction house, I knew something was wrong. It wasn't the building itself. It was old, but nothing out of the ordinary. It was the air, thick and stale, as if it hadn't been aired in years. The low murmur of. The crowd had an eerie quality to it, like everyone was speaking in whispers, yet no one was saying a word. My friends and I had heard about this exclusive auction. The items were said to be from places no one had ever dared explore. Intrigued, we decided to check it out. The room was dim, only a few flickering lights above casting shadows across the tall, marble columns. An old man with a sharp suit stood behind the podium, his eyes scanning the crowd. He smiled when he saw us, his lips twisting in a way that didn't seem quite human. "Welcome," he said, his voice deep, like the creaking of old wood. "Tonight, you will have the opportunity to acquire pieces, unlike any you've ever seen." He wasn't wrong. The first item up for auction was an old wooden chest. It looked harmless enough, ancient and worn, the kind of thing you might find in an attic. But when the lid was opened, the smell hit me. It wasn't a smell of old wood or dust. It was a stench of rot, the kind that makes your stomach churn. The chest was empty except for a small handwritten note resting at the bottom. I couldn't make out the words, but I could feel its presence, like it was whispering something in my mind. The crowd was oddly still as the auctioneer began his bidding. I turned to my friends, and I could see they were unsettled too. Jake, always the skeptic, leaned in close. "Something's off about this place," he whispered. "Let's get out of here." But something held me in place, an invisible pull that I couldn't ignore. And when the auctioneer called for the next item, I found myself walking toward the front without meaning to. The next piece was even more bizarre. A cracked mirror, its surface distorted in a way that made the reflection look wrong. It warped the image of anyone who looked at it, elongating features, twisting faces into grotesque shapes. The crowd's excitement grew as the bidding began. I wanted to look away, but I couldn't. The mirror seemed to reach out to me, pulling my gaze, making my heart race. I felt trapped in the reflection, as though I was being sucked in, piece by piece. I forced myself to turn away, and that's when I saw it. The painting. It was hung in the corner of the room, surrounded by shadows. A figure stood there, cloaked in darkness with no clear features, just an absence where its face should have been. But its eyes were unmistakable. I don't know how, but I knew. They were staring directly at me. The auctioneer was still speaking, but his voice had become muffled. I couldn't tear my eyes away from the painting. It felt like the room was closing in around me, the air thick with something unnatural. I could hear the whispers now, but they weren't coming from the crowd. They were coming from the painting, from the empty eyes that followed my every movement. I turned, my pulse pounding in my ears, and ran for the door. But it wouldn't open. Panic rose in my chest. I could hear my friends calling out to me. But the words were drowned out by the increasing whispers growing louder and louder. "You cannot leave." It wasn't in my head. The words were spoken aloud by the painting. Its voice was hollow, distant, as if it came from the deepest recesses of the earth. I reached for my phone, but it was dead. The room grew colder, the shadows stretching unnaturally. Across the walls. And then the whispers stopped. The lights flickered. I turned around. The auctioneer was gone. The crowd was gone. The only thing left in the room was the painting, and it was moving. The figure stepped out of the frame, its form no longer a blur of shadow but a solid, dark figure standing in front of me. It was taller than any man I had ever seen, its limbs too long, its body too thin. The face remained empty, a void, but I could feel it watching me, its gaze cutting through me like ice. My friends were gone. The doors were still locked. The room felt endless, the walls bending inward. I tried to scream, but no sound came out. The figure stepped closer, and I felt its coldness like a weight pressing down on my chest. And then, with a sudden lurch, I was back in the real world. The auction house was gone. The room was normal again, bright lights crowded with people. But I wasn't alone. I turned to find my friends standing beside me, their faces pale, their eyes wide with fear. They hadn't seen anything, but they could feel it too, the strange, unnatural presence that still clung to us. We left the building as quickly as we could, never looking back. But the whispers followed us, and I realized then that the auction had never ended. It had only just begun. It was supposed to be a routine trip, just a weekend getaway for some fresh air and a break from the chaos of everyday life. My friends and I decided to visit an old, abandoned factory on the outskirts of the city. Rumors had swirled around. The place for years, but no one could verify if they were true or not. Abandoned factories are always eerie, but this one had a reputation that made people shiver. We wanted to see if the stories were more than just hearsay. The factory loomed over us like a rusted giant, towering and silent. Its crumbling facade was marked with faded graffiti and the shattered remains of windows. The air was thick with the smell of decay, the kind that settles into the cracks of old metal and concrete. We explored cautiously, stepping over piles of debris and broken machinery. The echoes of our footsteps seemed to stretch endlessly through the empty spaces. First, there was nothing unusual, just the creaking of metal, the groans of the building settling on its foundation. But as we moved deeper into the facility, that eerie silence started to feel oppressive. It wasn't just quiet, it was unnatural. No wind, no distant sounds from the city beyond the factory walls. Around midday, we stumbled upon a room filled with old radio equipment. The walls were covered in wires, faded dials, and cobwebbed microphones. It was like something out of a bygone era, untouched since the factory's last days of operation. Something about it felt strange. Like this room had been waiting for us. Ryan, always the curious one, decided to tinker with the equipment. After fiddling with the old radio, a faint static hiss began to crackle from the speakers. At first, we ignored it, thinking it was just interference. But then, the static gave way to a voice, thin and trembling, as if it had been trapped there for decades. "Is anyone out there?" the voice asked. We froze. None of us had touched the radio itself, yet it seemed to be broadcasting. "Who's there?" Ryan asked, his voice shaky. There was no reply, only more static. But then, after a long silence, the voice returned, this time clearer, more insistent. "I've been waiting. Please, someone. Help." The hairs on the back of my neck stood up. No one spoke. We all exchanged wide-eyed glances. The room felt colder, the shadows deeper. "Where are you?" Emma whispered. The response came as a whisper, almost lost in the static. "The factory. The broadcast is the only way. Please, help me." Ryan, still shaken, tried to speak again, but the radio cut him off. "Turn back. Don't stay here," the voice begged, its tone now desperate. "Please, leave, before it's too late." None of us knew what to make of it. Was it a prank? Some malfunction? But something about that voice didn't feel like a joke. The desperation in it was real. Far too real. "We should leave," I suggested, my voice trembling. But Emma hesitated, staring at the radio as if something was about to happen. "I think," she began, her voice barely above a whisper. "I think it's trying to tell us something." That's when the static returned, louder this time, distorted. The voice was gone, replaced by a deep, unsettling hum that vibrated through the speakers. The room felt heavier, as if the air itself was pressing down on us. Something moved in the corner of the room. A shadow, shifting and slithering like smoke. We all turned to face it, but there was nothing there. Yet we knew something was watching. Us, something far beyond our comprehension. Fearing whatever presence had been trapped with that voice, we decided to leave. The radio was still broadcasting static as we fled the factory, but we didn't dare look back. Once we were outside, the oppressive silence of the factory gave way to the distant sounds of the city. None of us spoke much on the way home. That night, lying in bed, I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. The voice, though distant, still echoed in my mind. Days passed, but the memory of that broadcast haunted us. We tried to dismiss it, thinking maybe it was some kind of prank or a malfunction. But then, several weeks later, I received a message from an unknown number. It simply read, "Help us. The broadcast never stops. I haven't answered. I don't know if I ever will." It started with an invitation I couldn't ignore. A friend, someone I hadn't spoken to in years, reached out. The message was simple. "Come visit me. I've got something strange to show you." His house was located high on a hill, far from any main road, surrounded by empty fields and scattered woods. I hadn't seen him in over a decade, but the tone in his message felt urgent. Intrigued, I agreed. The drive there took hours. The farther I went, the fewer signs of life I encountered. The last mile was on a narrow, winding road that disappeared into thick forest on either side. The only sounds were the crunch of gravel under my tires and the rustling of leaves. Finally, I arrived at the house. It stood on a hill, distant and isolated, looking more like a relic from another time than a modern home. The windows were old, the wooden shutters peeling, and the paint was faded and cracked. Yet there was something unsettling about the place. The silence, the emptiness that seemed unnatural. As I stepped out of my car, a chill ran down my spine. The air was thick, as though something had been pressing down on the world for too long. The only movement came from the trees swaying gently in the wind. But something felt off. My friend met me at the door, his face pale, his eyes sunken. He had always been the quiet type, but this was different. He looked weary, as if he had been through something I couldn't fathom. "You made it," he said, barely looking at me. His voice was hollow. I followed him inside. The house was quiet, almost oppressively so. The wooden floor creaked underfoot, and every shadow seemed to stretch a little too far. The air smelled old, like dust and decay. It wasn't simply abandoned. It felt trapped, as though the house itself hadn't aged well. He led me upstairs, past rooms that were cluttered but untouched. There was a tension in his silence that was almost deafening. When we reached the attic door, he hesitated before opening it. "I've never told anyone about this," he muttered, his hand shaking as he pulled the door open. "I've tried to forget." The attic was filled with boxes, old furniture covered in sheets, and the lingering smell of something long forgotten. But it wasn't the mess that caught my attention. It was the overwhelming silence. The kind of silence that felt deliberate, oppressive. He moved toward one of the boxes and pulled out a small, leather-bound book. Its cover was cracked, and the pages yellowed with age. He handed it to me without a word. "What is this?" I asked, flipping through the fragile pages. "I don't know," he replied. "It was here when I moved in. I've never been able to read it. Something about it feels wrong." The pages were filled with strange symbols. None I recognized. The handwriting was uneven, as if whoever had written it wasn't fully in control. I could feel the weight of it in my hands, as though the book had a life of its own. I handed it back to him, but as he took it, his grip tightened. His knuckles went white, and he looked up at me with a mixture of fear and resignation. "There's something else," he said quietly. "I've heard things. At night, in the walls." I stared at him, unsure whether to believe him, but his eyes betrayed the truth. "We all hear things," he continued, his voice barely above a whisper. "Whispers. Voices. They don't stop." I laughed nervously, trying to brush it off. "That's just the house settling, right?" He shook his head, his face pale. "It's not the house, it's something else." That night, as I lay in the guest room, I couldn't sleep. The house creaked, but it wasn't just the sound of wood settling. The whispers began again, soft, barely audible at first. But as the hours passed, they grew louder. I pressed my hands to my ears, trying to block them out. They were coming, from the walls, the ceiling, and every corner of the house. "You're not supposed to be here," a voice whispered, hollow and distorted. "You shouldn't be here." I couldn't escape it. No matter where I moved, the whispers followed. The next morning, my friend was gone. His car was still parked outside, but he wasn't answering his phone. I searched the house, calling his name, but there was no sign of him. I left the house, leaving the door wide open behind me, and never looked back. The woods swallowed the road, and I drove away without a second glance. I never went back, and I never will. I've always been afraid of elevators. The idea of being trapped in a small enclosed space with no way out just unnerved me. But when I started my new job, the building had an elevator, and I had no choice but to use it. It wasn't a fancy building, just a nondescript office in the middle of a busy city. The elevator was old, probably as ancient as the building itself. Its brass buttons were worn down and the floor smelled faintly of mildew, but I could never quite put my finger on why. Still, I would get on and press the button to my floor, trying to ignore the sense of dread that would settle in my stomach every time. One Friday evening, after everyone had left for the weekend, I found myself working late. I was tired, eager to get home, and the last thing I wanted was to climb up the stairs to the 8th floor. The elevator was the quickest way out, so I reluctantly stepped in. The moment I pressed the button for the ground floor, something felt wrong. The elevator jolted as if it had been powered off for a split second before starting up again. I brushed it off as a malfunction, nothing to worry about. But then it stopped. It wasn't supposed to stop. The elevator had passed several floors before it abruptly came to a halt between the 3rd and 4th floors. I pressed the emergency button, but the light blinked red and nothing happened. I tried the phone, but the line was dead. I could hear nothing but the faint hum of the elevator's machinery. I took a deep breath and tried to calm myself, pushing aside the growing panic. Minutes passed. Maybe 10, maybe 20. I don't know how long I sat there staring at the faded, chipped doors in front of me. I thought about what to do next, but I was too paralyzed to act. Just as I began to gather the strength to press the emergency button again, the elevator moved. It didn't start from the third floor where it had stopped. It shot straight down, far faster than it should have been able to, shaking violently as it went. I screamed and grabbed the sides of the walls, my heart hammering against my chest. The elevator finally screeched to a halt with such force that it threw me against the back wall. I was dazed but unharmed. But when I opened my eyes, something was different. The lights flickered before settling into a low, sickly yellow glow. The buttons were different now. There were more of them. A whole new row that hadn't been there before. I pressed the button for the ground floor again, but the light didn't turn on. I tried to press a few other buttons, but none lit up. The elevator remained still. The doors suddenly slid open, but what I saw on the other side made my blood run cold. It wasn't the building's lobby. It wasn't even the floor I'd last seen before entering the elevator. It was a hallway. A hallway I didn't recognize. The walls were dark, the paint peeling, and there was a low buzzing sound that seemed to come from nowhere. The fluorescent lights overhead flickered erratically. Didn't know where I was. I knew the building, and this wasn't part of it. My breath caught in my throat as I instinctively stepped out of the elevator. The second I crossed the threshold, the doors slammed shut behind me, and I heard the unmistakable sound of the elevator descending again. I panicked. I tried the door, but it was locked. I knocked on the walls, yelling for help, but it was useless. There was nothing. No sound, no movement, just the buzzing lights and the oppressive silence. Then I heard footsteps. They weren't my own. The footsteps were slow, deliberate, growing louder with every passing second. My heart pounded in my chest. I turned to run back to the elevator, but before I could reach it, the doors opened again. This time, there was no strange hallway, no unfamiliar setting, just the regular lobby. The normal lobby I knew, the familiar beige carpet, the soft hum of the air conditioning, and the sound of the building's entrance doors opening and closing in the distance. I stepped into the elevator, my legs shaky, trying to make sense of what had just happened. I pushed the button for the ground floor. The elevator moved smoothly this time, as if nothing was wrong. When the doors opened on the ground floor, I was met with a completely normal lobby, bustling with employees and visitors as if the entire evening had been a figment of my imagination. But as I stepped out, I noticed something chilling. There, in the corner of the room, just behind the reception desk, was the same elevator I had just taken. And standing inside it was a figure, staring directly at me with empty eyes. I froze, my heart racing. The figure was me. I work as an audio engineer for a small, independent podcast company. One night, my boss handed me a recording and asked me to clean up the sound for a special episode. Something unusual. It was an old tape, one of those analog cassettes that hadn't been used in years. The label was faded, but it read only 2 words. Listen carefully. Curious, I popped the tape into the machine. The first few seconds were filled with static. Then, a soft voice broke through, barely audible at first. Hello? It was a woman's voice, distant, trembling. I turned up the volume to hear better, but as I did, the voice grew clearer. I need to tell you something. If you hear this, it's too late. It's already too late. I paused the recording, my fingers hovering over the controls. A feeling of unease settled in my stomach. It felt wrong, like I wasn't supposed to be listening. But I continued. The voice spoke again. More, urgently this time. Don't trust the man with the glasses. Don't let him in. I couldn't stop listening. The fear in her voice was palpable, and every word sent a chill down my spine. The rest of the recording was a jumble of muffled sounds, breathing, footsteps, and a sharp metallic scraping noise, followed by a loud crash that made me jump. Then came a silence so thick it felt suffocating. "Please," the voice whispered. "They're coming for you. Don't—" The tape cut off abruptly. I rewound the tape and played it again, but this time there was nothing. No voice, no sounds, just dead silence. It didn't make sense. I checked the tape, the machine, everything, but the recording was gone. It was as if it had never been there. I sat in the dark studio, feeling the hairs on my neck stand up. Maybe it was a prank, an elaborate hoax. But why would my boss have it? Why ask me to clean it up? Something wasn't right. The next day at work, I didn't say anything. I kept the tape to myself, unsure of how to explain it. When my boss asked about the cleaning, I lied and said there was nothing to fix. He didn't press, but I noticed something odd. His glasses, thick and black, almost like the man from the recording. It was just a coincidence. I convinced myself of that. That night, after leaving work, I decided to head straight home. But as I walked down the street, I saw a man standing across the street staring at me. He was wearing glasses, thick, dark glasses that made his face look oddly distant, obscured. The same glasses as the man from the tape. I froze. My heart raced. Was it him? Had the woman been talking about him? I quickly turned down a side alley, walking faster. The footsteps behind me echoed, growing louder. The man was following me. I broke into a run, my breath coming out in panicked gasps. But every time I glanced over my shoulder, he was still there, keeping his distance but never breaking pace. Finally, I reached my building. I fumbled for my keys, hands shaking. I slammed the door shut and locked it behind me, gasping for air. But through the window, I could see him still standing across the street. His gaze was locked on me. He didn't move. Hours passed, and I stayed inside, trying to rationalize what had just happened. Maybe it was a coincidence. Maybe I was just being paranoid. But then I noticed something else. There, on my kitchen counter, was the tape. The same faded cassette, the same label. My heart skipped a beat. I hadn't brought it home. I stared at it for what felt like an eternity before slowly walking toward it. My fingers trembled as I picked it up. I didn't want to play it. I didn't want to hear that voice again. But I had to know. I put it in the recorder. This time, the voice was clearer than ever, right from the start. You shouldn't have listened. I didn't even need to hear more. I could feel it, the weight of whatever was in the recording pressing in on me. The man with the glasses hadn't left. He was here, in the room with me. I turned around, heart pounding. The room was empty, but the silence felt wrong, too quiet, too suffocating. And then I heard the sound of footsteps. They were coming closer. We moved into the house during the summer. It wasn't anything special, a modest home with chipped paint and a narrow, overgrown yard. Nothing unusual stood out at first, beyond the quiet that settled over the neighborhood. It was peaceful, a bit too peaceful. From the very first night, things felt wrong. The house settled into a silence that was unsettling. No creaks from the floorboards, no rustling of branches against the windows. It was as though the house itself held its breath. At first, we dismissed it. Old houses have their quirks, right? Maybe it was just the wind, or maybe we were just adjusting to the quiet after moving in. But the feeling never went away. The strange occurrences started subtly. Our daughter, Sophie, would wake up screaming in the middle of the night. She claimed that someone was standing at the foot of her bed. Always a shadowy figure, never fully there, just a presence. Every time we checked, nothing was there. Her nights became restless, and soon she wouldn't sleep at all without the bedroom door wide open. One evening, we heard a faint, hollow sound coming from the walls. It sounded like whispers, low and distorted, as though a dozen voices were trying to speak at once, but only half-formed. We thought perhaps it was the house settling further into its old age. The realtor said it hadn't been lived in for years before we bought it. But the whispers never faded. They came and went unpredictably, sometimes late at night, sometimes during the day when the house should have been still. Sometimes it sounded like faint laughter, soft, high-pitched, inhuman, and it sent chills down our spines. Then the visions began. I'd see it standing in the corner of rooms, a figure barely discernible in the shadows, always watching, always near but never moving. The more I focused on it, the blurrier it became, like the smoke swirling in the corners of my vision. It was like it didn't want to be fully seen, but it still wanted us to know it was there. One evening, my husband, James, went into the basement to grab a tool. He was down there for what felt like hours before I finally went down to check on him. When I found him, his face was pale, his body frozen. He stared at the far wall, his mouth trembling as though trying to speak, but no sound came out. "What's wrong?" I asked, shaking him gently. Finally, he managed to whisper, "The eyes. They're watching me." I didn't see what he saw, but I felt it, an oppressive, suffocating presence. The whispers had grown louder, and the figure was closer. After that, things escalated quickly. Sophie refused to enter her room alone, her little hands clutching at ours tightly, her tiny voice begging for us to stay with her. Objects would move on their own, the television turning on at odd hours, cupboards slamming shut when no one was near. But the worst part was the feeling. A cold, hollow breath on the back of our necks when we were alone in the house. One night, I woke up to a loud thud from downstairs. I was about to call out, thinking it was just James, but the silence that followed was unlike any sound I'd ever heard. It was as if the house itself had swallowed the noise. I hurried down to check, but no lights worked, no matter how many. Switches I flipped. The only sound was the whispers, insistent now, louder, more desperate, and then I saw it. The figure stood in the living room. Its features were clearer now, grotesque, almost human, but twisted. Skin stretched unnaturally, tight over its bones, empty sockets where the eyes should be, its mouth gaping in an expressionless scream. It didn't move, yet I could feel its presence press against every inch of the room. I didn't scream. I couldn't. I was paralyzed with fear, unable to tear my gaze away from the monstrosity in front of me. When James woke up and found me trembling, by the doorframe, he couldn't see it. Not at first. I couldn't explain what I had seen, not fully. But when he entered the room, the whispers rose again, louder, angry, demanding. The figure moved closer. That night, we gathered Sophie in the hallway, away from her room. We didn't dare sleep in the house anymore. We spent the rest of the night huddled in the car, not knowing what to do, too terrified to return inside. The next day, we left the house behind. We didn't touch anything, no clothes, no belongings. We simply left it all, retreating back to a rental with no windows into the past. The whispers still haunt us, sometimes when we're alone, sometimes in dreams. The figure isn't gone. It lingers, a dark stain we can't wash away. We've tried to move forward, but we know it's not over, not entirely. The house is quiet now, empty, forgotten by the world. But we know we're not the only ones who feel its pull. And we dread the day someone else steps into that house because we know the whispers will return, and so will the figure, waiting to make itself seen again. I always believed there was no place more haunted than an old house until it happened to me. It wasn't a cabin or a secluded forest retreat. No, it was a city apartment complex, new, modern, and seemingly ordinary. But something about my new place felt off. I moved into the city apartment 2 months ago, right after finishing college. It was supposed to be a fresh start, a quiet, comfortable place where I could focus on my new job and independence. The building itself wasn't old, but it wasn't new either. A mid-century design, with a sterile beige exterior and faded brick, surrounded by other buildings that looked just as unremarkable. On the first night, everything was normal. The apartment was small but cozy. I unpacked, set up my desk, and settled into my bed. But that night, I didn't sleep. I kept hearing faint sounds from beyond the walls. A faint creaking, almost like footsteps, but not quite. I dismissed it as the usual creaks of an old building settling. The next night, the sounds became more distinct. This time, it wasn't just creaking. It was whispering, soft, low murmurs that seemed to come from the walls themselves. I tried to convince myself it was just the building's old pipes settling, but the whispers didn't stop. They were insistent, as if someone was trying to speak directly to me. I couldn't make out what they were saying, though. It wasn't clear words, just distorted, slurred sounds. I tried to ignore it, but as the days passed, the whispers became louder and more persistent. They seemed to follow me, echoing in different parts of the apartment, always when I was alone. The real terror began a week into my stay. One night, after hearing the whispers growing louder again, I finally decided to confront whatever it was. I stood in the hallway, breathless, my pulse racing. "Who's there?" I asked, my voice trembling. The whispers stopped abruptly. The silence that followed was deafening. My hands shook as I strained to hear anything beyond the walls, but there was nothing. For a moment, I thought the apartment had returned to normal. Then I felt it, breath on the back of my neck, cold, invisible, and unmistakable. I spun around, but there was nothing there. The whispering began again, this time louder, closer. It wasn't just in my ears, it was inside my head. I ran back to my room, locking the door behind me. Sleep was impossible that night. The whispers continued, now a cacophony of distorted voices, some high-pitched, others guttural and low. It felt as though they were inside my skull, each one screaming silently, their distorted words echoing endlessly. Desperation set in. The next day, I tried to reach out to anyone, friends, neighbors, but they all dismissed my concerns. They couldn't hear the whispers. They couldn't see the shadows I swore were lurking at the edges of my vision. Weeks passed in this torment. Every night the whispers grew louder, and each day my paranoia deepened. I started noticing strange things. Faint silhouettes in the corners of my apartment. Dark shapes that would flicker when I turned to look. But they weren't solid. They were hollow, void-like, always lurking just beyond my sight. Then came the night when everything changed. I awoke suddenly, gasping for breath. The apartment was pitch black, the only light from the street lamp outside. I tried to move, but my limbs wouldn't respond. I was frozen, unable to move, unable to scream. In the dark, I heard them again. Closer now. The whispers had turned into screams, a chorus of distorted voices screaming my name. It felt as though they were inside my mind, tearing at my thoughts. I could feel their presence surrounding me, as if they were pressing against my skin. Suddenly, the air shifted, and the temperature dropped drastically. I could feel the breath again, cold, heavy, on my neck. A whisper came so close it felt as though it was inside my very skull. "Get out." I didn't wait. Somehow, I managed to force my body to move. I ran, stumbling into the hallway, tears streaming down my face. The front door slammed open, and I didn't look back. I didn't stop until I was out of the building, gasping for air, the sounds still reverberating in my head. The apartment remains empty now. I can't bring myself to return, and I doubt I ever will. Whatever was there, the whispers, the shadows, the presence, I can't explain it. But I know one thing for certain. Some places leave a mark, and that apartment was one of them. I survived, but the echoes of that night haunt me. I hear the whispers in my dreams, sometimes in waking moments, as if they're still searching, still waiting. Whatever they were, they're not gone, and neither am I. It started when my grandmother passed away. We inherited her house, a small, charming place tucked away on the edge of a forgotten town, remote, isolated, and untouched by modern life. It was the perfect spot for a quiet retreat, far from the chaos of the city. The house itself was old, built in the late 1800s, surrounded by overgrown gardens and trees that seemed to tower above the house. Everything about it felt frozen in time, almost as though it had been untouched for decades. When we arrived, there was an unsettling silence. The town itself seemed abandoned. No signs of life, no movement, as if the world had simply forgotten it. The streets were lined with empty shops, broken windows, and faded, peeling signs. The only sound was the wind whispering through the broken streets. The house was no different. From the moment we stepped inside, we could feel it. A heavy, oppressive feeling, like something had taken root here and refused to let go. The air was thick, stagnant, and there was an eerie sense of being watched. The furniture was covered. In white sheets, the rooms filled with the smell of dust and decay. We tried to shake off the feeling, telling ourselves it was just the weight of the past. But the feeling only grew stronger as the days passed. Shadows seemed to flicker at the edges of our vision. Doors creaked open on their own, and the air felt colder in certain rooms, even with the windows shut. One night, as I lay awake, unable to sleep, I heard it, a faint, almost imperceptible whisper, not coming from any direction but from inside the house itself. It wasn't something I could pinpoint, just a faint, low murmur, like someone standing just behind me, speaking in a language I couldn't understand. At first, I convinced myself it was my imagination. But then I heard it again, louder this time, almost as though it was speaking my name. I sat up, my heart pounding, but there was no one there. The whisper faded away as quickly as it had come. The next morning, I tried to brush it off, telling myself it was just the old house settling, or perhaps the remnants of my dreams. But as the days went on, the whispers became more persistent. They didn't always come in words, but in sounds, muttering, almost like a distant conversation I couldn't quite grasp. And there were other things, shadows that seemed to watch me from the corners of rooms, figures that would appear in the corner of my vision and vanish the moment I turned to face them. One evening, I was sitting by the window, staring out at the empty town. The sun had just set, casting long shadows across the streets. I saw a figure standing there, motionless. Its silhouette was distorted, almost unnatural, like a hollow mask where a face should be. It wasn't watching me. It was watching the house. Panic gripped me, but I couldn't look away. It didn't move, didn't shift. It was as though it was waiting for something, or someone. That night, I decided to confront whatever was haunting us. I couldn't take the whispers anymore, the feeling of being watched. Grabbing a flashlight, I explored the house from top to bottom, my pulse quickening with each creak of the wooden floorboards. Nothing prepared me for what I found in the basement. The air down there was colder than anywhere else in the house. The flickering flashlight revealed old shelves, long empty bottles of something that had long since evaporated. But then I saw it, something that stopped me in my tracks. A figure stood at the far end of the basement. It was different from the others, taller, darker, more solid, but still hollow, as if only half of it existed. Its head tilted as I approached, but it made no sound, no movement, just stood there, waiting. "Who are you?" I whispered, my voice cracking. It didn't answer, but the whispers grew louder in my head. Words this time, impossible to ignore. "Get out," they said, over and over. "Leave this place." Terror surged through me. I stumbled backward, nearly tripping over the old cobblestones. My breath came, in shallow gasps, and I didn't look back. When I made it back upstairs, the house felt different. The oppressive weight was gone, but so was that sense of safety. The whispers had stopped, but I knew they weren't truly gone. They were buried, waiting for the next time they'd rise. We haven't stayed long since that night. The house is still there, just as it was, untouched. And though we've moved on, I still wonder if it waits, patient and silent, as if waiting for us to return and finish what we started. The whispers, the shadows, they're still there, always, watching, always lurking, and sometimes I swear I hear them again, even now, in the quiet of the night. My brother Max and I were excited. New town, new house, a fresh start. The house was big, old, and a little rundown, but it was ours. The neighborhood was quiet. We didn't have many neighbors, just a few houses scattered across the street and behind us. But there was one house that caught my attention. Across the street, at the farthest corner, stood a large, decrepit mansion. The windows were always dark, and the yard was overgrown, with wild vines creeping up the walls. It didn't look abandoned, but no one ever went in or out. I'd often see it through our window, especially late at night, when the streetlights cast long shadows over the place. There was something strange about it. Max didn't care much. He was busy with school and video games, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something wasn't right about that house. One evening, after dinner, I decided to go explore. I grabbed a flashlight and stepped outside, my heart racing as I made my way across the street. The air was thick, unusually cold, as if the house itself was holding the chill around it. The front gate creaked as I pushed it open, and the gravel path crunched beneath my feet. My flashlight flickered as I approached the porch. The house loomed over me, dark and silent. I stepped onto the porch, and that's when I heard it, the sound of footsteps from inside. I froze, straining to hear. Someone was walking around in there. I hadn't seen anyone in the yard when I walked up, so where were they? I leaned in, closer to the window, trying to peer inside. There was a shadow moving across the curtains, unmistakable and distinct. Then the door creaked open. I stumbled, back, heart pounding. A tall figure stepped into the doorway, a man with pale skin wearing a black suit. He stared directly at me, his face expressionless. I wanted to run, but my feet wouldn't move. It felt like he was waiting for me to speak. "Can I help you?" His voice was low, calm, but carried an unsettling weight. I wanted to say something, to explain that I was just curious, but I couldn't form words. The man didn't smile. He didn't blink. He just stood there, watching me with those cold, unblinking eyes. Suddenly, I heard a voice behind me. "Who's there?" I whipped around to see Max standing at the end of our driveway, looking confused and worried. I turned back to the man in the doorway, but he was gone. The door was now shut, the windows dark once again. There was no sign of the figure. Max jogged over to me. "What's going on?" I was breathless, my mind racing. I don't know. I thought I saw someone in there." Max frowned and looked over at the house. "It's been empty for years. No one lives there." I tried to argue, but I felt an odd heaviness in my chest. The man I saw had been real, hadn't he? I wasn't imagining it. But the house, the people inside, it didn't make sense. Max was right. The house had always been empty. So why had I seen him? We went back inside, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. That night I lay in bed, wide awake, staring at the window. The street outside was silent, and the house across the street seemed to loom even larger in the darkness. The shadows moved strangely around it. Around 2 a.m., I heard it again. A soft, creaking sound. I looked out the window. There, in the same spot where the man had stood earlier, was a figure. This time, it was a woman. Her long, dark hair fell over her face as she stood motionless in front of the house. I couldn't make out her features, but her presence sent a chill through me. She didn't move. She just stared at the house, as if waiting for something. Or someone. I watched her for a while, heart racing. Then, without warning, the woman turned and walked toward the door. She opened it, and it swung wide, but the figure did not enter the house. Instead, she looked back at me. Her eyes locked onto mine through the window. That's when I saw it. Behind her, standing in the hallway, was the man. The same tall, pale figure. He was smiling now, a twisted, sickening smile, as if he had been waiting for her. Suddenly, the woman stepped back, closing the door. The house went completely still again, the curtains drawn, the windows dark. I couldn't breathe. My mind spun. What was going on in that house? The next morning, I told Max what I had seen. He was skeptical, of course, but when I mentioned the man and the woman, his face went pale. Wait, what did you say about the woman? I described her to him. Her long, dark hair, the way she stood there, just watching. Max went quiet for a moment before saying, "That's the same woman I saw when I first moved here. But I didn't tell you. I was too scared. Every night, she stands there, staring at the house." I felt a cold chill crawl up my spine. Max had seen her too, but then he added something that made my blood run cold. Sometimes she looks at me and then disappears. It's like she's waiting for someone to open the door, like she's waiting for us. I moved into my new apartment on Baker Street 3 months ago. The place was old, creaky, and cheap, perfect for someone like me who couldn't afford much else. The building was one of those worn-down, nondescript places that seemed forgotten by time. The door always felt a little heavier when I pushed it open, like it didn't want to be disturbed. At first, everything seemed normal. The floors groaned beneath my steps, and I heard the occasional banging from the neighbors' apartments. But that was nothing unusual for a place this old. I never expected anything strange to happen in an apartment complex like this. Then, the whispers started. It was subtle at first, just a faint murmuring that seemed to drift through the walls at night. I'd wake up, the room dark and silent, only to hear a faint, indistinct voice whispering just beyond the edge of my hearing. The sounds were too quiet to make out, but they sent a chill up my spine. I chalked it up to my imagination, blaming the drafts and old pipes that groaned in the night. But the whispers grew louder, more persistent, and they didn't stay confined to the night. Sometimes during the day, I'd be in the kitchen making coffee, and I'd hear the faint echo of a voice behind me, a voice that didn't belong to anyone I knew. It wasn't speaking words, just sounds. A low, continuous murmur, like someone was speaking in a language that didn't exist. I tried to ignore it, but it wasn't just the whispers anymore. One evening, I was flipping through old photos of the previous tenants, trying to learn a bit about the place. They all looked like they had lived quiet lives, no signs of anything unusual. Yet, as I went through the last photo album, I noticed something strange. In each picture, there was a figure at the edge of the frame, always just out of focus, obscured by shadows or fog. A figure with hollow eyes and a twisted, impossible grin. At first, I thought it was just my imagination playing tricks. But the more I looked, the more it felt like that figure was watching me, waiting. One night, as I was lying in bed, unable to sleep because of the incessant whispers, I heard a different noise, a soft tapping at the window. I live on the 3rd floor, far above ground with no neighboring buildings close enough to peer into my apartment. But the tapping continued, slow and deliberate, like someone was gently scratching at the glass with long, bony fingers. I got up and approached the window. The city lights cast an eerie glow, but I saw nothing outside. No one was there, no reflection, just the endless void of night. The whispers grew louder then, filling the room, becoming unbearable. It felt like they were coming from inside my own skull. Desperate for answers, I started searching through the building's history, trying to find anything about the past residents. But there was no information available. No previous tenants, no official records, just the name of the building on a crumbling sign in the hallway. One evening, I was brushing my teeth when I noticed something strange. My reflection wasn't mine. It wasn't the reflection of a living person. It was that figure, the one from the photos, the twisted grin, the hollow eyes. It stared back at me with a sick, mocking expression, its mouth moving as if it were speaking without sound. That was when I understood. The whispers, the figure, the strange tapping. It wasn't a haunting of the past. It was something that had attached itself to me. I've tried to leave. I packed my bags and fled the apartment, but the whispers followed me. I can hear them now, louder than ever, as if they're inside my very being. No matter where I go, I can't escape their presence. The figure I know now isn't just a reflection. It's always watching, always waiting, and I fear I'll never be free of it. It was supposed to be a simple job. I'd been hired to take care of a woman's elderly uncle, Mr. Mallory, for the weekend. The family had gone out of town and they wanted someone to check on him, keep him company, and make sure he took his medication. He lived alone in a sprawling old mansion that had been in his family for generations, perched on a cliffside overlooking the ocean. The place was remote, isolated, the kind of house you'd expect to see in horror movies. I didn't mind. I needed the money. Mr. Mallory was pleasant enough, slow-moving, frail, but with a sharp mind. He lived in the parlor most of the time, sitting by the window and staring out at the sea. He'd occasionally speak to me, but most of the time, he preferred the silence. It was eerie, but I chalked it up to his age. The first evening, after dinner, he asked me to close the heavy curtains in the parlor. It was getting dark, and he didn't like the view of the ocean at night. "Too many things out there," he muttered cryptically, his hand shaking as he handed me the curtain rope. I thought little of it. It was just a man's preference. I finished, closing the curtains, and the room seemed to shrink in the dim light, making it feel even more isolated. Mr. Mallory had retreated to his chair, staring vacantly at the floor. "Don't mind the house, dear," he said without looking up. "It has its secrets, and some of them are still here." I felt a shiver run down my spine, but I brushed it off. Old people often said strange things. The night passed uneventfully, though I found it difficult to sleep in the house. The wind howled outside, and the sound of creaking floorboards in the halls kept me on edge. At around 2 a.m., I was awoken by a noise, a soft scraping sound coming from downstairs. I held my breath. It came again, louder this time. A faint dragging, like something heavy moving across the floor. I hesitated, but decided to investigate. I tiptoed down the dark staircase, the wooden steps creaking under my weight. As I reached the bottom, the noise stopped. My flashlight flickered as I shone it into the hallway. Nothing. Just empty rooms, their doors ajar. I took a few cautious steps forward. Then I saw it. A shadow, barely visible, moving from one room to the next at the far end of the hallway. I froze. The shadow didn't belong to anyone I knew. It was too tall, too thin, and it moved with an unnatural fluidity. I called out, "Hello, Mr. Mallory?" The figure didn't respond. It didn't even seem to hear me. Slowly, I crept closer, my heart hammering in my chest. Suddenly, I felt a hand on my shoulder. I spun around, nearly dropping the flashlight. Mr. Mallory stood there, his face pale, eyes wide with terror. "Don't follow it," he whispered, his voice shaking. "It's been watching me for years." Before I could ask what he meant, the shadow moved again, disappearing into one of the rooms. I felt the blood drain from my face. I turned to Mr. Mallory. "Who is it? What is that thing?" His voice cracked. "You don't want to know. Stay upstairs. Stay out of its reach. It's waiting." I didn't need to be told twice. I rushed back up to the parlor, locking the door behind me. My pulse was racing, and my hands were clammy. What was that thing? Why didn't Mr. Mallory seem shocked? The night dragged on in silence. The next morning, Mr. Mallory seemed calm, almost normal. He was sitting in his chair again, staring out the window at the churning sea. I wanted to ask him more about last night, but he simply looked at me and said, "You don't want to know." When the family returned later that afternoon, everything seemed fine, too fine. The house was silent, the air still. They were surprised to find Mr. Mallory in good spirits, talking about the weather. Nothing unusual. I mentioned the strange occurrences, but they dismissed it with a laugh. "He's getting on in years," they said. "Sometimes his mind plays tricks on him." But I wasn't convinced. As I left the house that evening, I glanced back at the dark windows of the mansion. And there, at the top floor, I saw it. A shadow. A figure standing perfectly still, staring down at me. Its face was pale, twisted, empty, just like Mr. Mallory had described. I couldn't explain what it was, but as I drove away, I realized the terrifying truth. The figure in the window hadn't been watching Mr. Mallory all these years. It had been watching me. It was supposed to be a simple celebration, my best friend's farewell party. Jenna had secured a job overseas, and we'd all gathered to say goodbye before she left. We rented a small hall in the city, decorated it with lights, and set up a buffet. The music played, people laughed, and for a while everything felt perfectly normal. But I should have noticed something sooner. There was a man standing in the corner of the room, just watching us. He wore a plain black suit, his face expressionless, and his eyes, dark, almost too dark, never left the crowd. At first, I thought he was just a friend of a friend, someone I hadn't met yet. I didn't think much of it, but as the evening went on, I started to feel uneasy. Jenna had noticed him too. "Do you know who he is?" she asked, her voice low. I glanced over. "No idea. He's been there all night, hasn't he?" Her lips tightened into a thin line. He wasn't invited. We both turned to look at him again, and that's when I saw it. He was too still, standing perfectly upright as if waiting for something. And his eyes, they seemed to follow every movement in the room, every laugh, every conversation. "Maybe he's just a guest," I suggested, but even I knew I didn't believe that. I went to the bar to get a drink, and when I returned, the man was closer. His gaze was fixed on me now, cold and unwavering. Something in his stare made my skin crawl. I hurried back to Jenna, but by the time I reached her, she was no longer at the table. I searched for her, calling her name, but the music seemed to drown out my voice. The whole room was spinning now, and panic began to bubble up inside me. It was as if the air had thickened. My thoughts were clouded and I couldn't focus. Then I saw Jenna, standing near the man, her eyes wide, her body stiff. She wasn't moving. She wasn't speaking. "Jenna?" I rushed over to her head snapped around and her eyes locked with mine. Don't come any closer," she whispered. "I can't move." I grabbed her arm, trying to pull her away, but she didn't budge. The man was watching us now, and I could feel a terrible weight in the air. A pressure, as if something invisible was holding us in place. I tugged harder, but nothing happened. And then, in that moment of complete stillness, the man smiled. Slowly, unnaturally, stretching his lips so wide that his face almost seemed to crack. His teeth were sharp, too sharp, jagged like broken glass. A chill ran down my spine. I couldn't breathe. "Please, run," Jenna pleaded, her voice strained. But I couldn't. My legs wouldn't move. The man stepped closer, and with each step he took, the temperature in the room dropped. His smile widened even more, as if he was savoring our fear. Finally, he spoke, his voice like gravel scraping against stone. "You're all staying," he said softly. "No one leaves." Just as I thought I might collapse from the pressure building in my chest, the lights flickered and the man disappeared, vanished into thin air, leaving behind an almost suffocating silence. The room snapped back to normal. Jenna and I were suddenly free to move again. She fell into my arms, shaking, and we stumbled out of the hall gasping for air. We never spoke of it again, not to each other, not to anyone. And though Jenna left for her new job, I know what we saw that night. I saw it too clearly to ever forget. That man wasn't just a stranger. He was something far worse. And that night, it wasn't a farewell party. It was a trap. It was supposed to be a quiet afternoon at the beach, the kind where the waves hum a soft rhythm and the sun soothes your skin. The weather was perfect, warm but not too hot, a gentle breeze carrying the salty tang of the sea. I went with two friends, Jess and Marco, and we set up our spot near a rocky outcrop where the shoreline curved slightly inward. We were the only ones there. It was strange, considering the day was so beautiful, but we chalked it up to luck. A private beach without the price tag. The water was crystal clear, shimmering in the sunlight. Jess was the first to run in, splashing around like a kid while Marco and I stayed back setting up our towels and snacks. Then Jess called out to us. "Hey, there's something down here." Marco and I looked up, squinting against the glare. Jess stood waist-deep in the water, pointing just beyond the rocks. She was smiling, curious. "It looks like a cave or something." Marco and I waded in, the water pleasantly cool against the heat of the day. Jess led us to a cluster of rocks partially submerged, where the tide created small pools teeming with tiny fish and crabs. Beneath one of the larger rocks there was a dark opening, just wide enough for a person to slip through. "Let's check it out," Jess said. "No way," Marco replied. "That's how horror movies start." But Jess was already ducking under, disappearing into the darkness. I hesitated, glancing at Marco. He rolled his eyes, muttering about how he didn't want to get left behind, and followed her. I had no choice but to go after them. The tunnel was narrow and cold, the water lapping at our knees. The sunlight quickly faded behind us, replaced by a dim bluish glow filtering through cracks in the rocks above. The sound of the waves echoed strangely, creating a hollow, otherworldly hum. "This is amazing," Jess's voice carried back to us. "It opens up ahead." Sure enough, the tunnel widened into a large underwater cavern. The water here was shallow, only ankle-deep, and the walls glittered with mineral deposits. It felt like stepping into a hidden world. But something felt off. The air was colder here, and the cavern smelled faintly of decay, like dead fish left to rot in the sun. "Do you hear that?" Marco asked, his voice low. At first I thought he meant the waves, but then I heard it. A soft clicking sound, rhythmic and deliberate, like bones tapping together. It echoed faintly, coming from deeper in the cavern. Jess froze, her smile fading. "Maybe we should head back," she whispered. The clicking grew louder, accompanied by a faint sloshing as though something was moving through the shallow water. We turned toward the sound, our flashlights sweeping the darkness. Then we saw them. Figures, pale and emaciated, crawling on all fours. Their skin was almost translucent, stretched tightly over sharp bones, and their eyes were milky white. There were at least 3 of them, but more shapes loomed in the shadows, their bodies twisting unnaturally as they moved. They stopped as our flashlight beams hit them, their heads jerking toward us with a sickening snap. For a moment, the cavern was silent, except for the sound of water dripping from the walls. Then they lunged. We ran. The creatures moved faster than seemed possible, their limbs skittering across the wet rocks like spiders. The clicking sound grew deafening, like a cacophony of breaking bones. The tunnel felt endless. Water splashed around our legs as we stumbled forward, our breaths coming in ragged gasps. I could hear the creatures behind us, the scraping of their claws against the rocks, their guttural hisses echoing through the narrow passage. When we finally burst out into the sunlight, we didn't stop. We ran up the beach, past our towels and bags, not daring to look back. Only when we were safely in the car, driving away, did we let ourselves breathe. None of us spoke about it. Not during the drive, not later that evening, not in the days that followed. But I've never been able to shake the feeling that we weren't supposed to find that cavern, that those creatures weren't just animals. There was something deliberate about the way they moved, the way they watched us. And sometimes, late at night, I hear that clicking sound again. It's faint, like it's coming from somewhere deep underground, but it's there, waiting. I haven't been back to the beach since. It had been abandoned for decades, they said. The old carnival on the edge of town was where whispers of disappearances and ghost stories began. My cousin Lily, my brother Matt, and I weren't superstitious, but we were thrill seekers. When we heard about the rumors of the silent Ferris wheel, we knew we had to see it. The carnival grounds were overgrown with weeds, the remnants of rides leaning like skeletons under the pale moonlight. The air smelled of rust and mildew, and the only sounds were the chirping of crickets and the faint creak of old machinery swaying in the wind. "It's just an old theme park," Matt said, kicking a piece of debris. "Nothing scary here," but Lily shushed him. "Do you hear that?" We all stopped. Faint, distant music, circus-like but slow and distorted, drifted through the air. It came from deeper within the grounds where the Ferris wheel loomed like a hulking shadow. "Probably just the wind messing with something," I said, though I didn't believe it. We followed the sound, stepping carefully over fallen beams and debris. The carnival had been frozen in time, like everyone had abandoned it in a rush. Food carts still had faded, rusting signs. A clown cutout with peeling paint grinned at us from a booth, its painted eyes unsettlingly sharp. When we reached the Ferris wheel, it stood tall and ominous, half covered in vines. The metal creaked softly, but there was no wind. And yet one of the cabins swayed gently at the top, as though someone had just climbed aboard. "Look," Lily whispered, pointing to a nearby ticket booth. The window was shattered, and a single ticket sat on the counter, fresh and clean. "Who would leave that here?" Matt asked, his voice low. "It's probably staged. Some prank to scare people," I said, but my voice faltered. Then the music swelled. The Ferris wheel lit up, dim bulbs flickering one by one in unnatural patterns. It began to move slowly, groaning as the rusted gears turned. There was no electricity here, no power source. "We need to leave," Lily said, stepping back, but Matt moved forward, drawn to the glowing ride. "What if someone's controlling it?" "Matt, don't!" I shouted. Before we could stop him, he reached the base of the wheel. He craned his neck to look at the swaying cabin, but his face twisted into horror. "There's someone in there," he said, stumbling back toward us. I grabbed his arm. "What did you see?" "It wasn't human," he whispered. As if in response, the wheel stopped abruptly, the cabin at the top jerking into place. The music cut out, leaving a ringing silence. Then came a voice, distorted and metallic, echoing from nowhere and everywhere. "Your turn," it said. We froze, unsure if we had heard it or imagined it. Then the cabin door at the bottom swung open with a screech, inviting us in. "No way," I said, pulling Matt and Lily away. But the moment we turned to leave, the lights around the carnival blazed to life. Every ride groaned to motion. The carousel spun, its horses moving with unnatural speed. A funhouse door opened with a low moan, shadows flickering inside. The Ferris wheel cabin groaned louder, its open door beckoning us. We tried to run, but the ground shifted under our feet, pulling us closer to the ride. The air grew thick and cold, our breath visible in the moonlight. "What do we do?" Lily screamed. "Don't get on," I shouted, gripping her hand. But then the shadows emerged. Dark figures crawling from the funhouse, the carousel, the food carts. Their movements were jerky, wrong, like puppets held up by invisible strings. They surrounded us, cutting off every escape. The voice returned, louder now. "Your turn." I don't know why I did it, but I stepped forward. "Fine," I said, trembling. "We'll ride. Just let us go afterward." The shadows paused, then melted back into the darkness. The Ferris wheel door swung wider, and the three of us climbed into the cabin, shaking. The ride started, pulling us higher into the air. As we reached the top, the carnival below shifted. The rides disappeared, replaced by black nothingness. The shadowy figures writhed below, their faces melting into screams. The voice returned. "You looked. You stay." But just as I felt the cabin lurch forward, the wheel stopped. The lights blinked out, and the shadows froze. We were sitting in an empty field, the Ferris wheel gone. The carnival was no more, as if it had never been. We ran and never looked back. Weeks later, I developed a rash on my arm. It formed the shape of a Ferris wheel. It was an old house, one that had been abandoned for years. My friends and I had been dared to spend the night, and while I was skeptical, the allure of a night of horror was too much to resist. The house had been sealed shut for decades, with a heavy padlock barring the attic door at the top of the stairs. The main level was covered in dust, the floorboards creaking beneath our feet with every step. Old furniture sat in disrepair, and the air was thick with decay. We laughed at the cliché, at the creaks and whispers that seemed to echo through the empty rooms. But when we reached the top of the stairs, things shifted. The attic door loomed. Before us, solid wood, locked shut with a rusted chain. It looked more like a tomb than a storage space. "We don't have to open it," Sam said, uneasy. "Let's just go home." "Come on," I urged. "There's nothing up there." With a shaky breath, I took hold of the chain. The padlock was rusted, nearly falling apart as I tugged. After a few tense moments, it gave way with a loud snap. The door swung open with a slow creak, revealing darkness beyond. A single flashlight flickered on. We hesitated at the entrance, peering inside. It was a vast, windowless space, filled with cobwebs and stacks of forgotten boxes. The air was colder up here, and something about it felt wrong. "Hello," I called, though my voice barely pierced the silence. No response, just the sound of our breathing and the distant creak of the wooden floor. As we moved deeper into the attic, I snapped photos with my camera. The flash illuminated strange shapes, blurred figures and faces in the corners of the photos that weren't visible to the naked eye. Every image came out distorted, like there were things just beyond our sight, watching. The deeper we ventured, the heavier the atmosphere became. My flashlight flickered again, dying for a moment before reigniting. Sam's camera stopped recording, mid-shot, only to glitch and display corrupted footage, distorted faces, whispering figures, shapes moving just out of reach. Suddenly, a sound broke through the silence, a soft, agonized whisper coming from the shadows. "Leave. Leave," it hissed, a voice so faint it seemed to originate from within my own mind. I spun around, heart racing. "Did you hear that?" "Stop it," Sam hissed, his voice trembling. "We need to get out of here," Emma said, her voice a terrified whisper. But just as we began to retreat, the door behind us slammed shut, locked again by unseen hands. The air became frigid, icy cold, creeping into our bones. Shadows crept along the floor, slithering toward us from the corners of the room. The whispers intensified, becoming more distinct, more malevolent. "Who's there?" I demanded, my voice cracking. The walls seemed to close in. My flashlight flickered again, illuminating a figure. Just a glimpse, a fleeting shadow in the corner of the room. It was faceless, but its form was grotesque, hunched and shifting. Its fingers were elongated, reaching toward us like claws. "Get back!" Sam yelled, grabbing Emma's hand. We stumbled toward the entrance, but it was futile. The figure loomed closer, its movements unnatural, its presence oppressive. Through the distorted photos on my camera, I saw it again. Hundreds of figures, hundreds of faces, twisting and writhing beyond comprehension. They weren't human. They never had been. I screamed as the flashlight went out completely. Darkness enveloped us and the whispers turned into deafening screams. The sound of footsteps, not ours, echoed louder and louder with every second. A hand brushed against my shoulder, cold, icy, and real. My breath caught. I couldn't move. In the last moment, I heard the voice again, clearer now. You should have left the attic closed. We had been hiking all day, winding through narrow trails and dense forests. The mountains rose around us, jagged and imposing, and the cool evening air carried the scent of pine and earth. It was beautiful, remote, and serene. After hours of trekking, we finally found a clearing. My friends and I pitched our tents, set up camp, and gathered around a crackling fire. The stars were beginning to peek out from the dark sky, and for a moment, everything felt peaceful. Perfect, Ethan said, stretching out on a nearby rock. Just us and nature. We had been looking forward to this trip for weeks. No phones, no noise, no interruptions, just the wilderness. But as the night deepened, that peace began to feel uneasy. The fire hissed and popped, shadows flickering wildly against the trees. We heard nothing beyond the crackling of the flames. No birds, no animals, not even the distant hum of civilization. Just silence. "Hey," Emily whispered, pulling her jacket tighter. "Where did the others go?" Ethan and I exchanged glances. "What do you mean?" "Our friends," she said. "They were here a minute ago. They were sitting by the tents and now, nothing. I scanned the area, but there was nothing. Our friends were gone. Just the three of us remained." "They probably walked off somewhere," Ethan suggested, though his voice wavered. But as the minutes passed, no sign of them returned. No sounds of movement, no distant laughter, nothing. Just the stillness of the forest. It was as if they had vanished completely. "We should look for them," Emily said, standing. Her flashlight flicked on, casting long beams into the dark. "Woods. We're not splitting up," I warned her. "Let's stay by the fire." Ethan nodded. "Yeah, it's not safe. Whatever happened, they'll come back." But as we sat there, the unease deepened. Shadows moved in the corners of our vision. Shapes that seemed too unnatural to be mere tricks of the firelight. We heard faint whispers, almost like voices carried on the breeze, but when we tried to pinpoint them, they disappeared. "I don't like this," Emily said, her voice trembling. "I can feel them. Watching." The fire flickered again, and this time I swear I saw something shift behind the flames. A shadow, tall and humanoid, standing just beyond the perimeter of the light. It was fleeting, impossible to focus on, but unmistakable. "What is that?" Ethan whispered, his voice barely audible. "I don't know," I said, gripping my flashlight tighter. "Stay close." Suddenly, the whispering grew louder, more distinct. It wasn't just in our ears, it was inside our heads. Words we couldn't quite make out, but they sent a chill down our spines. The shadows began to close in, slithering closer to the fire. The forest, once a comforting expanse, now felt like a living entity, breathing, alive, watching. Then the faint sounds of movement, something heavy, deliberate, creeping through the underbrush. A low, guttural growl followed, distant but chillingly close. My heart pounded in my chest. "They're coming," Emily said, her breath ragged. "We have to go." Ethan grabbed her hand, and we bolted for the tents, stumbling through the uneven ground. Behind us, the whispers and growls grew louder, more aggressive. The shadows followed, their forms now far more distinct. A twisted, humanoid shape with sharp, jagged claws. The fire flared once more and revealed them. Their faces were twisted beyond recognition, with hollow eyes and grotesque smiles. They moved unnaturally fast, jerking between trees, impossibly silent. And they weren't alone. More shadows emerged, crowding the edge of the firelight, a sea of black, monstrous shapes. I reached our tent first, fumbling with the zipper. Ethan and Emily weren't far behind. The tent finally zipped closed and we huddled inside, holding our breath as the sound of movement surrounded us. But they didn't stop. The growls and whispers continued, so close it felt like they were inside the tent with us. The air grew colder, and the feeling of being watched was suffocating. Every second felt like an eternity. Hours passed, or maybe only minutes. Time was warped. But then, just as quickly as they came, the sounds faded. The shadows receded, and silence returned. We emerged from the tent slowly, hearts still racing. The campsite was still and dark. The fire burned down to embers. Our friends were gone, completely vanished. No footprints, no signs of struggle, nothing. "They're still here," Ethan whispered. "They never left." And deep in the distance, a faint, chilling laughter echoed through the forest. It was late when we arrived at the abandoned train station. My friends and I had heard stories, whispered tales about how the station wasn't as empty as it seemed. The building had been closed for years, surrounded by overgrown weeds and broken windows. The local authorities had shut it down after reports of strange happenings, faint voices, flickering lights, and figures that appeared in photographs but couldn't be seen in person. Ryan, Mark, and I decided to explore anyway. We didn't believe in ghosts or curses. We brought flashlights, cameras, and our usual bravado, thinking it would be another uneventful adventure. The inside of the station was eerily quiet. The air was thick with dust, and the faint hum of old wires echoed softly in the empty corridors. We wandered through, taking photos of the decaying platform, the graffiti-covered walls, and the forgotten ticket counters. Nothing seemed unusual, at first, just a place frozen in time. As we continued deeper into the station, we noticed strange things. Mark's camera kept glitching, displaying flickering figures, hazy shadows that drifted through the pictures. At first, we dismissed it as a malfunction, but when Ryan's flashlight suddenly dimmed and then died entirely, we began to feel uneasy. "Okay," I said, forcing a laugh. "Let's call it a night. Nothing here is weird. Yet." But as we made our way back toward the entrance, things started to change. The station seemed quieter, if that was possible. The usual creaks of old wood and metal had stopped. The air grew colder, heavier. We walked past one of the boarded windows, but my flashlight suddenly flickered again. This time, I saw it. A figure, distorted, standing in the distance, just outside the glass. It wasn't moving, just staring. I could barely make out its face. Lips pulled into a grotesque, silent smile. Eyes hollow. "Guys, stop," I whispered, shining my light on the window. But the figure had already disappeared. "Nothing's there," Mark said, though his voice held a trace of doubt. "It's just the darkness playing tricks." We continued on, our unease growing. Then Ryan froze mid-step. His voice trembled as he whispered, "Did you hear that?" "Hear what?" I strained to listen, but all I could hear was the faint hum of the station's ancient air conditioning. Mark shook his head. "Nothing but your imagination." Yet, as we turned down a long corridor, there was no mistaking it. A faint whisper, low and desperate, filled the air. It wasn't coming from anywhere we could see. It surrounded us, echoing in every direction. "We need to leave," Ryan said, urgently. Now! The station had become a maze, twisting and turning with no clear way back. Our flashlights flickered again, one by one, until the darkness consumed us. We were left in total blackness. Then, from somewhere nearby, we heard it again. A voice, almost indistinguishable. But this time, it wasn't a whisper. It was laughter. It was closer. "Run!" I shouted, grabbing my friends by the arms. But our feet felt heavier. Our breathing labored. The laughter echoed through the walls, louder now, malicious and hollow. As we stumbled into what we thought was an exit, we emerged into a different room, one with photos lining the walls. They were the same photographs we had taken earlier, but these were different. Faces, hundreds of them. People we had never seen before, staring back at us with hollow, lifeless eyes. Some were smiling grotesquely, their mouths open in silent screams. "Get out of here!" Mark screamed, his voice cracking as we tried to back away. But something grabbed my arm, cold, clammy fingers that burned into my skin. I looked down and saw it. A reflection in the shattered glass of one of the photographs. A figure stood behind me, its face just behind mine, closer than it should have been. "No," I gasped. The figure tilted its head, its lips curving into that horrifying smile. It wasn't breathing, it wasn't human. Yet its gaze bore into mine with an unsettling hunger. I couldn't move, couldn't scream. Then the lights flickered, one last time, and the figure vanished. The photographs crumbled into ash, and the darkness around us lifted just enough for us to see the entrance again. We ran. Outside the station, we collapsed in the dirt, gasping for breath. The building stood still behind us, silent once more. But the air was different now. The weight of the station lingered in our chests. We had survived, but something had followed us, and we knew, deep down, that it wasn't truly gone. The museum was old, centuries old, abandoned for years. The city forgot about it, lost beneath modern developments, hidden from view. My friend Jacob and I stumbled upon it by chance, a broken gate, the remains of a crumbling facade. Intrigued, we decided to explore, fueled by the thrill of something forgotten. Inside, the air was thick, stale with the scent of rotten dust. Dim, flickering lights guided our way through the long halls lined with forgotten artifacts. Statues, paintings, and ancient relics were scattered throughout, but something about the place felt off. It wasn't just the dust or the mold, it was the silence, the oppressive stillness. The only sounds were the echoes of our footsteps, amplified by the empty corridors. Jacob whispered, "This feels wrong." I nodded, but my voice caught in my throat. It was more than wrong. It was unnatural. In the farthest hall, we stumbled upon a room, its door ajar. Inside, the walls were lined with mirrors. Not simple mirrors, though. These were cracked, distorted reflections of the museum itself, twisted, warped beyond recognition. Some showed glimpses of other places entirely, places we couldn't comprehend. We moved cautiously, avoiding the mirrors as though they were alive. In the center of the room sat a pedestal, empty save for a single object, a black, weathered book. It was ancient, covered in symbols we couldn't read. Every time we moved closer, an eerie chill seemed to settle over us, sapping the warmth from the air. Jacob ran his fingers over the symbols. This isn't normal." "No," I whispered. "We should leave." But something kept us, rooted in place. I felt the weight of the room pressing down on me, the oppressive silence turning into something almost alive. The mirrors flickered, and for a moment, I saw something in the reflection, a figure standing behind us. The room itself seemed to pulse with energy, as though it was feeding on our presence. "Run," I managed to say, but my voice was hoarse. Jacob tried to pull me away, but the book trembled on its pedestal, and suddenly, the mirrors shattered, in unison, sharp, piercing cracks that echoed through the room. I stumbled back, covering my ears, but it was as though the sound went straight through me. In the fragments of the mirrors, I saw them. Faces, dozens of them. Distorted, screaming faces that didn't belong to the past or the present. They filled the glass, mouths open in silent torment, their eyes hollow and empty. Jacob fell to his knees, overwhelmed by the sheer terror. "They're here," he gasped. "They're watching." Suddenly, the mirrors moved. Not physically, but they seemed alive, shifting slowly, always reflecting something new. Faces began to press through the glass, hands reaching out, clawing. For us. The air grew colder. I could feel the icy touch of fingers brushing against my skin. The book began to chant. Low, guttural whispers in an ancient language. The words twisted in the air, wrapping around us like a noose. I couldn't tell where they were coming from. The mirrors, the book, or something unseen. But the effect was immediate. My vision blurred, and I felt as if the world itself was folding inward. "Leave," I cried, but my voice was drowned by the chanting, and then there was nothing but darkness. It had always been a dream of mine to visit the old lighthouse perched on the edge of the coast. Lonely and secluded, it stood tall against the crashing waves, weathered by time and the elements. No one had lived there for decades, and the stories surrounding it were enough to keep tourists away. Whispers of strange sounds, shadows moving in the corners of windows, and eerie lights flickering from the tower at night. I had heard those stories, but curiosity won out over fear. With nothing but my camera and a notebook, I set out alone to capture the lighthouse. The journey was long and treacherous, the winding coastal roads cutting through cliffs that seemed to scrape the sky. By the time I reached the lighthouse, the sun was sinking below the horizon, leaving the sky in a wash of muted colors. The building loomed over me, massive and imposing. Rusted metal stairs spiraled up the side, disappearing into the top of the tower. I knew there was no electricity, no phone signal, and no one for miles. The isolation was absolute. Still, I was eager to explore. Inside, the air was damp and cool. Old furniture, faded and broken, littered the main room. The walls were lined with photographs and journals, evidence that someone had once called this place home. Dust coated everything, settling like a veil over the long-forgotten memories. Flashlight beam cut through the darkness as I made my way to the staircase. Each step creaked underfoot, the sound echoing down the empty halls. Shadows stretched endlessly in every direction. The higher I climbed, the colder it became, the wind whipping through the open windows. The top of the lighthouse was a narrow room, filled with metal machinery and a glass lens that once guided ships safely through the night. The light had long since died, but the memory of it still hung in the air, a strange, almost tangible presence. I began taking photographs, capturing the decay, the emptiness. The silence was oppressive, the kind of silence that seems to hum just beyond the ears, a constant, subtle pressure against the senses. I couldn't shake the feeling that I wasn't alone. "Hello?" I called out, my voice a whisper in the vast emptiness. There was no response, just the wind outside, battering the lighthouse like a living thing. But the sensation only grew stronger, as though something was watching me, just beyond the edge of sight. I glanced around, camera ready, but there was nothing. Still, I kept snapping photos. The lens flared once, casting an eerie glow in the dark. Looking through the viewfinder, I saw something, a pale face in the corner of the frame. It wasn't there in reality, only in the photograph. A ghastly figure, eyes hollow and mouth slack, peering out from the shadows. I froze, unable to move. Shaking, I snapped another shot, but the face wasn't there anymore. It was gone, as if it had never existed. I checked the photos in disbelief, but each one was empty, just the desolate interior of the lighthouse. My breath quickened. Suddenly, a voice echoed softly in the distance, carried on the wind. "Stay." I spun around. "Who's there?" Silence. But that voice, so close, so clear, lingered in my mind like a haunting melody. I looked out the windows, scanning the coastline. Nothing but waves crashing against the rocks and the infinite horizon. The hairs on my neck stood on end. I felt exposed, trapped by the vast emptiness. My flashlight flickered again, dying for a moment before flickering back to life. It seemed weaker now, the beam wavering as if struggling against something unseen. I stumbled down the stairs, desperate to escape the oppressive atmosphere. The lower levels were darker, more enclosed. The wind howled through the windows, but it wasn't enough to drown out the whispers that grew louder with each step. "Leave," the voice whispered again, closer this time. A breath in my ear, I raced toward the door, fumbling with the rusted handle. My flashlight shut off entirely, plunging the lighthouse into complete darkness. Panic surged through me. I heard footsteps, bare, ragged footsteps, on the wooden floor below. They echoed louder and louder, as though whatever was chasing me was right behind me. "Stay with me," the voice said again, this time more insistent, more menacing. With all my strength, I kicked the door open, stumbling into the night. The heaty sea breeze hit me like a wave, cold and bracing, pushing the whispers away. I ran toward the car, away from the lighthouse. As I sped down the coast, the images flashed through my mind, the face in the photograph, the voice, the footsteps, and I knew. I knew the lighthouse was alive, a place too long abandoned, too tied to something unnatural, something that had never truly left. To this day, I never returned. The lighthouse still stands there, solitary and quiet. But I can't. Forget the shadows that reside within it. Some places, I've learned, should never be explored. The amusement park was once the heart of the town. Bright lights, laughter, and the sounds of roller coasters echoing into the night. Now, it was a shell of its former self, an abandoned wasteland of decaying rides and rusted metal. My friends, and I decided to explore it late one evening. The thrill of sneaking into a place that was supposed to be off limits too tempting to resist. The entrance gates were wide open, the rusted hinges creaking as we pushed them aside. The air was thick with the scent of decay, the faint scent of mold clinging to the wooden structures. The silence was eerie, broken only by the distant hum of the city fading into the distance. We wandered through the park, the familiar sights distorted in their abandonment. The carousel stood still, its horses frozen mid-gallop, the painted faces hollow and lifeless. The Ferris wheel, once a towering attraction, now loomed above us, its metal frame leaning dangerously with a low, ominous groan. "There's something off about this place," Emma said, her voice shaking. "It's too quiet." "I know," Jake whispered, looking over his shoulder nervously. "Let's just get out of here." But we couldn't leave yet. The allure of the forgotten amusement park pulled us deeper. We ventured past the decaying snack stands and ghostly game booths, their prize shelves empty and cobwebbed. The further we went, the darker it became, with only the faint glow of dying street lamps to guide us. The more we explored, the more unsettling things became. Every step felt heavier, the air colder. And then we saw it. A figure standing at the edge of the Ferris wheel, its silhouette dark against the fading lights of the city beyond. It was too tall, too thin, its shape twisted unnaturally. "Who's there?" I called out, my voice trembling. It didn't move. It just stood there, unmoving, watching. The silence stretched unbearably long. We stared at the figure frozen in place, the weight of the moment pressed down on us, suffocating. Then the figure raised a hand, a long, slender hand, and pointed toward the roller coaster. "No," Jake whispered. "We shouldn't." But something compelled us. The figure was beckoning, its motion slow and deliberate. We couldn't resist. We followed the shadow toward the skeletal remains of the roller coaster. Halfway through the ride, we stopped. Below us was a mess of twisted metal and broken tracks. The train cars had long since rotted away, left hanging eerily in the air. The entire structure groaned in protest, the sound of rust scraping against rust filling the silence. "We need to go back," Emma insisted. "Now!" But as we turned to leave, we heard a voice, a whisper, just behind us. "Why don't you stay?" I spun around. The figure was closer now, no longer just a silhouette. Its twisted form hovered above the ground, its face obscured in shadows. It was the embodiment of wrongness, a distorted, elongated being that seemed to flicker in and out of existence. "Run!" Jake shouted. We bolted, our footsteps pounding against the crumbling pavement. The figure followed effortlessly, its elongated strides covering the distance between us impossibly fast. The ground shook beneath its weight, the shattered rides shaking with each heavy step. We ducked into the ghostly funhouse, desperate to find a hiding spot. Inside, the warped mirrors reflected unsettling images. Faces twisted into screams, bodies shifting grotesquely. Emma let out a scream, her voice piercing the air, but it only seemed to anger whatever was chasing us. The hallways stretched impossibly, the walls closing in. The whispers became screams, louder and louder until we couldn't tell where they were coming from. The distortion of reality was overwhelming, a nightmare given form. Then, just as suddenly as it began, the screams stopped. The funhouse went silent. We crouched in the darkness, too afraid to move. And that's when we heard it. The laughter. Soft, high-pitched giggles echoing from somewhere deep within the building. The laughter grew louder, echoing off the warped walls. It was coming closer. "Wake up!" Jake whispered frantically, shaking me. "It's a nightmare. Wake up!" But it wasn't a nightmare. It was real, and it wasn't letting us go. It started as a dare. My friends and I had heard the stories about the old train station, abandoned for decades, said to be haunted. The city had shut it down after a string of mysterious disappearances, but no one really knew what happened. Curious, we decided to explore. The station stood at the edge of town, hidden behind a dense forest. We parked a few blocks away and made our way through the overgrown path. The closer we got, the heavier the air felt. The station loomed ahead, its once grand architecture now crumbling, windows shattered and graffiti scrawled across the walls. Inside, it was pitch dark. Our flashlights flickered as we moved through the empty hallways, the sound of our footsteps, echoing unnaturally. The silence was oppressive, broken only by distant creaks and the occasional sound of something shifting deeper in the shadows. As we ventured further, something felt off. The atmosphere wasn't just eerie, it was wrong. My friend Tom kept glancing over his shoulder, his face pale, while Rachel's breathing quickened with every passing second. "Let's head back," Rachel whispered. But Tom shook his head. "No, we need to see what's in the back." Reluctantly, we followed him down a hallway that seemed never-ending. The longer we walked, the colder it became. My breath came out in visible clouds, and the flickering lights gave way to complete darkness several times, forcing us to pause and regroup. Suddenly, we stopped in front of a door. Its frame was rusted beyond recognition, and the handle had long been removed. There was something written on the door, scratched into the wood with sharp nails. "You shouldn't be here." "What the hell?" Tom muttered, stepping back. Rachel turned to leave, but I hesitated. Something tugged at me, pulling me toward the door. I pulled out my phone's flashlight and shone it on the writing. "Look," I said, motioning to the message. "It's probably just some graffiti," Tom said, though his voice had lost its usual confidence. But as I examined it closer, I saw something. Faint, shifting letters beneath the surface, beneath the scratches. They didn't belong there, and they weren't visible to the naked eye. "Leave, leave, leave. We need to go," Rachel repeated, her voice shaking harder this time. Suddenly, there was a low, guttural sound behind the door, a deep, inhuman breath that felt like it vibrated through the wood. We froze, our breath coming faster. I tried the door handle again, but it wouldn't budge. "I think we need to break it down," Tom said, taking a deep breath. Before we could react, the door suddenly swung open on its own. The hallway behind it was darker than the void, a deep, consuming black that seemed alive. I couldn't see the walls, the floor, or the ceiling, just blackness, pulsing with an unseen force. A whisper followed us into the darkness. A voice, low, unintelligible, murmuring something that felt like it seeped into my very bones. It wasn't human. It wasn't anything we could understand. "Run!" I screamed, pushing past Rachel and Tom. We sprinted down the hall, the whisper still trailing behind us like a nightmare. Our flashlights flickered out one by one. We were plunged into complete darkness. I could hear Rachel's sobs, and Tom was yelling for us to find a way out. But nothing seemed real anymore. The walls shifted, the floor beneath us buckled, and shapes moved in the shadows, whispering, watching. And then I saw it. A figure standing at the end of the hallway. It had no face, no features, just darkness, a void that seemed to stretch endlessly. The whisper grew louder, the air colder until I couldn't breathe. I don't remember how we got out, but we did, crawling through an old maintenance room, pushing open a rusted service door into the night. We stumbled out, gasping for breath, our bodies trembling. The station behind us was silent once more, but I knew it was still there. "What the hell was that?" Tom shouted, gripping his knees. Rachel was crying quietly, unable to speak, and me. I couldn't shake the feeling that something was watching us from within the shadows of that abandoned station, even now, long after we escaped. It was just another quiet town with a forgotten past. The old library had been sealed off for decades. Everyone knew the stories, the whispers about the bookshelves that seemed to move, the strange symbols found in ancient texts, and the chilling presence that kept people away. I had always been curious, but never brave enough. Until now. It was a challenge more than anything, a dare from my friends. They didn't believe the rumors, and neither did I, at first, but curiosity got the better of me. So, alone, I ventured. Inside, the air was thick with dust and the scent of old paper. The building felt ancient, the wood creaking beneath my every step. Dim sunlight filtered through the grime-covered windows, casting eerie shadows across the floor. Silence. Complete and absolute silence. The first floor was empty. Just rows upon rows of forgotten books, their spines cracked and curling, some toppled over as if abandoned mid-sentence. I wandered deeper into the library, past the reference section and into the archives where the real history was kept. That's where things began to feel strange. Each room I entered seemed smaller, more cramped. The shelves shifted slightly when I wasn't looking, just a few inches, but enough to disorient me. I turned around once and the doorway I had just passed was gone. No, not gone. Replaced. A different hallway, a different aisle. "This is ridiculous," I muttered, my voice barely above a whisper, but it didn't feel like the library was listening. No, it felt like something else was. Then I heard it, the soft rustling of pages, distant yet near. A low hum of whispered words, indecipherable and unsettling. It wasn't coming from any book or recorded sound. It was in the air. Every room I entered felt more confined, more oppressive. The shelves seemed to close in, tighter and tighter, as if the library were alive. Each corner I rounded had shadows that seemed too deep, too long. Whispers became voices, murmuring, calling my name. My flashlight flickered, the batteries draining rapidly as though the darkness was feeding on the light. Suddenly, I stumbled into a circular room, the rare archives. Here, the bookshelves formed a dome around me, books pressed together as if holding something back. The symbols in the ancient texts were sharper, more vivid, glowing faintly against the faded pages. Some of them began to shift, writhing like they had a life of their own. The hum turned into a chorus of voices, louder now, more distinct. It was a language I couldn't understand, but the intent behind it was clear. Fear, rage, hunger. The walls around me pulsated, the very air vibrating. I could feel it. Something watching, something lurking just beyond the edges of my vision. The darkness pressed against my skin, heavier with every passing second. My breath quickened, but it was getting harder to breathe. I fell to my knees, hands covering my ears, but the voices only grew louder. My flashlight was useless now, dead, flickering in the darkness. I couldn't escape. I couldn't move. Then, a voice broke through the chaos. "Leave!" It wasn't in my head. It was real. A clear, commanding voice. The others grew silent, the whispers fading into nothingness. I looked up. Standing before me was a figure in a long, flowing robe, its face obscured, but its presence, radiating something ancient, something otherworldly. It pointed toward the doorway. "Leave. Now!" I scrambled to my feet, following its silent command. The library trembled with each step I took toward the exit. The aisles opened wider. The oppressive weight lifting as I pushed toward the entrance. Behind me, the voice echoed one last time. "You shouldn't have come." The library was gone when I finally stepped outside. Just an empty building, swallowed by the quiet streets of the town. Nothing remained. No trace of the ancient presence, only the memory of its whispers. I never spoke of it again. It started a year ago. My best friend James invited me to join him on a hiking trip deep into an old forest. "No one's been there for years," he said, eyes lighting up with excitement. I hesitated at first. Forests have their share of eerie stories, but curiosity got the better of me. The hike began as expected. The woods were dense, the air thick with the scent of pine and damp earth. James led the way, his compass guiding us through twists and turns, deeper and deeper into the trees. We left our phones behind, eager to disconnect. The silence was almost unnatural, broken only by the distant hoot of an owl. As we ventured further, James pulled out an old leather-bound journal. "Found this in the library," he said, flipping through its pages. "It's from someone who came here years ago. Apparently, they never came back." I raised an eyebrow, but he shrugged it off. "Just a story," he said. Still, something gnawed at me. The pages were filled with strange sketches, trees contorted in unnatural ways, twisted faces peeking from behind them, whispers inked between lines. That's when things started to feel off. The air grew colder, though we were deep into summer. Shadows seemed to move on their own, flickering between trees even when no breeze stirred. James's voice sounded far away when he spoke, his words swallowed by the unnatural stillness. We set up camp by a small stagnant pond. James lit a fire, the flames crackling, casting flickering shadows on the trunks around us. The journal lay, open beside him, revealing more disturbing drawings. Creatures with hollow eyes, their twisted forms looming from the pages. "You okay?" I asked, my voice trembling slightly. James didn't answer. He was fixated on the journal, flipping through the entries quickly as though desperate to find something. Suddenly, he froze. "There's a page missing," he whispered. "What?" I leaned closer, peering at the journal. Sure enough, one of the middle pages was torn out. It was clean, as if deliberately removed. "Someone didn't want us seeing what's there," James said, his voice uneven. "Look." He showed me the next page, completely blank except for a single word scrawled in jagged letters. "Run." We both stared at it for what felt like an eternity. Just then, the fire flickered out. The darkness pressed in around us. The pond. Behind us rippled unnaturally. The shadows moved faster now, circling our campsite. I could hear whispers, low and desperate, as though something was calling from the trees. James stumbled back from the journal, his face pale. "Something's here," he whispered. I turned in a frantic circle, searching for any glimpse of movement. The whispers grew louder, a chorus of voices now, but their words were incomprehensible. The trees seemed to stretch toward us, their branches clawing the air, creating an eerie dance of shadows. "We need to leave," I managed to say, my voice quivering. Suddenly, James's flashlight flickered weakly. He dropped it in horror as the darkness swallowed us whole. "I can't see," he choked out. His hands flailed as if reaching for something that wasn't there. I grabbed his arm and started running, the cold dirt beneath my feet desperate to escape. The journal lay forgotten by the fire, its pages fluttering wildly in an invisible wind. We sprinted through the woods, the sound of our own breathing deafening. The shadows stretched out before us, swallowing everything behind. The whispers became screams, and I couldn't tell if they were in my mind or all around us, but we kept running. And then, just as suddenly as it began, everything stopped. The forest fell silent. We stood there, breathless, the air eerily still. The fire was gone, the pond frozen over, the journal lying open where we had left it. The pages were back, no longer blank. But now the words were far darker. "You didn't listen. You never should have stayed. Now you're ours." James turned to me, his face pale as death. "We're not alone." I shook my head, unable to speak, as the ground beneath our feet seemed to shift. From the corner of my eye, I saw the twisted trees bend toward us, their branches now reaching for us, horrifically alive. And in the distance, I heard a soft whisper, one I will never forget. "You can't leave."